defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait and fight the Romans, Spain, or North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps with elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Romans send an army. Hannibal massacres. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year, raises a second army. We know this story. Sends it against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, raise two armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal's facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. We can go to it later if you want. It's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides, and in one afternoon, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam.
The following is a conversation with Gregory Aldrete, a historian specializing in ancient Rome and military history. This is the Let's Read Them podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Gregory Aldrete. What do you think is the big difference between the ancient world and the modern world?
Well, the easy answer, the one you often get, is technology. And obviously, there's huge differences in technology between the ancient world and today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more amorphous things, more structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, and this is true, Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids died before they hit puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in the place of an average inhabitant of the ancient world. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died. You'd have buried your children. And nowadays, we think of that as an unusual thing. And just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you're a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 or 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying out. So those kind of grim mortality statistics, I think, are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and the modern.
But fundamentally, do you think human nature changed much? Do you think the same elements of what we see today? Faith, fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, and cynicism, the underlying forces that result in war, all of that permeates human history?
Crude answer, yes. I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, the kind of documents that I really like dealing with are not the traditional literary sources, but they're the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti, or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, oh, I know exactly how that person felt. Here across 2,000 years of time and completely different cultures, I have this spark of sympathy with someone from antiquity. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. But on the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different from us. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done that? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of sympathy and kind of disconnection that I think is when you begin to start to understand a foreign culture or an ancient culture.
I love the idea of assembling the big picture from the details and the little pieces, because that is the thing that makes up life. The big picture is nothing without the details.
Yep. And those details will bring it to life. You know, it's not the grand sweep of things. It's seeing those little hopes and fears. Another thing that I think is a huge difference between the modern world and the ancient is just that basically everybody's a farmer. Everybody's a small family farm, and we forget this.
Yeah.
I was just writing a lecture for my next Great Courses course, and I was writing about farming in the ancient world. And I was really thinking, if we were to write a realistic textbook of, let's say, the Roman Empire, 9 out of 10 chapters should be details of what it was like to be a small-time family farmer, because that's what 90% of the people in the ancient world did. They weren't soldiers, they weren't priests, they weren't kings, they weren't authors, they weren't artists. They were small-town family farmers, and they lived in a little village. They never traveled 20 miles from that village. They were born there. They married somebody from there. They raised kids. They mucked around in the dirt for a couple decades, and they died. They never saw a battle. They never saw a work of art. They never saw a philosopher. They never took part in any of the things we define as being history. So that's what life should be, and that's representative.
Nevertheless, it is the emperors and the philosophers and the artists and the warriors who carve history.
And it is the important stuff. So, I mean, that's true. There's a reason we focus on that.
That's a good reminder, though. If we want to truly empathize and understand what life was like, we have to represent it fully.
And I would say let's not forget them. So let's not forget what life was like for 80, 90% of the people in the ancient world, the ones we don't talk about, because that's important too.
So the Roman Empire is widely considered to be the most powerful, influential, and impactful empire in human history. What are some reasons for that?
Yeah, I mean, Rome has been hugely influential, I think, just because of the image. I mean, there's all these practical ways. I mean, the words I'm using to speak with you today, 30% are direct from Latin, another 30% are from Latin-descended languages. Our law codes, I mean, our habits, our holidays, everything comes fairly directly from the ancient world. But the image of Rome, at least again in Western civilization, has really been the dominant image of a successful empire. And I think that's what gives it a lot of its fascination. This idea that, it was this great, powerful, culturally influential empire. And there's a lot of other empires. I mean, we could talk about ancient China, which arguably was just as big as Rome, just as culturally sophisticated, lasted about the same amount of time. But at least in Western civilization, Rome is the paradigm. But Rome is a little schizophrenic in that it's both the empire, when it was ruled by emperors, which is one kind of model, and it's the Roman Republic, when it was a pseudo-democracy, which is a different model. And it's interesting how some later civilizations tend to either focus on one or the other. So, the United States, revolutionary France, they were very obsessed with the Roman Republic as a model. But other people, Mussolini, Hitler, Napoleon, they were very obsessed with the empire, Victorian Britain, as a model. So Rome itself has different aspects. But what I think is actually another big difference between the modern world and the ancient is our relationship with the past. So one of the keys to understanding all of Roman history is to understand that this was a people who were obsessed with the past and for whom the past had power, not just as something inspirational, but it actually dictated what you would do in your daily life. And today, especially in the United States, we don't have much of a relationship with the past. We see ourselves as free agents, just floating along, not tethered to what came before. And the classical story that I sometimes tell my classes to illustrate this is Rome started out as a monarchy. They had kings. They were kind of unhappy with their kings. Around 500 BC, they held a revolution and they kicked out the kings. And one of the guys who played a key role in this was a man named Lucius Junius Brutus. Okay, 500 years later, 500 years down the road, a guy comes along, Julius Caesar, who starts to act like a king. So if you have trouble with kings in Roman society, who are you going to call? Somebody named Brutus. Now, as it happens, there is a guy named Brutus in Roman society at this time who was one of Julius Caesar's best friends, Marcus Junius Brutus. Now, before I go further with the story, and I think I know where it ends, I need to talk about how important your ancestors are in Roman culture. I mean, if you went to an aristocratic Roman's house and opened the front door and walked in, the first thing you would see would be a big wooden cabinet. And if you open that up, what you would see would be row after row of wax death masks. So when a Roman aristocrat died, they literally put hot wax on his face and made an impression of his face at that moment. And they hung these in a big cabinet right inside the front door. So every time you entered your house, you were literally staring at the faces of your ancestors. And every child in that family would have obsessively memorized every accomplishment of every one of those ancestors. He would have known their career, what offices they held, what battles they fought in, what they did. When somebody new in the family died, there would be a big funeral, and they would talk about all the things their ancestors had did. The kids in the family would literally take out those masks, tie them onto their own faces, and wear them in the funeral procession. So you were like wearing the face of your ancestors. So you as an individual were important. You were just the latest iteration of that family. And there was enormous weight, huge weight, to live up to the deeds of your ancestors. So the Romans were absolutely obsessed with the past, especially with your own family. Every Roman kid who is, let's say, an aristocratic family could tell you every one of his ancestors back centuries. I can't go beyond my grandparents. I already know, but that's 100 years. So it's a completely different attitude towards the past.
And the level of celebration that we have now of the ancestors, even the ones we can name, is not as intense as it was.
No, it's not. I mean, it was obsessive and oppressive. Eternally
Oppressive.
Oh, yes, because there's that weight for you to act like your ancestors did.
Do you think, not to speak sort of philosophically, but do you think there was limiting to the way the society developed to be deeply constrained by the limiting in a good way or a bad way, you think?
Well, like everything, it's a little both, but the bad. So on the one hand, it gives them enormous strength, and it gives them this enormous connection, it gives them guidance. But the negatives, what's interesting, is it makes the Romans extremely traditional-minded and extremely conservative. And I mean conservative in the sense of resistant to change. So in the late Republic, which we'll probably talk about later, Rome desperately needed to change certain things, but it was a society that did things the way the ancestors did it, and they didn't make some obvious changes which might have saved the Republic. So that's the downside, is that it locks you into something you can't change. But to get us back to the Brutuses, so 500 years after that first Brutus got rid of kings, Julius Caesar starts to act like a king. One of his best friends is Marcus Junius Brutus. And literally, in the middle of the night, people go to Brutus's house and write graffiti on it that says, "Remember your ancestor." And another one is, I think, "You're no real Brutus." And at that point, he really has no choice. He forms a conspiracy, and on the Ides of March 44 BC, he and 23 other senators take daggers, stick them in Julius Caesar, and kill him for acting like a king. So the way I always pose this to my students is, how many of you would stick a knife in your best friend because of what your great 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 grandfather did?
That's commitment.
That's the power of the past. That's a society where the past isn't just influential, but it dictates what you do. And that concept, I think, is very alien to us today. We can't imagine murdering our best friend because of what some incredibly distant ancestor did 500 years ago. But to Brutus, there is no choice. You have to do that. And a lot of societies have this power of the past. Today, not so much, but some still do. About a decade ago, I was in Serbia, and I was talking to some of the people there about the breakup of Yugoslavia and some of the wars that had taken place where people turned against their neighbors, basically murdered people they had lived next to for decades. And when I was talking to them, some of them actually brought up things like, "Oh, well, it was justified because in this battle in 12 whatever, they did this." And I was thinking, wow, you're citing something from 800 years ago to justify your actions today. That's a modern person who still understands the power of the past, or maybe is, crippled by it, is another way to view it.
So this is an interesting point, an interesting perspective to remember about the way the Romans thought, especially in the context of how power is transferred, whether it's hereditary or not, which changes throughout Roman history. It's interesting. It's interesting to remember that, the value of the ancestors.
Yep. And just the weight of tradition.
The way
For the Romans, the mos maiorum is this Latin term, which means the way the ancestors did it. And it's kind of their word for tradition. So for them, tradition is what your forefathers and mothers did. And you have to follow that example and you have to live up to that.
Does that mean that class mobility was difficult? So if your ancestors were farmers, there was a major constraint on remaining farmer.
I mean, the Romans all liked themselves as farmers, even filthy rich Romans. It was just their national identity, is the citizen soldier farmer thing.
Right.
But it did, among the aristocrats, the people who kind of ran things, yeah, it was hard to break into that if you didn't have famous ancestors. And it was such a big deal that there was a specific term called a novus homo, a new man, for someone who was the first person in their family to get elected to a major office in the Roman government, because that was a weird and different and new thing. So you actually designated them by this special term. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
So if we may zoom out, it would help me, maybe it'll help the audience to look at the different periods that we've been talking about. So you mentioned the Republic, you mentioned maybe when it took a form of empire, and maybe there was the Age of Kings. What are the different periods of this Roman, let's call it, what, the big
Roman history.
Roman history?
Yep.
And a lot of people just call that whole period Roman Empire loosely, right? So maybe
Yep.
can you speak to the different periods?
Yes, absolutely. So conventionally, Roman history is divided into 3 chronological periods. The first of those is from 773 BC to 509 BC, which is called the monarchy. So all the periods get their names from the form of government. So this is the earliest phase of Roman history. It's when Rome is mostly just a fairly undistinguished little collection of mud huts, honestly, just like dozens of other cities of little mud huts in Italy. So that early phase, about 750 to around 500 BC, is the monarchy. They're ruled by kings. Then there's this revolution. They kick out the kings. They become a republic. That lasts from 500 BC roughly to about either 31 or 27 BC, depending on what date you pick is most important, but about 500 years. And the republic is when they have a republican form of government. Some people idealize this as Rome's greatest period, and the big thing in that period is Rome first expands to conquer all of Italy. In the first 250 years of that 500-year stretch, and then the second 250 years, they conquer all the Mediterranean basin, roughly. So this is this time of enormous, successful Roman conquest and expansion. And then you have another switch up, and they become ruled by emperors. So back to the idea of one guy in charge, so the Romans try to pretend it's not like a king, it's something else. And we can get into that. But they're very touchy about kings. So they have emperors. Roman Empire, the first emperor is Augustus. Starts off as Octavian's, which is named Augustus when he becomes emperor. He kind of sets the model for what happens. And then how long does the Roman Empire last? That's one of those great questions. The conventional answer is usually sometime in the 5th century, so the 400s AD, so about another 500 years, let's say. So nice kind of even division. 500 years of republic, 500 years of empire. But you can make very good cases for lots of other dates for the end of the Roman Empire. I actually think it goes all the way to the end of the Byzantine Empire in 1453, so another 1,500 years. But that's a whole other discussion. But so that's your 3 phases of Roman history.
And there's some fundamental way it still persists today, given how much of its ideas define our modern life, especially in the Western world.
Yeah.
Can you speak to the relationship between ancient Greece and Roman Empire, both in the chronological sense and in the influence sense?
Well, I mean, ancient Greece comes, the classical era of Greek civilization is around the 500s BC. That's when you have the great achievements of Athens. It becomes the first sort of true democracy. They defeat the Persian invasions. A lot of famous stuff happens around in the 400s, let's say. So that is contemporaneous with Rome, but the Greek civilization sense is peaking earlier. And one of the things that happens is that Greece ends up being conquered by Rome in that second half of the Roman Republic between 250 and around 30 BC. And so Greece falls under the control of Rome, and Rome is very heavily influenced by Greek culture. They themselves see the Greeks as a superior civilization, culturally more sophisticated, great art, great philosophy, all this. And another thing about the Romans is they're super competitive. So one of the engines that drives Romans is this public competitiveness, especially among the upper classes. They care more about their status and standing among their peers than they do about money or even their own life. So there's this intense competition. And when they conquer Greece, Greek culture just becomes one more arena of competition. So Romans will start to learn Greek. They'll start to memorize Homer. They'll start to see who can quote more passages of Homer in Greek in their letters to one another, because that increases their status. So Rome kind of absorbs Greek civilization, and then the two get fused together. The other thing I should mention in terms of influences that's really huge on Rome is the Etruscans. And this is one that comes along before the Greeks. So the Etruscans were this kind of mysterious culture that flourished in northern Italy before the Romans, so way back 800 BC. They were much more powerful than the Romans. They were kind of a loose confederation of states. For a while, the Romans even seemed to have been under Etruscan control. The last of the Roman kings was really an Etruscan guy, pretty clearly. But the Etruscans end up giving to Rome, or you could say Rome ends up stealing, perhaps, a lot of elements of Etruscan culture. And many of the things that we today think of as distinctively Roman, there's our cliches of what a Roman is, actually aren't truly Roman. They're stuff they stole from the Etruscans. So just a couple examples. The toga. When you think of a Roman, it's a guy wearing a toga. And the toga is the mark of a Roman citizen. Well, that's what Etruscan kings wore, probably. Gladiator games. We associate those very intensely with the Romans. Well, they probably stole that from the Etruscans. A lot of Roman religion. Jupiter is a thunder god. All sorts of divination. The Romans love to chop open animals and look at their livers and predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. Watching the flight of birds to predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. So there's a lot of central elements of what we think of as Roman civilization, which actually are borrowings, let's say, from these older, slightly mysterious Etruscans.
I mean, that's a really powerful thing. It's a powerful aspect of a civilization to be able to, you can call it stealing, which is a negative connotation. You can also see it as integration. Basically, yes, steal the best stuff from the peoples you conquer or the peoples that you interact with. That not every empire does that. There's a lot of nations and empires that when they conquer, they annihilate versus integrate. And so it's an interesting thing to be able to culturally, like the form that the competitiveness takes is that you want to compete in the realm of ideas and culture versus compete strictly in the realm of military conquest.
Yeah, and I think you've exactly put your finger on one of the, let's say, secrets of Rome's success, which is that they're very good at integrating non-Romans or non-Roman ideas and kind of absorbing them. So one of the things that's absolutely crucial early in Roman history, when they're just one of these tiny little mud hut villages fighting dozens of other mud hut villages in Italy, why does Rome emerge as the dominant one? Well, one of the things they do is when they do finally succeed in conquering somebody else, let's say another Italianate people, they do something very unusual, because the normal procedure in the ancient world is you conquer let's say you conquer another city. You often kill most of the men, enslave the women and children, steal all the stuff, right? The Romans, at least with the Italians, conquer the other city, and sometimes they'll do that, but sometimes they'll also then say, all right, we're going to now leave you alone, and we're going to share with you a degree of Roman citizenship. Sometimes they make them full citizens. More often they make them something we call half citizens, which is kind of what it sounds like. You get some of the privileges of citizenship, not all of them. Sometimes they'll just make them allies. But they would sort of incorporate them into the Roman project. And they wouldn't necessarily ask for money or taxes, which is weird too. But instead, the one thing they would always demand from the conquered cities of Italy is that they provide troops to the Roman army. So the army becomes this mechanism of Romanization, where you pull in foreigners, you make them like you, and then they end up fighting for you. And early on, the secret to Rome's military success is not that they have better generals, it's not that they have better equipment, it's not that they have better strategy or tactics, it's that they have limitless manpower, relatively speaking. So they lose a war, and they just come back and fight again, and they lose again, and they come back and they fight again. And eventually they just wear down their enemies because their key thing of their policy is we incorporate the conquered people. And the great moment that just exemplifies this is pretty late in this process. So they've been doing this for 250 years, just about. And they've gotten down to the toe of Italy. They're conquering the very last cities down there. And one of the last cities is actually a Greek city. It's a Greek colony. It's a wealthy city, and so when the Romans show up on the doorstep and are about to attack them, they do what any rich Greek colony or city does. They go out and hire the best mercenaries they can. And they hire this guy who thinks of himself as the new Alexander the Great, named Pyrrhus of Epirus. So he's a mercenary. He's actually related to Alexander distantly. He has a terrific army, top-notch army. He's got elephants. He's got all the latest military technology. The Romans come and fight a battle against him, and Pyrrhus knows what he's doing. He wipes out the Romans. He thinks, okay, now we'll have a peace treaty, we'll negotiate something, I can go home. But the Romans won't even talk. They go to their Italian allies and half-citizens, they raise a second army, they send it against Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus says, okay, these guys are slow learners, fine. He fights them again, wipes them out. Thinks, now we'll have a peace treaty. But the Romans go back to the allies, raise a third army, and send it after Pyrrhus. And when he sees that third army coming, he says, I can't afford to win another battle. I win these battles, but each time I lose some of my troops, and I can't replace them. And the Romans just keep sprouting new armies. So he gives up and goes home. So Rome kind of loses every battle, but wins the war. And Pyrrhus, one of his officers, has a great line as they're kind of going back to Greece. He says, fighting the Romans is like fighting a hydra. And a hydra is this mythological monster that when you cut off one head, two more grow in its place. So you can just never win.
That's fascinating.
So that's the secret to Rome's early success.
It's not the military strategy. It's not some technological asymmetry of power. It's literally just manpower.
Mm-hmm. Early on.
Oh, yeah.
And later, the Romans get very good onward to the empire phase now. So once they have emperors into the AD era of kind of doing the same thing by drawing in the best and the brightest and the most ambitious and the most talented local leaders of the people they conquer. So when they go someplace and say they conquer a tribe of what to them is barbarians, they'll often take the sons of the barbarian chiefs, bring them to Rome, and raise them as Romans. And so it's that whole way of kind of turning your enemies into your own strength. And the Romans start giving citizenship to areas they conquer. So once they move out of Italy, they aren't as free with the citizenship, but eventually they do. So they make Spain, lost cities in Spain, they make all citizens in other places. And soon enough, the Roman emperors and the Roman senators are not Italians. They're coming from Spain or North Africa or Germany or wherever. So, as early as the 2nd century AD of the Roman Empire. So the first set of emperors, the first 100 years were all Italians. But right away at the beginning of the 2nd century AD, you have Trajan, who's from Spain. And the next guy, Hadrian's from Spain. And then a century later, you have Septimius Severus, who's from North Africa. You later get guys from Syria. So, the actual leaders of the Roman Empire are coming from the provinces. And it's that openness to incorporating foreigners, making them work for you, making them want to be part of your empire that I think is one of Rome's strengths.
Yeah, taking the sons is a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
And bringing them to Rome. Because it's a kind of generational integration.
And the Roman military later in the empire is this giant machine of 500,000 people that takes in foreigners and churns out Romans. So the army is composed of two groups. You have the Roman legionaries, who are all citizens. But then you have another group that's just as large, so about 250,000 each, 250,000 legionaries, 250,000 of the second group called auxiliaries. And auxiliaries tend to be newly conquered warlike people that the Romans enlist as auxiliaries to fight with them. And they serve side by side with the Roman legions for 25 years. And at the end of that time, when they're discharged, what do they get? They get Roman citizenship. And their kids then tend to become Roman legionaries. So again, you're taking the most warlike and potentially dangerous of your enemies, kind of absorbing them, putting through this thing for 25 years where they learn Latin, they learn Roman customs, they maybe marry someone who's already a Roman or a Latin woman. They have kids within the system. Their kids become Roman legionaries, and you've thoroughly integrated what could have been your biggest enemies, right? Your greatest threat.
It's just brilliant process of integration. Is that what explains the rapid expansion during the Republic?
Yeah. So there, it's more the indigenous Italians who are in the army at that point. They haven't really expanded the auxiliaries yet. That's more something that happens in the empire. So yeah, so back it up. So we have that first 250 years of the Roman Republic. So from about 500 to, let's say, 250 BC. And in that period, they gradually expand throughout Italy, conquer the other Italian cities who are pretty much like them. So they're people who already speak similar languages, the same language, have the same gods. It's easy to integrate them. That's the ones they make the half citizens and allies. Then in the second half of that period, from about 250 to, let's say, 30 BC, Rome goes outside of Italy. And this is a new world because now they're encountering people who are really fundamentally different. So true others. They do not have the same gods. They don't speak the same language. They have fundamentally different systems of economy, everything. And Rome first expands in the Western Mediterranean. And there, their big rival is the city-state of Carthage, which is another city founded almost the same time as Rome that has also been a young, vigorously expanding, aggressive empire. So in the Western Empire at this time, you have two sort of rival groups. And they're very different because the Romans are these citizen soldier farmers. So the Romans are all these small farmers. That's the basis of their economy. And it's the Romans who serve in the army. So the person who is a citizen is also really a main profession of farmer, and then at times of war he becomes a soldier. Carthage is an oligarchy of merchants. So it's a very small citizen body. They make their money through maritime trade. So they have ships that go all over the Mediterranean. They don't have a large army of Carthaginians. Instead, they hire mercenaries mostly to fight for them. So it's almost these two rival systems. You know, it's different philosophies, different economies, everything. Rome is strong on land, Carthage is strong at sea. So there's this dichotomy. But they're both looking to expand, and they repeatedly come into conflict as they expand. So Carthage is on the coast of North Africa, Rome is in central Italy. What's right between them? The island of Sicily. So the first big war is fought purely dictated by geography. Who gets Sicily? Rome or Carthage? And Rome wins in the end. They get it. But Carthage is still strong. They're not weakened. So Carthage is now looking to expand. The next place to go is Spain. So they go and take Spain. Rome, meanwhile, is moving along the coast of what today is France. Where are they going to meet up? On the border of Spain and France. And there's a city at that point, at this point in time, called Saguntum. The second big war between Rome and Carthage is over. Who gets Saguntum? So I mean, you can just look at a map and see this stuff coming. Sometimes geography is inevitability. I think in the course of the wars between Rome and Carthage, called the Punic Wars, there is this geographic inevitability to them.
Can you speak to the Punic Wars? Why was there's so many levels on which we could talk about this, but why was Rome victorious?
Well, the Punic Wars really almost always comes down to the second Punic War. There's three. There's three Punic Wars. The first is over Sicily, Rome wins. The second is the big one. And it's the big one because Carthage at this point in time, just by sheer luck, coughs up one of the greatest military geniuses in all of history, this guy, Hannibal Barca. He was actually the son of the Carthaginian general who fought Rome for Sicily. Hamilcar was his father. But Hannibal is this just genius, just absolute military genius. He goes to Spain. He's the one who kind of organizes stuff there. And now he knows the second war with Rome is inevitable. And so the question is, how do you take down Rome? He's smart. He's seen Rome's strength. He knows it's the Italian allies. So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and half citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think, correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. But how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait, fight the Romans, Spain, or North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps with elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Romans send an army. Hannibal massacres. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year, raises a second army. We know the story. Sends against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal's facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. We can go into it later if you want. It's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides, and in one afternoon, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam. I mean, the Battle of Gettysburg, which lasted 3 days and was one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War, I think the actual deaths at that were maybe 15,000. So this is bloodshed of an almost unimaginable scale.
It's also brutal.
Yes, it's just mind-boggling to think of that. So now this is Rome's darkest hour. This is why the Second Punic War is important, because there's that Nietzsche phrase, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. This is the closest Rome comes to death in the history of the Republic. Hannibal almost kills Rome. But it's not much of a spoiler. Rome's going to survive, and from this point on, they're going to be unbeatable. But this is the crisis. This is the crucible. This is the furnace that Rome passes through. That is the dividing point between when they're one more up-and-coming empire and when they're clearly the dominant power in the Mediterranean. So, what do they do about Hannibal? Well, they're smart. We're not going to fight him. We're not going to give Hannibal the chance to kill more Romans. So they adopt a strategy that they'll follow Hannibal, and they raise a couple more armies, follow Hannibal around. But whenever Hannibal turns and tries to attack them, the Romans just back off. No, thank you. We're not going to give you a chance. Meanwhile, though, they're not scared of other Carthaginians. So they raise a couple more armies, and they send these to Spain, for example, and start attacking the Carthaginian holdings there. And by luck or necessity, Rome comes up with its own brilliant commander at this point, a guy named Scipio. And he wins victories in Spain, conquers Spain. Then he crosses into North Africa and starts to conquer that and ends up threatening Carthage directly. And poor Hannibal, undefeated in Italy, has now been walking up and down Italy, marching up and down Italy for 12 years looking for another fight, and the Romans won't give it to him. They've been attacking all these other areas and chipping away at Carthaginian power. So finally, after more than a decade in Italy, Hannibal is called back to defend the homeland, defend Carthage from Scipio. The two meet in a big battle. This should be one of the great battles of all time, the Battle of Zama, but you know, Hannibal's guys are kind of old by this point. Scipio has all the advantages. He wins. Carthage is defeated. So that's pretty much the end of Carthage. The city survives, and then 50 years later, the Romans wipe it out, but that's not much of a war. But from this moment on, from the Second Punic War, which ends in 201 BC, Rome is undisputably the most powerful force, nation in the Mediterranean world. And having conquered the West, they're now going to turn to the East, which is the Greek world. And the Greek world is older, it's richer, it's the rich part, half of the Mediterranean. It's culturally more sophisticated. It's the world left by Alexander the Great that's ruled by the descendants of his generals. And the Greeks kind of view themselves as superior to the Romans. To the Greeks, the Romans are these uncouth, sort of savage barbarians. But they're going to get a real shock because the Roman army now has gotten really good to beat Hannibal. And when they go east, they're going to just defeat the Greeks relatively easily, one after the other. And there's a famous historian named Polybius, who is a Greek whose city was captured by the Romans. He later becomes a friend to the Scipio family. He actually teaches some of the Scipio children about Greek culture. And he writes a history of Rome. And his motivation for writing this is, he says at the beginning of this book, he says, surely there can be no one so incurious as to not want to understand how the Romans could have conquered the entire Greek world in 53 years, because that seems unimaginable to him. So he's writing this entire history as a way to try and understand, how did the Romans do it? We were these wonderful, superior people, and they came around in 50 years, bang, that's the end of us. So that's his motivation.
Could you maybe speak to any interesting details of the military genius, Hannibal or Scipio? At that time, what are some interesting aspects of this double envelopment idea?
I mean, Hannibal is good because he understood how to use different troop types and to play to their strengths and how to use terrain. So, I mean, this is basic military stuff, but he did it really well. So one of his victories against the Romans, for example, is when the Romans are marching along the edge of a lake and their army is strung out in marching formations. They're not kind of a combat formation, but they're strung out along the edge of this lake. It's misty, there's not good visibility, and he ambushes them along this lakeside, so Lake Trasimene. And it's just using the terrain, understanding this. Again, Hannibal's very much outnumbered, but he's able to use the terrain and to take the enemy by surprise. At Cannae, he's working against the expectations. So the traditional thing you do in the ancient world is the two armies would line up on opposite sides of the field. You'd put your best troops in the middle, you'd put your cavalry on the sides, you put your lightly armed skirmishers beyond those. And then the two sides kind of smack together. And the good troops fight the good troops, and you see who wins. Now, Hannibal is hugely outnumbered by this giant phalanx of heavy infantry, which is what the Romans specialized in. They're very good at sort of heavily armed foot soldiers. So he knows, I don't want to go up against that. I don't have that many of that troop type. My guys aren't as good as the Romans anyway. So he lines up some of his less good troops in the center against the big menacing Roman phalanx, and he tells them, okay, when the Romans come, you're not really trying to win. Just hold them up. Just delay them. And even tells them you can give ground. So you can retreat and sort of let the line form a big kind of C-shaped crescent. Let the Romans sort of advance into you, but just hold that line. And meanwhile, he puts his cavalry and his good troops on the side. And so on the sides, those good troops defeat the Romans. And then they kind of circle in behind the Romans and attack that big menacing Roman phalanx from the rear where it's very vulnerable. And so Hannibal catches the Romans in this sort of giant cauldron, just with people closing in from both sides. And they get pressed together, they can't fight properly, they panic, and they're all slaughtered. And that strategy of double envelopment, of sort of going around both sides, becomes the model for all kinds of military strategies throughout the rest of history. I mean, the Germans used this in their Blitzkrieg in World War II. A lot of it was kind of that, go around the sides and envelop the enemy. On the Eastern Front, they had a bunch of these sort of cauldron battles where they would go around and try to encircle huge chunks of the Soviet, the Russian army, and do the same thing. Supposedly, even in the Gulf War, it was part of the U.S. strategy for the invasion of Iraq to do this kind of double envelopment maneuver. So it's something that for the rest of military history has been an inspiration to the armies.
Can you speak to maybe the difference between heavy infantry and cavalry, the usefulness of it in the ancient world?
The ancient world, sort of from the Greeks through the Romans, there's this consistent line of focusing on heavy infantry. So going back to Greece, when they're fighting, let's say, Persia, which at the time was the superpower of the ancient world, and vastly richer, vastly larger than ancient Greece, tons more men. But the Persians tended to be archers, tended to be light horsemen, tended to be light infantry. Whereas the Greeks specialized in what are called hoplites, which is a kind of infantrymen with very heavy body armor, a helmet, a spear, and a really big, heavy shield. And they would get that formation where you kind of make the shields overlap and just form the solid mass, bristling with spear points, and just slowly kind of march forward and grind up your enemy in front of you. And so that's that sort of block of heavy infantry. The advantages head on against other things, they tend to win. The disadvantages, it's slow moving. It's vulnerable from the sides and the rear, so you got to protect those. But if you can keep frontally faced, it's pretty much invincible. And that's taken even further by Alexander the Great, who comes up with the idea, well, what if we even give them a longer spear? So Greek spears were 6 to 8 feet long. Alexander the Great arms his armies with the sarissa, which is this 15-foot pike, this extra long spear. And so when the spear is that long, you don't even hardly need the shields anymore. So it's just this incredibly powerful thing in frontal attack. And that's what he uses to make himself ruler of the known world. He goes and conquers the Persian Empire, makes himself the Persian King of Kings with this phalanx of troops armed with the sarissa. So that's very powerful. The Romans go a little bit differently. They have heavy infantry, but they focus more on fighting with short swords. So it's get up close and kind of stab. And the other thing the Romans do is they focus on flexibility and subdividing their army. So Alexander's phalanx was a mass of, let's say, 5,000 guys, and it was one unit. The Roman army is organized in an ever decreasing number of subunits. So you have a group of 8 guys who are contuberni and the men who share a tent. You take 10 of those and they form a century with 80 men. You take a bunch of those and you form a cohort. If you get a bunch of those, you form a legion. So the Romans were able to subdivide their army. And the big sticking point comes at 197 BC at the Battle of Cynoscephalae, when the Roman legion goes up against one of the descendants of Alexander the Great who's using his military system. So this is the new Roman system with flexibility versus the old invincible Alexander system with the heavily armed sarissa with those long 15-foot poles. And the key moment in the battle is where they lock together, and in a head-on clash, the Macedonians are going to win. But the Romans have the flexibility to break off a little section of their army, run around to the side, and attack that formation from the side, and they win the battle. So they prove tactically superior because of their flexibility. So it's always development and counter-development in military history.
A fascinating, brutal testing ground of tactics and technology.
Adaptation. You have to keep adapting. That's, I think, the key thing.
One of the fascinating things about your work, you study Roman life in the ancient world, but also the details, like you mentioned. You are an expert in armor. So what kind of, maybe you could speak to weapons and most importantly armor that were used by the Romans or by people in the ancient world?
I do military history. So, the Romans specialized in, early on, they have pretty random armor and it's not standardized. Remember, there's no factories in the ancient world. So nobody's cranking out 10,000 units of exactly the same armor. Each one is handmade. Now, there can be a degree of standardization. Even as early as Alexander, there was a certain amount of standardization. But each one is still handmade, and that's important to keep in mind. Each weapon, each piece of armor. armor develops over time to fit the tactics. So the Greek hoplites were very heavy armor. The Roman infantrymen early in the Republic is lighter. Eventually they get this typical sort of chainmail shirt, helmet, shield. The classic sort of Roman legionary, I would say, is the one of the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, so the early Roman Empire. And this is the guy who wore bands of steel arranged in sort of bands around their body, so it looks almost like a lobster's shell, right? And this is a thing called the lorica segmentata. So it's solid steel, which is very good protection, but it's flexible because it has these individual bands that provide a lot of movement. And then you have a helmet, you have a square shield that's kind of curved, and you have the short sword, the Roman gladius. So that's kind of the classic Roman legionary. Later, more things develop. My personal sort of relationship with armor is I got really by accident involved in this project to try to reconstruct this mysterious type of armor that was used especially by the Greeks and Alexander the Great called the linothorax, which apparently was made only out of linen and glue. So this seems a little odd that that's not the sort of material in which you want metal or something. But we had clear literary references that people, including Alexander, the most famous image of Alexander is this Alexander mosaic found at Pompeii that shows him wearing one of these funny types of armor. The catch is none survive. It's organic materials. So we don't have any of them. And archaeologists like to study things that survive. So we have nice typologies of Greek armor made of bronze, Roman armor made of steel or sort of proto-steel. But this thing, this linothorax, was a mystery. And one of my undergraduate students, Scott Bartell, had a real, an Alexander obsession. He really loved Alexander.
As one should.
He had Alexandros tattooed on his arm in Greek. And he was a smart student, very smart. And so he one summer made himself an imitation of this thing of Alexander's just for fun. And he said, can you give me some articles so I could do a better job? So I used some scholarly articles about this armor. And with typical sort of, academic arrogance, I said, well, Scott, of course I will. I'll give you some references. And I went and looked in the Word edit. So at that point I was like, tell you what, why don't you and I look into this and try to do a reconstruction using only the materials they would have had in the ancient world. And little did I know at the time, I thought maybe I'll get an article out of this. And it ended up being a 10-year project involving 150 students, a couple dozen other faculty members. Ended up having 3 documentaries made out of it. And Scott and I ended up writing a scholarly book on this. So this is how, you never know where your next project's going to come from. So it started with this undergraduate, turned into this huge thing. But it's what we did. We first said, all right, what are all the sources for this armor? And in the end, we found 65 accounts of it in ancient literature by 40 different authors. So we have literary descriptions. And then we looked at ancient art, and we were able to identify about 1,000 images in ancient art in vase paintings, pottery, bronze sculpture, or tomb paintings, all these different things showing this armor. And then using those 2 things, we tried to backwards engineer a pattern. Say, well, if this is what the end product looked like, what does it have to look like when you make it? And then we tried to reconstruct one of these things using only the glue and materials. So we had to use, animal glues, rabbit glue. We had to end up sort of making our own linen, which comes from the flax plant. So we had to grow flax, harvest it using only techniques in the ancient world. So modern flax goes through chemical processes. No, we had to do this the old-fashioned way, spin it into thread, so the thread into fabric, glue it all together. And then the fun part was, once we made these things, we subjected them to ballistics testing. So we shot them with arrows, which again were wooden reconstruction arrows using bronze arrowheads that were based on arrowheads found on ancient battlefields to determine how good protection would this thing have been. And of course, the kind of fun one that everyone always likes and that the documentaries always want is at one point, can you put Scott in one of these and shoot him? And we're like, okay. I mean, at that point, we'd done about 1,000 test shots. I grew up shooting bows and arrows. I knew exactly how far that was going to go. So it's one of these, don't do this at home, kids.
So there's a million questions to ask you, but, in general, how well, in terms of ballistics, does it can it withstand arrows or direct strikes from swords and axes and stuff?
Bottom line is a 1 centimeter thick lineup. So laminated or even sewn, it doesn't have to be laminated, layer of linen is about as good protection as 2 millimeters of bronze, which was the thickest comparable body armor of bronze at the time. And we're talking uh, 4th century, 5th century BC here. So classical and Hellenistic Greece. And that would have protected you from, let's say, random arrow strikes on the battlefield. So you could have gotten hit by arrows and they simply wouldn't have gone through.
What are the benefits? Is there a major weight difference?
Yes. So the benefits of this are it's much lighter than metal armor. So the linothorax is about 11 pounds. A bronze cuirass of comparable protection would have been about 24 to 6 pounds. The chainmail shirt would be about 28, 27 pounds. It's cooler. I mean, the Mediterranean's a hot place with the hot sun. Even today, a linen shirt is something you wear when you want to be cool. So it's much lighter. That gives your troops greater endurance on the battlefield. They can run farther, fight longer. It's cheaper. You don't need a blacksmith who's a specialist to make it. In fact, probably, this is interesting, any woman in the ancient world could have made one of these because they were the ones who spun thread and sewed it into fabric. So I can easily see in a household a mother making this for her son, a wife making it for her husband. So it's a form of armor you could have made domestically that would have been, maybe not the greatest armor, but pretty good, pretty comparable to bronze armor.
And it's amazing that you used all the materials they had at the time, none of the modern techniques. But I should probably say, maybe you could speak to that, they were probably much better at doing that than you are, right? Because again, generational, it's a skill. It's a skill that probably is practiced across decades, across centuries.
I mean, in terms of producing the fabric, I'm sure they could do it 10 times faster than we could. Just that's a speed thing, but it's still incredibly labor intensive. Where I think there's a big difference between our reconstruction and ancient ones is in the glue. So we ended up using a kind of least common denominator glue. We used rabbit glue because it would have been available anywhere and it's cheap. But in the ancient world, they did have basically the equivalent of super glues. I mean, we found, for example, helmets that were fished out of a river in Germany that were had metal parts glued together that after 2,000 years of immersion in water were still glued together. So they had some great glues. We just don't know what the recipes for them were. So we went the opposite tack and said, well, we're just going to make something that we know they could have made. So it was at least this good. You know what I'm saying?
But actually, this is a materials thing, but I think glue, aside from helping glue things together, it can also be a thing that serves as armor. So, like, if you glue things correctly, the way it permeates the material that it's gluing can strengthen the material, the integrity of the material. That's an art and a science probably that they understood deeply.
The process of lamination did add something. So there's actually a huge debate among scholars and actually sort of amateur archaeologists. Was this linothorax thing glued together, or was it simply sewn together? Was it composite, partially linen, partially leather, or other materials? And my honest answer is, I think it's all of the above. Because again, every piece of armor in the ancient world was an individual creation. So I think if you had some spare leather, you put that in. If you wanted to make one that was just sewn together, or even quilted, stuffed with stuff, you do that. Maybe you were good at gluing stuff, you use that. So I think there's no one answer. We investigated one possibility because we just had limited time and money and resources. But I think all these other things existed at the same time and were variants of it.
This is a small aside. I just think this is a fascinating journey you went on. I love it. Of answering really important questions about, in this case, armor, about military equipment and technology that archaeologists can't answer by using all the literature, so all the sources you can to understand what it looked like, what were the materials, using the materials at the time, and actually doing ballistic testing. It's really cool. It's really cool that you see that there's a hole in the literature and nobody studied it, and going hard and doing it the right way to sort of uncover this. I don't know. I think it's an amazing mystery about the ancient world.
I mean, shifting from just sort of Roman history in general to my research that I've done as a scholar, the theme that runs throughout my scholarship is practical stuff. Yeah. I'm interested, how did this actually work in the ancient world? there's people who are much more theoretical, who look at the symbolic meaning of something. I'm simpler. I just want to know, how did this work? So almost all of my books that I've written have started with some just how did something work, and I'm trying to just figure out that aspect of it. And that's just maybe it's a personality thing. I also have kind of a sciencey background, so I think I've used a lot of that. Even though I'm a humanist and a historian, I use a lot of kind of hard science in my work. I did a book on floods where I get really heavy into vectors of disease and hydraulics and engineering and all that stuff. And I think again having that sort of hard science combined with a humanist background helps with those sorts of projects.
Well, like you said, I think the details help you understand deeply the big picture of history. And I mean, Alexander the Great wore this thing.
Yeah.
So this is...
and I should say, by the way, it does drop out of use around Roman times. And I think what's going on there is technology. That with bronze, it's hard to keep a sharp edge on things. But once you get into metals, which approximate steel, you can get sharper. And a key factor to penetrating fabric is the edge on the arrowhead, right? So as soon as you start to get something more like a razor edge, it's going to go through it more easily. Also, there's changes in the bows that are being used. You start to get sort of Eastern horse archers showing up with composite bows, which are much more powerful. And so it just becomes outdated as frontline military equipment. What's interesting is by the Roman period, people are still wearing it, but it's now things like when I go hunting, if I'm hunting lions, I wear this. There's an actual source that says it's really good for hunting dangerous big cats because it catches their teeth and stops them from penetrating. One emperor wears one of these under his toga. It's kind of like a bulletproof vest, but stab-proof vest. So again, it's not to fight in the front line of the legions, but it'll protect him from somebody trying to assassinate him. So it still has those uses where you're not up against top-line military equipment.
To honor the aforementioned undergraduate student who loves Alexander the Great, we must absolutely talk about Alexander the Great for a little bit. Why was he successful, do you think, as a conqueror? Probably one of the greatest conquerors in the history of humanity.
Yeah, and I mean, is that he one of the greatest heroes or one of the greatest villains in humanity, too? It's like Julius Caesar. He's famous for conquering Gaul. Well, about 1 million people were killed and 1 million enslaved in that. So does it make him a horrible person or one of our heroes? But Alexander is a combination of two things. One is he really just was a skilled individual. And he was one of those guys who had it all. He was smart, he was athletic, and he was supremely charismatic. And it's obviously one of these people that would walk into a room and everyone just kind of gravitates to it. He had that magic that made him an effective leader. And secondly, he was lucky because it wasn't all him. He inherited a system created by his father, Philip II. So he was in the right time at the right place and had this instrument placed in his hands. And then he had the intelligence and the charisma to go use it. So it's one of these coming together of different things. But often his father's contribution, I think, is not recognized as much as it is. It's his father who reformed the Macedonian army, who came up with that system of equipping them with the sarissa, this extra long spear that made them really effective, created the mixed army. So one of the keys to Alexander's success as in a tactical sense is that his army was composed of different elements: heavy cavalry, light cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, missile troops. And he understood that he could use these in different and flexible ways on the battlefield. Whereas a lot of warfare before then had just been you line up, two sides smashed together. So he did clever things with this army that was a better tool than others did. And then he was just supremely ambitious. I mean, he cared about his fame, which I guess is ego, but he clearly cared about that more than he did about things like money. He was indifferent to that. And he did have a grand vision. So he did have this vision of trying to unite the world both politically under his control, but also culturally. And this is an interesting thing. So he was very open, in fact, insistent of trying to meld together the best elements of all the different cultures. So he himself was a Macedonian, but he admired Greek culture. So he pretty much adopted Greek culture as his own. When he conquers Persia, he starts adapting elements of Persian culture. He dresses in Persian clothing. He marries a Persian woman. He sort of forces thousands of his troops to marry local women. He appoints Persians to positions of power. He integrates Persian units into his military. he really wanted to fuse all these things together. And some people see this as a very enlightened vision that, oh, he's not just, I want to conquer people and now they're my slaves. That he was really trying to create this one culture that was sort of the best of everything. Others see it, of course, as a form of cultural imperialism, destroying other cultures and trying to warp or twist them into something. But what I think is interesting is that this vision he had of uniting cultures creates very problematic tensions among his own followers because the Macedonians, his original troops, did not like this on the whole. They wanted the old model where we conquer you, you're our slaves. We don't want to share stuff with you. We don't want you joining us in the army. We don't want you appointed to positions of power. We're your conquerors, and that's it. And so Alexander had to deal with a lot of friction from his own oldest, most loyal elements at the way he was being, in their eyes, too generous to the conquered. So Alexander is one of these interesting personalities because every generation sees him in a new light and focuses on different things. So for some, he's this enlightened visionary who's taught by Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, and they say, well, this influenced him. Others see him as an egomaniacal warmonger, just I'm out to kill and gain glory. There was a book a couple decades ago that says, oh, he's just an alcoholic. Which he probably was, yeah. So you get all these competing images. And the great thing is, we don't really know what the true Alexander was or what his motivations were. It's a mixed message.
Why do you think the Roman Empire lasted while the Greek Empire, as the Alexander expanded, did not?
That's a clear answer. So Alexander's empire fragmented the moment he died. And so his empire was all about personal loyalty. It was his charisma holding it together, his personality. And he completely failed to create a structure so that it would continue after his death. And of course, he died young. He didn't think he would die when he did, but still, he put something in place. So his was a flash in the pan. It was, he had this spectacular conquest. In 10 years, he conquered what was then most of the known world, but he had no permanent structure in place. He didn't really deal with the issue of succession. It fell apart instantly. The Romans were much more about building a structure. So, I mean, as we talked about a little, they were very good about incorporating the people they conquered into the Roman project. I mean, they were oppressive, they were imperialistic as well. Let's not whitewash them. They had moments when they would just wipe out entire cities. But on the whole, they were much more about trying to bring people into the Roman world. And I think that was one of their strengths, is that they were open to integration and bringing in different people to keep rejuvenating themselves.
One of the most influential developments from the Roman Republic was their legal system. And as you mentioned, it's one of the things that still lasted to this day in many of its elements. So it started with the 12 tables in 451 BC. Can you just speak to this legal system in the 12 tables?
Yeah, I mean, Roman law is one of their most significant, maybe the most significant legacy they have on the modern world. So just to start at that end of it, something like 90% of the world uses a legal system which is either directly or indirectly derived from the Roman. So even countries that you wouldn't think are really using Roman law kind of are, because all the terminology, all that comes from Roman law. And the Romans, their first law code was this thing, the 12 tables. So this is way back in the Middle Republic, and it was a typical early law code. So most of the stuff it concerns are agricultural concerns. So if I have a tree and its fruit drops onto your property, who owns the fruit? If my cow wanders into your field and eats your grain, am I responsible? I mean, I love these early law codes that are all about this like farmer problems, but law codes are hugely important because you need a law code to enable people to live in groups. So they're the transitional thing that lets human beings live together without just resorting to anarchy. And most of the early law codes are agricultural, like Hammurabi's code in Mesopotamia. Most of them are retaliatory, meaning eye for an eye type justice. So you do something to me, it gets done to you. But they're this necessary precondition for civilization, I would say. And the 12 tables is that. It's a crude law code. It has a lot of goofy stuff in it. It has things about, if you use magic, this is the punishment. But it's that basic agrarian society law code. Now, that's typical of many societies. Where the Romans are different is they keep going. They keep developing their law code. And by the late Republic, the Romans just get kind of really into legal stuff. I don't know why, but and the Romans are very methodical, organized people, so maybe this has something to do with it. But their law code just keeps getting more and more complicated and keeps expanding to different areas. And they start to get jurists who write sort of theoretical things about Roman law. And eventually it becomes this huge body both of cases and comments on those cases and of actual laws. And in the 6th century AD, so the 500s, the Roman Emperor Justinian, who was a emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire by this point, the Byzantine Empire, compiles all this together into something that today we just kind of loosely call Justinian's Code of Roman Law, and that survives. And so that becomes the basis for almost all the legal systems around the world, and it's very complicated. And Roman law, I think, is really fun because on the one hand, it's really dry, but it also preserves these wonderful little vignettes of daily life. So you get these great, just kind of entertaining law cases. One of my favorite, and this may not even be a real case, this might be a hypothetical that they would use like to train Roman sort of law students, is like one day a man sends a slave to the barber to get a shave. And the barber shop is adjacent to an athletic field. And two guys are on the athletic field throwing a ball back and forth. And one of them throws the ball badly. The other guy fails to catch it. The ball flies into the barber shop, hits the hand of the barber, cuts the slave's throat, he dies. Who's liable under Roman law? Is it the athlete 1 who threw the ball badly? Is it athlete 2 who failed to catch it? Is the barber who actually cut the slave's throat? Is it the owner of the slave for being stupid enough to send his slave to get a shave in a place adjacent to a playing field? Or is it the Roman state for zoning a barber shop next to an athletic field? What do you think?
Well, do they resolve the complexity of that with the right answer?
We don't have the answer.
We don't have the answer.
It's a case without the answer. So we know we have various jurists commenting on this one, but we don't have what was actually ruled. But it's just a great little, sort of vignette. And that's how complicated Roman law got, that it was dealing with these weird esoteric questions. There's another one where, a cow gets loose and runs into an apartment building, goes up onto the roof and crashes down 3 stories into a bar on the ground floor and kicks open the taps to the wine jug and all the wine flows out. Who's at fault? I mean, this seems to have happened, as crazy as it sounds. And Roman testamentary law is great. I mean, something like 20% of Roman law has to do with wills and what you do with the will and what makes a will valid. You have to have 7 witnesses. You have to have a guy named the Liebeprens to witness it, and the witnesses have to be adult men who can't be blind, and all this other stuff. So it's just great. I mean, it's fun to mess around with this, but it always contains these little nuggets about what happens. I mentioned I wrote a book on floods, and there were all these law cases about if a flood strikes the city and picks up my piece of furniture in my apartment building and carries it out the door and deposits it in another apartment building, does that guy now own my furniture because it's now legally within his apartment? Or can I go in there and repossess it because the flood took it out of my apartment? This is the stuff laws handle, and that's how sophisticated Roman law got.
Did kind of corrupt, unfair things seep into the law?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's biased in favor of the wealthy, obviously. And I mean, Roman law cases are interesting because they became linked to politics. So one of the ways that politicians, up-and-coming politicians, aspiring politicians could sort of make their name or become famous was by either prosecuting or defending people in Roman law courts. And especially during the late Roman Republic, you get a lot of really sensational, what today we would call celebrity law cases. So this is where some of the biggest politicians were accused of very melodramatic kinds of things. The most famous Roman orator of all time, Cicero, is a guy who made his entire career in the law courts. And that's how he made his reputation, was able to parlay that into political power, and eventually was elected to the highest office in the Roman government. But it's purely because of his skill, his facility at using words, at giving speeches in public.
So they loved the puzzle and the game of law, the sort of untangling really complicated legal situations and coming up with new laws that help you tangle and untangle the situation.
And law cases, again, especially in the late Republic, also became a form of public spectacle.
Right.
So Rome did not have law courts in a building locked away. A lot of these cases were held in the Roman Forum in the open, and audiences would just come to be entertained. And the people presenting the speeches there were playing as much to this audience as they were to, let's say, the jury or a judge. And that became a big part of the cases. So that's all tied up in Roman law.
So we're talking a bit about the details of the laws. Is there some big picture laws that are new innovations or like profound things like all Roman citizens are equal before the law, kind of founding fathers type of in the United States and the Western world, these big legal ideas?
I think maybe one of the things that was really stressed in Roman law early on, even as early as the 12 Tables, is the notion of Roman citizenship. So if you were a Roman citizen, it came with a set of both privileges and obligations. So the obligations were you're supposed to fight in the army, you were supposed to vote in elections. The privileges were you had the protection of Roman law, and at least in theory, if not in practice, everybody was equal under that law. Now, of course, keep in mind we're talking about men here. And even at the height of the Roman Empire, so let's say 2nd century AD, there were about 50 million human beings living within the boundaries of the Roman Empire. Maybe 6 million were actual citizens. So, this is, we tend to go, oh, it's so great. If you're a citizen, you have all these things. Well, adult free men who are not slaves, who are not resident foreigners, they have this great stuff. And that's always a tiny minority of all the human beings who existed in this society. But still, the notion of citizenship is huge. And citizens, for example, early on, you had to be tried at Rome if you were accused of something. And there's this very famous moment in Sicily where an abusive governor who's corrupt is punishing a citizen arbitrarily. And this person cries out, "Civis Romanus sum," meaning I am a Roman citizen. And it really was this hugely loaded statement that gives me protection. It is wrong for you to do this to me. It's wrong for you to beat me because I am a citizen, and that gives me certain protections. So that notion of citizenship is something that I think the Romans really emphasized and becomes a legacy to a lot of civilizations today, where citizenship means something. It's a special status.
So you mentioned slavery. That's something that is common throughout human history. What do we know about their relationship with slavery?
Well, Roman slavery, a couple of just reminders at the beginning. First of all, it's not racial slavery. So for people, in the United States, you tend to think of slavery through this kind of racial lens. So slaves in ancient Roman society could be any color, ethnicity, gender, origin, whatever. It's an economic status. Now, having said that, slavery is fundamentally horrific to human dignity because it is defining a human being as an object. And very famously, a Roman agricultural writer who's writing about farms, just as a kind of aside, says, on your farm, you have 3 types of tools. You have dumb tools, and by dumb he means can't speak. So it's like shovels, picks, things like this, wagons. You have semi-articulate tools, which are animals, and you have articulate tools, which are human beings, slaves. And for him, these are all just categories of tools. It's so intensely dehumanizing to view people in that way. So Roman slavery is odd in that it doesn't have this racial component. It's horrible, all slavery is horrible. But the other thing about it is it's not a hard line. It's a permeable membrane, and many people move back and forth across it. So you have many people in the Roman world who were born a slave who gained their freedom through one means or another. And you have many others who were born free and become slaves. And you have some who go back and forth. There's a great Roman tombstone. This guy who says, I was born a free man in Parthia, I was a slave, then I gained my freedom, and I became a teacher or something, and I had a life, and now I'm a Roman citizen. So it's this whole back and forth across all these boundaries multiple times.
Oh, so there's probably a process, like an economic transaction.
The most common source of slaves in the Roman world was war. So wherever the Roman army went, in its wake would be literally a train of slave traders. So you're in war, you capture an enemy city, you whack the people over the head, and you turn around if you're a soldier, you sell them to one of the slave traders that's following your army around, literally. So that's probably the biggest source of slaves. Another big source is just children of slaves or slaves. Um, and some people could literally sell either themselves or their children into slavery due to economic, necessity or privation or something. So as terrible as that sounds, a father could sell a child if he needed money. Um, Once you were a slave, though, the experience of slavery varied a lot because a lot of the slaves were agricultural slaves. So they would work sort of like in the American South, big plantations. They might be chained. They were probably abused. That's very similar to slavery as we think of it in, let's say the Caribbean, South America, or the United States prior to the Civil War, that kind of slavery. But a lot of Roman slaves were also some of the more skilled people. And this seems a little weird. So if you're a rich person, you have slaves, it's actually a good investment for you to train your slaves in a profession. So a lot of Roman doctors, scribes, accountants, sort of all this sort of thing, barbers were slaves. Because if you train this person and then they produce a lot of money for you, you get that money. And those slaves would sometimes be given an incentive to work hard where they could, and this is just sort of an agreement between the master and the slave, if they earned a certain amount of money, X amount of money, they could then buy their own freedom from the master. So this was your incentive to work harder. If you were trained, let's say, as a doctor, I work really hard, I can buy myself out of slavery. Or a lot of masters would free their slaves in their wills. So when they died, they would say, I manumit this slave and that slave. So it was a weird institution in that it was elements were just as horrible as we think of as slavery and just as exploitative. And like I say, the overall notion of slavery is intensely dehumanizing. But yet there was this wide range of types of slaves. And the odd thing is, in the city of Rome, many of the worst jobs. So if you're, just a laborer hauling crap around, the docks or things like that, you might well be a free person, and a slave would hold a skilled job. And that seems a little strange or counterintuitive to us, but you see how in the Roman economy it sort of works.
And that could be one of the things that would be surprising to us coming from the modern day to the ancient world is just the number of slaves. So you mentioned one of the things we don't think about is that most of the people are farmers.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is just the number of slaves.
And there's a big debate how many slaves were there. What percentage of the populace, let's say in the city of Rome, were slaves. And this is something historians like to argue about a lot. And we keep coming back to this theme of, sometimes it's the little things that illustrate stuff well. And for slaves, the one that always gets me is some slaves, and these would be sort of the more abused slaves, they would literally put little bronze collars on them with a tag that said, hi, my name is Felix. I'm the slave of so-and-so. I've run away. If you catch me, return me to the temple of so-and-so and you'll get a reward. So it's a dog tag, right? Except this is a human being. And you can see these in museums. You can go to a museum today and see this little bronze collar with a tag on it that's talking about a human being as if they're this kind of animal that's run away. And this is very telling too. We're talking about Roman law. Under Roman law, technically, when a slave runs away, the crime that he's committing is theft because he's stolen himself from his master. So again, it's this very dehumanizing view of it.
And just a reminder, people in America thinking about this, we have a certain view and picture of what slavery is. A reminder that all of human history, most of human history has had slaves of all colors, of all religions. That's within us to select a group of people, call them the other, use them as objects, abuse them. And I would say, as a person who believes the line between good and evil runs to the heart of every man, all of us, every person listening to this, is capable of being owner of a slave if they're put in a position, of capable of hating the other, of forming the other, of othering other people, We should be very careful not to look ourselves in the mirror and remind ourselves that we're human. It's easy to kind of think, okay, well, there's these slaves and slave owners through history, and I would have never been one of those. But just like as we would be farmers, we could be both. If we went back into history, we could be both slaves and slave owners, and all of those are humans.
I mean, just to build on that, I'd say the othering of others is a morally corrosive thing to do.
So this fascinating transition between the Republic. We'll talk about that. How does the Republic fall?
Oh boy. Okay, so the Roman Republic, on the one hand, is incredibly successful, right? In a short period of time, it's expanded wildly, it's conquered the Mediterranean world, it's gained tons of wealth. The contradiction here is that Rome's very success has made almost every group within Roman society deeply unhappy and boiling with resentment. So this is the contradiction. Enormous success on the surface, you end up with this boiling pot of resentment and unhappiness. So let's break this down. Who's unhappy? Well, the people fighting Rome's wars, the common farmers who went off to fight. They joined the army, they went and fought, they've come back, they've seen Rome get wealthy, they've seen their generals get wealthy, they've conquered all these areas, all this money and stuff is flowing back to Rome. But when they're discharged from the army, they don't get that much. So they feel like, I spent the best years of my life fighting for my country, I deserve a reward, I haven't gotten it. So you have a lot of veterans who are now unemployed or underemployed. Many of them have sold their small family farms when they went off to join the army, and now they don't have them. So that group's unhappy, the veterans. You have the aristocrats, who on the surface, the ones who are doing well, they're the politicians and the generals. But as time goes on, the ones who get the plum appointments, who get the good generalships, starts coming from a smaller and smaller subset of the aristocrats. The Scipios and their friends start to dominate. So you end up where most of the aristocratic class is feeling, hey, I'm left out. I didn't get what I deserve. What about the half-citizens and the allies, the Italians, who fought for Rome, stayed loyal when Hannibal invaded? They didn't go over to his side. Well, they feel, rightfully, we stayed loyal to Rome, we fought for them, we deserve our reward, we should be full citizens. But the Romans are traditional, they're conservative, they don't like change, they don't give them that. What about all the slaves? Well, they've conquered all these foreigners, they've sold them, now many of them are working these plantations, big plantations owned by rich people that used to be little family farms. The slaves are obviously unhappy. So you end up with a society where it's incredibly successful by about 100 BC, but almost every group that composes it feels like, I haven't shared in the benefits of what's happened, or I've been exploited by it. So they all end up intensely unhappy. And the next 100-year period, from 133 to 31 BC, is called the Late Roman Republic, and it's a time of nearly constant internal strife, ultimately culminating in multiple rounds of civil war. So Roman society literally breaks apart, turns on itself, and goes to war with itself over not equitably sharing the benefits of conquest of empire. So it's less about not sharing the benefits of something in a society, but concentrating it in one little group. And the other thing that happens is, among the aristocrats, they start to get more and more ambitious. So in the past, there was a lot of ideology of the state is more important than the person. If you were a little Roman kid, you would have been told these stories of Roman heroes, and they're all about self-sacrifice, putting the state before you, about modesty, about these sort of values. Well, by the late Republic, you have a succession of strong men, and it is a chain. So it goes Marius, Sully, Pompey, Julius Caesar, where each one pushes the boundaries of the Roman Republic a little bit, pushes at the structures of the institutions of the Republic, and they're motivated by personal gain. They're putting themselves above the state. So at the same time, you have lots of groups unhappy in society, and you get these strong men who are now undermining the institutions, chipping away at the things that have been shared, things holding the state together. And in the end, they just become so ambitious, they're like, I don't care about the state, I'm going to try and make myself ruler of Rome. So, I mean, this is going to culminate, obviously, in Julius Caesar, who does succeed in making himself dictator for life of the Roman Republic, which is tantamount to king, and he gets assassinated for it. But he's the end point of this progression of people who really undermine the institutions of the Republic through their own personal greed.
The resentment boils and boils and boils, and there's this person that puts themselves
And they exploit it. They're demagogues.
Yeah.
They exploit it.
But Caesar puts himself above the state, and that, I guess, the Roman people also hate.
Well, I mean, it's a love-hate because Caesar is very successful at playing to the Roman people. So he becomes their hero when he says, I'll be your champion against the state who doesn't care about you. So Caesar will do things where he'll put on big shows for the people, and it's cynical. I mean, he's doing this to further his own political power, but he's presenting himself as a populist in essence, even though he aspires to be a dictator, right? But it's a way of winning the people's support because that's a tool for him in his struggle with other aristocrats.
The dictator and populist combo.
Yes.
So, but he gets
when convenient. Other times he'll play to the aristocracy.
And when he gets assassinated, another civil war explodes.
That's an interesting moment because all these things have been leading up to Caesar, and it really is a chain of events. So it starts with this guy Marius, who's one of the first to start making armies loyal to him rather than to the state. That's a step in the wrong direction, right? The army should be loyal to the state, not to an individual general. They should look for him for rewards. Marius kind of breaks that, makes a precedent. One of his proteges is a guy named Sulla. Sulla comes along, and he ends up marching on Rome with his army and taking it over. And he says, well, I'm just doing it for the good of the state. But that's another precedent. Now you've had someone attacking their own capital city, even if they say they're doing it for the right reasons. Then Pompey comes along. And Pompey just breaks all kinds of things. He starts holding offices when he's too young to do so. He raises personal armies from his own wealth. He disobeys commands. He manipulates commands. He does all kinds of stuff. But in the end, he sides with the Senate when sort of forced. And finally, Caesar comes along, and Caesar just shamelessly, no, it's about me. I'm going to push it. And he is the one who wins a civil war against the state and Pompey, takes over Rome and says, now I'm going to be dictator. And dictator is a traditional office in the Roman state, but dictators were limited to no more than 6 months of power. And Caesar says, well, I'll be dictator for life, which of course is king. He gets killed for it. So Caesar succeeded in taking over the state as one man, but he couldn't solve the problem. How do you rule Rome as one person and not get killed for looking like a king? That's the dilemma, the riddle that Caesar leaves behind him. He did it. He seized power as one guy, but how do you stay alive? How do you come up with something that the people will accept? And Caesar did some other things which were bad. He was arrogant. He didn't even pretend that the Senate were his equals. He just kind of railroaded them around. He didn't respect them. He named a month after himself, July, Julius. He did egotistical things. So that pissed people off. They didn't like it. And when Caesar dies, it's this interesting moment. The Republic's sort of dead by then. You're going to have a hard time reviving it. You've broken too many precedents. But there's a power vacuum now. Caesar's gone. What's going to happen next? And you have a whole group of people who want to be the next Caesar. So the most obvious is Mark Antony, who is Caesar's right-hand man, his lieutenant. He's a very good general. He's very charismatic. Everybody kind of expects Mark Antony to just become the next Caesar. But there's also another of Caesar's lieutenants, a guy named Lepidus, sort of like Antony, but not quite as great as him. There's the Senate itself, which wants to reassert its power, kind of become the dominant force in Rome again. There's the assassins who killed Caesar, led by Brutus and another guy, Cassius. They now want to seize control. And finally, there's a really weird dark horse candidate to fill this power vacuum, and that's Julius Caesar's grand nephew, who at the time was a 17-year-old kid named Octavian. Who cares? He's nobody, absolutely nobody. But when Caesar's will is opened after his death, so posthumously read, in his will, Caesar posthumously, and this is a little weird, posthumously adopts Octavian as his son. Now, again, who cares? Antony gets the troops, Antony gets the money, the other people get everything. What does Octavian get? He gets to now rename himself Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. Who cares? Well, around the Mediterranean, there's about 12 legions full of hardened soldiers who are just kind of used to following a guy named Gaius Julius Caesar. And even though it's not quite logical, this 18-year-old, he's now 18-year-old kid, inherits an army overnight. So he becomes a player in this game for power. And the next 30, 40 years is going to be those groups all vying with one another. There's another candidate too, Pompey's son. Pompey was Caesar's great rival. He has a couple sons, and one of them, a guy named Sextus Pompey, basically becomes a warlord who seizes control of Sicily, one of the richest provinces, has a whole navy. He's vying to be one of these successors too. So for the next 40 years, it's, as you said, another civil war to see which guy emerges. Is it going to be the Senate? Is it going to be assassins? Is it going to be Antony? Is it going to be Lepidus? Is it going to be Sextus Pompey? Is it going to be Octavian?
So now looking back at all that history, it just feels like history turns in so many interesting accidents, because Octavian, later named Augustus, turned out to be actually, that's how you define good, but a good king/emperor, different than Caesar in terms of humility, at least being able to play, not to piss off everybody, but like it could have been so many other people. It could that could have been the fall of Rome. So like, it's a fascinating little turn of history. Maybe Caesar saw something in this individual. It's not an accident.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Caesar clearly did see something, and Octavian, to cut to the end, is the one who emerges from all that as the victor. We can talk about how he does it, but he's the one who sort of ends up in the same position as Caesar. It takes him 30 years, but he defeats all the foes. He's the sole guy. He now faces Caesar's riddle. How do you rule Rome as one guy and not get killed? And Octavian's, what makes him stand out, what makes him fascinating to me, is he wasn't a good general. He was a terrible general. He lost almost every battle he commanded. But what he is he's politically savvy, and he's very good at what today we would call manipulation of your public image and propaganda. So he basically defeats Mark Antony partially by waging a propaganda war against him. I mean, Antony starts out as a legitimate rival, and there are two Romans vying for power. At the end of this war, propaganda war, Octavian has managed to portray Antony as a foreign aggressor allied with an enemy king or queen, in this case Cleopatra, and who's an official enemy of the Roman state. And that's all propaganda. So he takes what's a civil war and makes it look like a war against a foreign enemy. And when Octavian becomes the sole ruler, he looks at what Caesar did wrong, and he very carefully avoids the same mistakes. So the first thing is just how he lives his life. He's very modest. He lives in an ordinary house like other aristocrats. He wears just a plain toga, nothing fancy. He's respectful to the Senate. He treats them with respect. He eats simple foods. I mean, he's someone who cared about the reality of power, not the external trappings. Clearly, there's some rulers who love, I want to dress in fancy clothes, I want to be surrounded by gold, everything. This is what makes me feel good. Octavian's the opposite. He doesn't care about any of that. He wants real power. And then the other thing is, how is he going to rule Rome without looking like a king? And his solution to this is brilliant. He basically pretends to resign from all his public offices. Not pretends, he does. So he holds no official office. But what he does is manipulates so that the Roman Senate votes him the powers of the key Roman offices, but not the office itself. So the highest office in the Roman state is the consul. Consuls.
Absolutely. All right, so here are your morning updates for Rabbi's Fan Fest. YouTube got back to me about my Rabbi Rothschild account, and I said no, which is like, whatever, dude. So if you want to do that, that's fine. I've like already re-appealed it, of course. And I'll just fucking add to the fucking list of my daily appeals. Of course, we've appealed to it twice. from my best rabbi ever account and my Rabbi Rothschild account. Okay, so those have been good. Then what? I don't know. It's just like every fucking morning I check my Discord and like one or two extra people just ban me for whatever reason, and then I appeal them and I win them in Discord a lot of times. And I mean, I think it's just because in Discord anybody can just anybody can report you, and then they just always side with that. I took your advice, or I don't know if it was advice, but I followed in your footsteps, so to speak. Um, so I told you yesterday, if you recall, that I was having some trouble with Rumble Studio. It was weird. It was like Rumble would be going, but then YouTube would cut out right away, and Twitch, or YouTube and Twitch would go, but then Rumble would stop. So I just was like, you know what, this is fucking frustrating, and I don't have to deal with it. I remember you were like, hey, I use a multicaster basically, or multi-streamer, so I downloaded one, and I have some like backup accounts from YouTube, like I don't know, like 7 of them, so which I don't use. So I'm just like, they're already created, they already have all my shit, and they're already phone verified and everything. So I just like with each of my laptops, I just did a multicast to multiple of those accounts. So it's like, dude, if you take down one of my accounts, I have not so many fucking backups. It doesn't even matter. Even all that shit that they took down with Rabbi Rothschild is all in backup. So none of that really bothers me too much. And the Rabbi Rothschild account that they took down was actually not my biggest account. I had another account that they took down that was bigger. And so I'll probably appeal that. And so now when this is kind of the thing. When you had Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube and Close to My Life, they don't, I don't know what to say, they don't always work, but like, I don't know, for whatever reason, one of them go down. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 simultaneously going right now, which is good, and that doesn't even count number, that I'm sure. So it's like, all right, if you wanna dance, let's fucking dance. um, exactly. So yeah, we've got some football on the agenda for today, and also I joined some new Discords, which I got some interest in overnight. I don't know, I was asleep, but so I joined just like YouTube group Discord, but not like individual YouTubers, like content creators, the big ones. I'm just like, all right, well, I'll just sit in there, and somebody will look at my profile, and it's like type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, and I'll be like, that's one thing, the right one to be like, wait, how do you have 8 of these fucking things going at once? And that should attract some attention. Try to think of what else. Try to think of what else we got. We had some people who came in and just like did, I don't know, we call them the internships, those people who are doing it. And aside from that, all is good. How about you, my friend? The two that I usually do get into their food today. That's exciting. Now, I have my fantasy football team that is just done. I'm like stuck in a in like 10th place out, which just wasn't my year, and this will be one of the last times I ever have to mention it. Um, I drafted like the best players. Like I had the number one kicker. He has the worst season of his career. I had the number one tight end. He had his fucking mind on Taylor Swift all fucking season. Like, he didn't. I had the number one receiver, who's also the fastest person in the NFL. But his quarterback had a concussion, who I also had. So, like, he doesn't have the right guy throwing to him, so all of his numbers are reduced. And then I had the number one defense. Then the number one, and we've had some injuries. It's hasn't been well. had two. I like. I have a strong team. I would still have picked them exactly the same way, and it's just like one of those things. So what happens is, I think starting like next week, not this week, but next week, the playoffs. Right? And I won't make. There are two kinds of playoffs. There are the playoffs for the basically the people with the winning records, and then there are the playoffs for the people with the losing. I'm going to be in the losing. So I'm throwing the whole fucking shebang. I'm going to bench my players if I need to. I'm going straight for the toilet bowl. I'm going to be toilet bowl champion. And absolutely, you do you, baby.
Have the power to command armies, do all sorts of things, run meetings with the Senate. Octavian gets voted the powers of consul, so he can command armies, control meetings, and do all this, but he's not one of the two consuls elected for every year. So he's just kind of floating or drifting off to the side of the Roman government. He gets the power of a tribune, which has all sorts of powers. He can veto anything he wants, but he's not one of the tribunes elected for any 1 year. So the state, the republic, appears to continue as it always has. Each year they hold the same elections, they elect the same number of people. Notionally, those people are in charge. But floating off to the side, you have this guy Octavian, who has equivalent power not just to any one magistrate or official, but to all of them. So at any moment, he can just sort of pop up and say, no, let's not do this. Let's do something else. And he also keeps the army under his personal control.
Isn't this a fascinating story? Like, what do you think is the psychology of Augustus and Octavian?
Yeah, and he later changed his name to Augustus when he becomes first emperor. The other thing he does is he hides his power behind all these different names. So, Caesar called himself dictator for life, right? So everybody knew who he was. Octavian, we even have a source that talks about it, says he wondered what to call himself. Do I call myself king? No, can't do that. Dictator for life? No way. Maybe I'll call myself Romulus. That was the founder of Rome. No, Romulus was a king. And finally, a solution is, he takes a bunch of titles which are all ambiguous, and no one of them sounds that impressive, but collectively they are. So, for example, one of the titles he gets is Augustus, which is something tied to Roman religion. Something that is Augustus in Latin has two possible meanings. One is someone who is Augustus is very pious. They respect the gods deeply. Well, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, on the other hand, an alternative meaning for Augustus is something that is itself divine. So is he just a deeply religious, pious person, or is he himself sacred? There's that ambiguity. He calls himself princeps, which means first citizen. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Am I a citizen just like everybody else, or am I the first citizen, which means I'm superior to all the others? So every title he takes has this weird ambiguity. He calls himself imperator, which is traditionally something that soldiers shout at a victorious general who's won a battle. And now he takes this as a permanent title. So it implies he's a good general. And by the way, it's from imperator that we get the word emperor, an empire. So originally it's a military title, a spontaneous military acclamation.
It's just fascinating that he figured out a way through public image, through branding, to gain power, maintain power, and then still pacify the boiling turmoil that led to the civil wars.
Well, two things I think work in his favor as well. One is he brings peace and stability. So by this point, the Romans have experienced 100 years almost of civil war and chaos. So at that point, your family, maybe you had family members die in these wars, have been proscribed, your property has been confiscated, who knows what. Here's a guy who brings peace and stability and doesn't seem oppressive or cruel or whatever. So you're like, okay, fine. I don't care. Maybe he's killed the Republic, but at least we're not dying in the streets anymore. So that's a big thing he does. And secondly, even though Augustus always seemed kind of sickly, his constitution, he lives forever. He rules for like 50 years. And by the time he dies, there's no one literally almost left alive who can remember the Republic. So at that point, by the time he dies, it's the only system we know.
That's another just fascinating accident of history, because as we talked about with Alexander the Great, who knows if he lived for another 40 years. If over time the people that hate the new thing die off, and then their sons come into power, that could be a very different story. Maybe we'd be talking about the Greek Empire.
But it's hugely much.
You mentioned Cleopatra. To go back to that, what role did she play? Another fascinating human being.
Cleopatra is interesting. I mean, she was a direct descendant of one of Alexander the Great's.
All right, so we were last talking about the football, and that's the championship that I'm doing. The rest of fantasy football talk, hopefully, for till I win. All right, I really pissed off. I got kicked out of there. I really was having fun with that, and I thought to myself, okay, if I wouldn't have slept in there, would I have had any different food? I don't think so, because they were complaining about me for different things. They were like, well, first you're in there too long, okay. Then they're like, we don't like that you have your camera on while other people are singing. I'm like, other people do that. Why is that a thing? So I can tell that they're a little bit picking on me there. And exactly, that's just how it is. So, and there are other singing discords which are fun. There's one I've been in this one Discord Elias Playhouse for I don't know, like 2 months now. I'm the number one streamer in there, and whenever I want to have a concert, I can and get a lot of people in there. And I think I might just say to myself, okay, now that I've got these streams worked out, and I don't really have to worry about okay, I'm going to lose my main account because it's gone. I just have to make it like a job. Every single night, I just got to sing in there, and they'll tell people who tell other people. There are 300,000 people in that Discord, and so So I think I'm going to start that. Just basically like, all I do is just say, hey, women, I'm having a concert in BC, come and take a look, and then they join. Um, I so I'm I think I just have to do that. I mean, that gets me a lot of attention. Then it's content and everything. And it's better than just me sitting on my phone and being boring and all that other stuff. So I think I'm going to do that tonight. I don't know what I'm going to sing, but to do that. And then I've got all my other videos that I did of those concerts. I have them all saved. And so I'm just going to create like another like throwaway account, basically upload them all, and then anybody wants to check out my shit, they can check it out there. And I can also put it in different platforms. I've been watching this Lex Reading podcast, and it is really like a higher level podcast with Joe Rogan. He just has like programmers on and high people. But he's got this guy on right now who I've listened to this thing on ancient history maybe like 3 or 4 times. And I really like it. And one thing that he was able to explain to me, or not to me, but to within his um, within his interview was the reason why the Macedonians were so powerful, like under Alexander the Great. I never understood like why were they. I mean, I get it, but it's like Macedonia's not even Greece. It's smaller. I never understood how they were able to expand the empire to be the second largest land empire in global history. It was aside from the Mongols, it's like it's arguable. They went from essentially the Aegean Sea to the Indus River Valley. And how were they able to do it with like not a huge population or anything? And he really sums it up. It just had to do with how long their spears were. And it like I was like, oh, that's all it had to do. I mean, basically they were going to war with people who had like spears of maybe like 10 feet long, and theirs were 14 feet long. So whenever they met any armies, the armies weren't prepared for these longer sticks, basically, and they were able to just dominate. And then exactly, and then the reason why that didn't work so well against an army like the Roman army, I mean, they're different time periods, but at least with the Romans, they had the Roman turtle, which was very effective. If you know what that is, the shield, and they can protect each other, themselves from arrows and such. And but it just made me realize, what a martyr! How do you live in him? You know, in here, I see that your profile pictures I show speed. Do you know that I need? How do you live in him? Are you a fan of I show speed? I'm the #1 streamer in I show speed Discord. It's my kind of thing. I don't either. But I'm the #1 streamer in there. All right. What's good in your neck of the woods, Martin? Oh yeah, I'm the #1 streamer in there too. I've been in there on that account like 6 months. Yeah, I don't need a job. I'm self-sufficient. I'm a certified project management professional by trade. So whenever I need to make money, I can pick on projects. How about you? What do you do for a living, Margaret? Are you 18? I'm still studying. You are studying. All right. So what are you studying, Margaret? What do you study? Oh, dude, you're not 18 yet. Okay. You got it. In what year were you born, Margaret? Go. What year were you born? And what year? What year were you born? It's taking you too long. No, what year were you born? Yeah, you would have said it by now. Doug, Martyr, you gotta be 18 to be here. Okay, good. If you were born in 2006, I don't believe it, so I would be there. Martyr, someone born in 2000, I'm born in 1985. It doesn't take me time to think about it. I know you're doing it through another language, but if anything, I want to make sure that everybody here is an adult. So take care, Martyr. Martyr, I don't believe that you're 18 years old. Okay, take care. No, like I said, if you are really right at 18, there. Yeah, I don't know. I think that people who are 18 know their year that they were born immediately. Exactly. And I know that your ladies might do that, but when I'm like, what are you studying? Exactly. Well, right. Exactly. We're playing that game, and I've even said to myself, look, if you can't get into a club, I don't want you in here. I that kind of situation. If I ask you what do you study and you say high school, nope, dude. If you're in college, you have a major, and you know it in other languages, perhaps, especially one that you're speaking. Anyway, I wish you did that. Yeah. That's, do you? Well, that's true. It just if I ask you what your major is in school, you'll say business, you'll say mathematics, you won't say high school, grammar school. Like what? Get out of here. Well, especially if you're in college. I mean, okay, there's a fantastic statistic that I've seen. Just one moment. Please give me a list of all of the countries with the largest amount of English speakers in order from 1 to 25, with approximately how many English speakers there are. This is, um, what about China? Oh, we're right there. Why is India so low? They have over 1 billion people. You're saying only one quarter speak English? I don't believe it. I don't. I mean, it depends on how old people are, but I have read, although this is a difficult one. When it comes to fluency, I think the United States probably has the most. Um, but there's something like of knowing any language, like any of it, China and at least the Philippines and India dominate when it came to English, like as a secondary language, and they at least know it a little bit Although when I have it my way, I would like to make Esperanto the global language, something that we all have to learn. You know what Esperanto is? And it's not that difficult to learn. And then everybody has to do a little bit of work, but then we all speak the same thing. But yeah, I don't know if that'll ever happen, but I think I'm an advocate for it. But basically, when it comes to the what a Johnny that you look at, what's good in your neck of the woods, Johnny? Johnny, do you know who Lex Friedman is? Johnny, yo dog, how you doing? What's good in your neck of the woods? I like your avatar, and that you haven't changed it, but make you look like a bot just in case you want to come. Like everyone on Discord has something like their profile picture that isn't the default thing. But that's cool. But that's cool. First thing, I mean, it even warned you, Johnny, just in case you're aware, there are like bots that tell you if bots are coming to your Discord, and the first thing they tell you is this person does not have a profile picture. Default profile picture still selected. So just in case you don't want to open bot, you can change that. Aside from that, I hope you're doing well. That's just a little advice. And yeah, hopefully you're good in that. All right. I that's cool. Johnny, you're actually that's cool. You know, people do this with me too, though. Just have my camera on there. They're like, hey, I need to talk to you. Blah, blah, blah. There you go. I think I'm gonna make tonight maybe Michael Jackson. I don't know why I said that, but I think all of the nights have like a theme of some sort, and I would never have thought that doo-wop would be the thing to get me banned, but apparently that it was. And yeah, the only thing I can say is that if something goes viral with enough time to go, I'll be able to bring all the darkness and who was talking about it? Somebody on Joe Rogan, this guy, he was talking about the Twitter files. Are you familiar with the Twitter files? How Twitter is basically like uh, they were manipulating the algorithm in favor of certain people. If you weren't aware, basically when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he showed everybody what the code looked like, and it showed that like all of these certain political groups and people were being their voices were being not necessarily muted, but not spread as much as others. And that's pretty obvious, like at least on social media, in my opinion. Like there are some different people who are being pushed. Anyway, there is a there is a push of this guy said for the YouTube, it should be called the YouTube file. Basically, to see what's going on with the YouTube file. And you open it up and see. It's like if Twitter was being manipulated, at least in putting the Twitter files directly by the FBI, listening to yourself. Oh, dude, did you see this was well, two things I want to tell you. Well, three. These are really important. One of the things I'm obsessed, I don't want to say obsessed, but I'm fascinated with aliens and disclosure and stuff. And one question that I've always had that I've never been able to get into, which I've never been able to get into, so I haven't looked into it that much, just because I'm kind of obsessed with, that's not correct, but fascinated by American bases, like deep underground military bases and stuff. But I've always wondered, like, what other countries have them? And so there were two of them that at which I was looking yesterday. So the first one, China's been the one that I've always wanted to know. China had, it's very strange. This is a really weird thing. This one, well, definitely. But like, where is that Area 51? please compare the size in square miles between the United States and China and how close they are. They're almost exactly the same. But what is it? Size. The United States and China are indeed very close in size. So the United States is 3.8 million square miles, and China is 3.7 million square miles, which is really weird. Like of these two countries, that they're just like almost exactly the same. And I know it comes into account, like, well, do you count Taiwan? Do you count Tibet? And all this other shit. All right. Yes, you have that right. All right. So the Area 51 I was able to find for China is known as Lac Nord, LOP space NUR, which stands for Lac Lake or something like that. But the term Lac is not really good. Even the people in China don't know what it is. But it's located in western China, in like the middle of the desert, and that's where they do all their atomic testing. So it's very similar to what Area 51 was. And then I wanted to know where the United Kingdom is. And this is getting to what I'm about to talk about. And so the one in the United Kingdom and Australia, they use all that shit the same. But it's actually different. I always thought it's called gold or pine gap in Australia. Yeah, but it's actually they name something different. It's pine gap is very interesting too. I've heard that there's a jump room in pine gap that you can get from Area 51 to pine gap like instantaneously, basically using a teleporter. But exactly. Okay, but in Australia, it's another Woomera, which is not near Pine Gap. Pine Gap's like in the actual middle of the desert. Woomera is near Adelaide. It's an Air Force base. Okay, the reason why this was a question I was wondering about is there is, have you heard on Twitter or anything? It's being very much hushed up at this Manchester UFO incident that happened recently. It's wild. Okay, so they're good. Yeah, so if you just let me see what exactly they're. I've seen like they're taking down a lot of YouTube accounts and X accounts and really trying to silence this Manchester UFO. You just type Manchester UFO and go to latest. There are pictures of it. They call it a drone, but it's definitely not. It's like it's it's like a perfect circle that's just flying over. There's what it looks like up close. Okay, there's like this little circle. Do you see that circle? Okay, so that's on the airport tarmac, and it's not on the ground. It's just like hovering on the ground, and then when a security vehicle goes by, it just flies up into the air. And yeah, it's really weird. Okay, so here's the videos. I don't want to say video sucks. The video's actually pretty good, but it's going to suck for me showing you on the phone. If you're like, I can't see anything, I can't see anything either. It's a blue ball on a gray sky, which is difficult to make out. But basically, this was this the okay. If you would just go to X and just type in Manchester UFO. Go to latest, and you'll see all kinds of pictures of it. I would send you one link, but I want like there's a bunch of them. Like there's a bunch of different angles and people talking about it. Here it is up close. But apparently, now some people are saying this happened this summer, but everybody else is saying that it happened. Oh, they had another one. They had another one of these at apparently in North Carolina over a military base, and um, like basically people are saying it has something to do with ceasefire going on in the Middle East, and like I don't know, I don't exactly know why this was all happened because they did it all. Um, but okay, so let me see if I can get like a so, let me see if I can get a intelligence techniques. It was apparently taken from a cockpit, and there are mentions of similar occurrences at different UK airport bases. Like basically something happened, and then at least if you put this on YouTube, they're banning accounts. That's what I read. I don't know if it's true, but whenever I see somebody's got an account banned on YouTube, I'm like, oh hey, my people. Um, oh, by the way, I looked at the reasons why I've been banned from some other accounts that I had on YouTube. Here are these are I'm not kidding, these are the reasons. Bullying and harassment, medical misinformation. I had to take this whole medical misinformation test on YouTube to get a copyright strike removed. Or not a copyright strike, but a medical misinformation strike. I got sex and nudity, and what I got scams and deceptive practices. That's four. I mean, like, come on. At a certain point, what like when people, I think it would be very funny if people that are watching this, that that's what you consider a deceptive practice. Or that's what you consider bullying or harassment. That's just how people speak. Um, and yeah, and I don't know who is. I don't even think people are flagging these things. But not that many people watch these things. So it'd be one thing if you have like a huge audience and anything that you said you had to be really careful about. But it's like nobody's fucking watching me. So who gives a shit? And I don't know. But I know those four things: scams, deceptive practices, sex and nudity, harassment and bullying, and and that. And then that like that's all fine. The one that they should get me on is copyright. I mean, if anything, I'm like singing copyrighted material. So even I'm the one who says, hey, that one of anything that I do that I think is like a fine line in their book, it might be that one, but I am singing like it alongside it. So at what point I'm not sure. But I just thought, wow, this is really interesting that they're saying of it. And then believe it or not one of them says because I circumvented the policy. The only people to say that are the people on YouTube, and then I just fucking spam the shit out of it. But here's the funny thing too: when you like when I would take a screenshot of the reason why mine was banned on YouTube, which is sex and nudity policy, and I would upload that to Twitter, and the fact that it says sex in it means that it gets flagged. It's like, dude, I'm flagging you for just telling the policy of another platform. Like, there's no skin, there's nothing in here. It's just an email. It just tells me these algorithms are gotten out of control, and eventually it's going to come to a head, and somebody's going to come through it like a light stick. And exactly. And when people are like, "Hey, Rabbi, why do you take your 3 or whatever years to go viral?" It's the platforms, their algorithms. Basically, from what I remember this, and it was like a people thing. Facebook used to hire people before like AI. They would hire people to go through everything that was flagged. And these people would have to go through really gory things, really like terrible things, and politically active things, and it would wear on them. They'd have to go to all kinds of um, they have to go to all kinds of like treatment and like therapy and things. And Facebook success rate essentially when they have a copyright claim, and the people have a 25% success rate. It's like that's far too high. It really needs to be smaller. And I just think that it's ridiculous to the point where, well, hopefully it gets opened up. I mean, I think I was not expecting the current political climate. I was just not anticipating it, and hopefully something changes because I don't know. I really think it would be interesting to take a look at what is going on at YouTube. They don't have that many people who are um, monitoring all of this. They have to use AI. Their AI stuff. And in the United States, there's learning about this as well. I think it's the like what they should have done, just like they have. Um, I think it's the Commerce Department is the department that has been put in charge of AI, which is like not the right department. I mean, you could have said like, oh, that should have been the transportation department because AI is related to transportation or AI is related to commerce. It really should have been there should be like a new department for AI. Well, at least in the United States, I feel it's important enough, and not necessarily for oversight, but for disclosure. I mean, I'm someone who thinks that this stuff should be open source, and I'm in agreement with Elon Musk. Like, he was on the board of OpenAI, and he said that he left because it's not open, and that's worrisome to me. It, yeah, I agree with you. They exactly. That's 100% right. 100% right. Exactly. And it comes. I just I ask myself, well, it makes sense why no one has been able to really go viral from live streaming their life. It's very difficult, and um, I see why. This is why it's so difficult because you have to deal with all of these platforms, and you really can't do it the traditional way. You can't build an account because it'll just be taken down. That's another interesting thing. The only thing for which I've gotten strikes is the medical misinformation. Um, the other stuff that I've done, and you know what's weird about the medical misinformation? It was on like November 12th or something. It was right around the time that we watched that documentary. It was really right. Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly that, but that was interesting. I think that we're, but I got a way around that though. I think, you know, not a great way, but when I say Tiger Rabbi Rothschild and YouTube 50 by live, you see I got 10 different streams. That's a thing. That's like, everybody can have 50,000 followers on YouTube or whatever. Um, I'm not saying that's not easy, but it just takes money. But not everyone can have 10 different streams going simultaneously, and you can watch them all the time. So I think that is somewhat understood. It's just a matter of time until someone out there sees what I'm doing and it's like, you know what, I'm gonna take a risk, tell somebody else about this, and it will spread. Did you have a chance to look at that Manchester airport UFO? Isn't it? It's You're good. It's like I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. It's like a ball, right? Exactly. Now I don't know why they call it a drum. Um, word. And then it usually is kind of for being so small. It's had a lot of these. The one that sticks out to me is the Mendelssohn Forest incident. Yeah, in the 80s. Oh yeah, exactly. But it's in the United Kingdom, right? Right. Yeah. Hey, here's a great question. How many military bases do the United States have? That's I'm not counting times. Definitely more than states though. But how many is it? And that's an honest answer, and that's really the correct answer. The answer is on the ground. Isn't that fucking interesting? Like I can show you a map of United States bases, U.S. bases around the world, and they will like the the Department of Defense will not show you. They will not tell you exactly how many there are. But if you've ever seen it on a map, like um, on a map, they're everywhere. They're absolutely they're in like every fucking country. Um, and but yet it's not like they say, "Oh, we have 155." No, they will not acknowledge. And let me see what ChatGPT has. Well, and the reason why is because then they have to like essentially talk about, well, Area 51 15 years ago was a taboo subject and they wouldn't acknowledge it even existed. Okay. How many exact United States military bases are there? The exact number of U.S. military bases can vary depending on how one defines a military base and whether overseas facilities are included. So they say within the United States there are roughly 400 to 500 military installations. Overseas, the U.S. maintains a significant amount of bases abroad, with estimates ranging from 600 to 800. That is a lot in 70 countries. But the total number of bases, including both domestic and international, is 800 to 1,000, and that can change due to shifting military priorities, which is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm really surprised that I'm not surprised. It's just part of the course for what we have.
These generals told me. When Alexander's empire had broken up, Ptolemy, this general, had seized control of Egypt, made it his kingdom. And she, 10 generations later, is the descendant of this Macedonian general. So Egypt had been ruled by, in essence, foreigners, these Macedonian dynasty of kings, and often they literally were ruled by the same dynasty because they had a habit of marrying brothers to sisters. And Cleopatra is, in fact, originally married to her younger brother. Um, but despite that, she seems to have intensely identified with Egypt. In fact, she seems to have been the first one of all these Ptolemy kings who actually bothered to learn to speak Egyptian. So she seems to really have cared about Egypt as well. And she was really very smart, very clever. And so she's living at a time during the late Republic when Rome is having all these civil wars, and Egypt is really the last big independent kingdom left around the shores of the Mediterranean. Everything else has been conquered by Rome. So she is in this very precarious position where clearly she wants to maintain Egyptian independence, but Rome is this juggernaut that's rolling over everything. And she ends up meeting Julius Caesar when Caesar comes to Egypt chasing Pompey, his great rival. After he defeats Pompey, Pompey runs to Egypt thinking he'll find sanctuary there, and the Egyptians kill him and chop off his head. And when Caesar lands, they hand it to him and say, "Here, have a present." And she, of course, famously ends up having a love affair with Caesar. Was that a genuine love, or was she just sort of, using this as a way to try and keep Egypt independent, to give it some status? We don't know. After she does have several kids with Caesar. After Caesar is assassinated and the Roman world is having another civil war between Octavian and Mark Antony. Mark Antony is basing himself in the east. He meets Cleopatra, and he has a big love affair with her. And this one seems pretty genuine. Antony and Cleopatra, there's a lot of stories about them kind of partying together. They like to sort of cosplay and dress up as different gods. So Cleopatra would dress up as the goddess Isis, and Antony would dress up as the god Dionysus in a leopard skin, and they'd have these big parties and stuff. And they end up together fighting against Octavian. And in the end, they're defeated by Octavian. And Antony commits suicide. Cleopatra, there's differing accounts of her death. She may have also killed herself, or she may actually have been killed by Octavian to just get her out of the way. But she's an interesting figure because she was clearly a very smart woman who managed to keep Egypt alive as an independent state. She seemed to have actually cared about Egypt and identified with it, and succeeded at a time with all these famous people, being a real kind of mover and shaker and a force in events.
She's probably one of the most influential women in human history.
She's certainly, again, she's someone that her image is incredibly important.
Yes.
And one of the interesting things, the whole question of gender in the Roman world, and this gets into Roman sources, but of course it's a heavily male-dominated history. And men and women did not have equality in ancient Rome. It's a male-dominated society. It's misogynist in many ways. But what I'm constantly struck by is when you start again delving into the sources, you always hear, okay, there was this one woman who was a philosopher, and she's an exception to the rule. And yeah, okay, she's fine. And then you start looking, and there's also 60 other female philosophers. Well, it's not so much an exception anymore. Or, Cleopatra is the one queen, she's this strong queen. And then you look at, there was this other queen here, there was this queen here, there was this queen here who led armies, and here's another one who led armies. And again, it's like, are they exceptions to the rule, or is just the history that was written, which is written by men, a little bit selective in how it portrays them? Because the sources are all these male elites who have very definite ideas about women. The conventional notion has always been that, business in the Roman Empire was a male field. Well, but then there's this woman, Eumachia in Pompeii, who actually had the largest building in Pompeii right on the Forum named after her with a giant statue of her, and she was a patron to a bunch of the most important guilds in Pompeii. Okay, she's the exception to the rule. Oh, but then there's these other 4 women from Pompeii who also were patrons of guilds. And then there's this woman, Claudia Magna, in this other place, and she was the most important patron in the town of all these statues. So at some point, when you start to say, well, maybe women did play more of a role, but they just haven't been recorded in the sources in the way that maybe they deserve to be.
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. Is it the bias of society, or is it the bias of the historian? The bias of the society the historian is writing about, or the bias of the actual historian?
And the bias of the historians who have written history up to this point. I was just writing a lecture which is about this woman, Musa, who's a crazy story, and she ties into Augustus, actually. Augustus, his biggest diplomatic triumph that he boasted about constantly was that about 50 years before him, the Romans had sent an expedition into Parthia, this neighboring kingdom, led by Crassus, and they'd gotten wiped out. So it was this big disaster, military disaster. And the standards of the Roman legions, the eagles that each Roman legion carried, had been captured by the Parthians. And this is the most humiliating thing that can happen to a Roman legion, to have its eagles captured. And Augustus desperately wanted to negotiate with the Parthians to get these eagles returned. Okay, this was his big diplomatic thing. So he was constantly sending these embassies to Parthia. On one of these embassies, he sent along as a gift to the Parthian king a slave woman named Musa. Musa seems to have pleased the king of Parthia because she becomes one of his concubines. And then she gives birth to a son by the king, and eventually she becomes upgraded to the level of a wife. And Musa eventually murders the Parthian king, arranges it so that her son becomes the king of Parthia, and she's really ruling the whole empire behind the scenes as his mother. So this is a literal rags to riches story of a slave, someone who starts out a slave and becomes the queen of an empire almost as large and powerful as Rome. Okay? But yet, how often do we hear about Musa? And when you look in traditional histories of Roman-Parthian relations, I went and looked at this because I was just writing this lecture. Most of those histories didn't even mention her. They just talked about her son, like he had just come out of nowhere and become the new heir to the Parthian throne, when it was all her doing, clearly. Now that's selective editing of history by historians to downplay the role that this woman played. And there's a lot of examples like that.
That's fascinating.
She got overthrown after a few years. There was a revolution against her. We don't know what happened to her then. But she's a really interesting figure. Oh, and by the way, Augustus did negotiate the return of the Parthian standards and got them back. And he was so proud of this that this is what he constantly boasted about. And the most famous statue of Augustus, the Augustus from Prima Porta, which is in the Vatican today, he's wearing a breastplate. And on the breastplate, right in the middle of the stomach, is a Parthian handing over a golden eagle legionary standard to a Roman. So this is what Augustus thought of as his greatest achievement. And that embassy that arranged that was the one that sent Musa to Parthia.
So Augustus marks the start of the Roman Empire. You've written that Octavian Augustus would become Rome's first emperor, and the political system that he created would endure for the next half a millennium. This system would become the template for countless greater empires up to the present day, and he would become the model emperor against whom all subsequent ones would be measured. The culture and history of the Mediterranean basin, the Western world, and even global history itself were all profoundly shaped and influenced by the actions and legacy of Octavian. He was the founder of the Roman Empire, and we still live today in the world that he created. So, what on the political side of things, maybe beyond, what is the political system that he created?
Well, I think Octavian / Augustus, it's the same guy, is one of the most influential people in history because he did found the Roman Empire. So he's the one who oversaw this transition from Republic to Empire, and he sets the template which every future emperor follows. So just in the most obvious way, for the next either 500 or 1500 years, depending how long you think the Roman Empire lasted for, everyone is trying to be Augustus. They all take on the same titles. Every Roman emperor after him is Caesar Augustus, Imperator, Pater Patrae, all these titles he has, they take too. And so he's hugely influential for Western civilization, all this. But beyond just that literal thing, which is already 500 years, 1500 years, he becomes the paradigm of the good ruler. So an absolute ruler who's nevertheless sort of just, does good things, builds public works, is popular. So if we jump ahead, let's say, to the Middle Ages, the most significant ruler of the early Middle Ages is Charlemagne, right? He's the guy who unites most of Europe. He becomes the paradigm for all medieval kings after him. Well, what is the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne? Because there's this famous moment when the Pope acknowledges Charlemagne as the preeminent European king and crowns him on Christmas Day of 1800. And the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne is Charles, that's Charlemagne, Augustus. Emperor of the Romans. He's giving him the title of Augustus because that's the nicest thing he can think of to say to Charlemagne is to say, you're the new Augustus, you're Emperor of the Romans. So that image is hugely powerful. And that persists on and on. I mean, even the little names of most rulers afterwards come from this. In Russia, the czars are Caesars. That's where czar comes from. Prince comes from princeps, first citizen, one of the titles. Emperor comes from imperator, one of the titles of Augustus. When Napoleon becomes emperor, what does he call himself? First consul, which is kind of like princeps. And then he calls himself emperor. I mean, everybody wants to be this kind of ruler. So he's the paradigm of this for the rest of history. And you can see that is both a positive and a negative legacy. It's kind of like Alexander. I mean, everybody wants to be the next Alexander. Now, nobody does become the next Alexander. Nobody's as successful as him, but a lot of people try. And you can see that either as, inspirational or awful, because lots of people killed lots of other people and started lots of wars trying to be the next Alexander. At least Augustus has this notion of good rulership, that you're not just a great, powerful person, but you're a good ruler somehow.
Can you speak to the kind of political system he created? So, how did he consolidate power, as you spoke to a bit already? And what role did the Senate now play? How were the laws? Who was the executive? How was power allocated?
Yeah, so once the empire begins, let's say 27 BC, so in 31 BC, Octavian defeats Antony at the Battle of Actium. So that's kind of the moment he becomes the sole ruler. And then 27 BC, a couple of years later, he settles the Roman Republic, is how it's referred to, which basically sets up his system. And in this system, on the surface, it all looks the same. You still have a Senate. Each year, there's elections. All the Roman citizens vote. They elect magistrates who notionally are in charge of Rome. But, as I mentioned, off to the side, you now have this figure of Augustus, who sort of controls everything behind the scenes. And that continues. So this political system he establishes continues. And in reality, I would say Augustus at that point is again a king. It really is one man controlling the state, even if notionally it's still continuing as a republic. They are electing magistrates, but the magistrates only do what the emperor tells them, right? But it's this sort of formal versus informal power. The formal structure is a republic. The way things really work informally is it's a monarchy. Now, if you asked Augustus, what did he do? Did you become a king? He said, and he says this explicitly, no. What I did is I refounded the Roman Republic. That's how he phrases it.
Yeah, this guy's good at framing.
He's so good at propaganda. I'll give you one more example. Augustus actually writes his own autobiography, which is very rare and survives. So here we have the autobiography of one of the pivotal figures in history. And if you had conquered the world, let's say, starting at the age of 18, what would you call your autobiography? You say, like, how I conquered the world, right? Augustus calls his Res Gestae, which the best sort of literal translation is stuff I did. I mean, it's the most modest title for someone who could have given the most grandiose title. And the first line of it is, at the age of 18, when the liberty of the republic was oppressed by a faction, I defended it. Now, the way I might phrase that sentence is, at the age of 18, I fought a civil war against another Roman and conquered the Roman state. But no, he defended the liberty of the republic when it was oppressed by the tyranny of a faction. That's propaganda. And it works.
It is propaganda, but is there a degree to which he also lived it? That kind of humility, establishing that humility is the standard of the way government operates. So it's not like a literal direct balance of power, but it's sort of a cultural balance where the emperor is not supposed to be a bully and a dictator.
I would really like to know what Romans of his time thought. Like, if you were alive at that moment, would you honestly believe, okay, we've got this guy Augustus, but he's brought peace. He's just kind of keeping in charge for a while till things settle down. We just had 100 years of civil war. I think we still have a republic. Or would you say, we have a king now? And I don't know what the answer to that is. I will tell you that it takes 200 years before we have the first Roman source that bluntly calls Augustus a king. So 200 years. It takes the Romans 200 years to admit to themselves, and that's a guy who comes along 200 years later and says, "Hey, Augustus, he looks like a king, he acts like a king. Let's just call him a king because he had every aspect of a king except the paltry title."
Maybe I'm buying his propaganda, and maybe I'm a sucker for humility, but I suspect that the Romans bought it. And I also suspect he himself believed it. I mean, there is such thing as good kings, right? There's kings that understand the downside, the dark side of absolute power, you know, and can wield that power properly.
And to give sort of both sides here, Augustus wasn't all nice. I mean, there were moments where he was extremely cruel. So early in his career, when he's still fighting, when he's for power, he goes all in on prescriptions, which is where he and Antony and other people basically post lists of their enemies and say it's legal for anyone to kill these people. Um, and so hundreds are massacred there, including Cicero, the great orator, is prescribed and killed. There's moments when he's really cruel. One slave once gets him angry and he has him tortured in a particularly sort of cruel manner. So, I mean, on the one hand, he had this clemency. On the other hand, he could be really hard-nosed, hard-edged. I think he was a very calculating person.
Well, so the thing I would love to know is what he was actually like behind the mask.
Yes. I mean, that to me is one of those, like, if you could invite a historical person to dinner or whatever, I want to know what the real Augustus was, what he really thought he was doing, because he's an enigma. And he has this great moment when he dies, right? What's his dying lines on his deathbed? He says, "If I've played my part well, dismiss me from the stage with applause." So he's seeing himself as an actor, that his whole life was acting this role, which is, again, all that manipulation and public image. He was brilliant at that, but who's the real guy? What was behind that image?
And by the way, as long as we're talking about brutality, I think you mentioned in a few places that there's a lot of brutality going on at the time with Caesar just killing very large numbers of people brutally.
I mean, Caesar, his campaigns in Gaul are interesting because for a long time they were held up as, genius general, look at the amazing things he did. But another way to view it is he provoked, and he truly provoked a war with people who were not that interested in fighting Rome and just repeatedly attacked different tribes for the sole purpose of building up his career, his prestige, his status, gaining territory, making himself wealthier. And he basically conquers all of modern France and Belgium and some of Switzerland. So this is, a big chunk of Europe gets conquered, hundreds of thousands of people killed, hundreds of thousands of people enslaved to further one guy's career. I mean, if you wanted, could call Caesar a war criminal, and I think that wouldn't be unfair. But on the other hand, some people see him as a great hero. I mean, to talk about history and its reception, it's quite interesting to see how Caesar has been viewed by different generations. So at different points in time, the sort of, received wisdom on Caesar is very different. So back in the, let's say the 1920s or 30s, there were a number of scholarly things written which kind of looked at Caesar as an admirable figure. He's a strong man who knows what Rome needed and, was going to give it to them. And of course, that's the era when fascism was kind of trendy and was seen as a positive thing. And then you get, Hitler in World War II, and all of a sudden fascism is not so favored anymore. And then in that post-war generation, all of a sudden Caesar's terrible. He's a dictator. He's destroying the republic. So often histories that are written tell you a lot more about the time they're written than they do about the subject they're written about.
Do we know what did Hitler or Stalin think about the Roman Empire?
I mean, certainly they borrow a lot of the trappings. I mean, Nazi Germany borrows a lot of iconography from ancient Rome. They carried around little military standards with eagles on them, just like the Romans. But then everybody does that. The U.S. has eagles as their standards. Mussolini had them. Napoleon had eagle standards for his, military. So a lot of people like that imagery.
You mentioned Cicero. He's a fascinating. On the topic of Roman oratory, Who was Cicero?
Cicero was a new man, so he's someone who didn't have famous ancestors, so he was at a disadvantage. And I think Cicero is really interesting for a couple reasons. One is he wrote an incredible amount. I think we have almost more words from Cicero than any other author that survived. And it's all kinds of stuff. It's philosophical treatises, it's books about how to be a good public speaker. He published, volume after volume of his personal letters to his friends. He published these things. So there's tons of stuff from him. And secondly, he's interesting because he lived at this incredibly important time in the late Republic when things were falling apart. But he seems to have been born with none of the natural advantages that all these other people had. So he was a lousy general. He didn't come from a wealthy family. He didn't come from a famous aristocratic family. He didn't have a lot of these advantages, but yet he ended up being right at the center of things, rose to the highest elected office in the Roman state on the basis of one skill, and that was his ability with words, his ability to get up in front of a crowd and persuade them of what he wanted them to believe. And oratory, public speaking, was absolutely central to life in Rome. There were just all these events where people had to get up and give speeches. So in courtrooms, at funerals, in the Senate, to the people of Rome, at games, just constantly there were these opportunities for giving speeches. So if you were good at this, that was a huge advantage in your political career. And Cicero was the best. He was arguably the best public speaker of all time, some people claim. And he lived right in this era, and he parlayed that skill with words into this very successful political career. He was one of the guys involved with all this stuff with Caesar and Pompey and all the other things going on, Octavian, Mark Antony.
And you've written, which is fascinating. It's fascinating when the echoes of people from a distant past are seen today. The same stuff is seen today. Not just like some of the beautiful legal stuff that we've been talking about, but the tricks, let's say the shady stuff we see in politics. So many of the rhetorical tricks you wrote, such as mudslinging, exaggeration, guilt by association, ad hominem attacks, name calling, fear mongering, us versus them, rhyme, so on and so forth. Well, so I'm guessing it worked, given that we still have those today.
Yeah, one of the things Cicero did is he wrote at least 3 of these sort of handbooks about how to be a good public speaker. So we know a lot about that. We have his own speeches that survive, and then we have later people after Cicero who wrote about what Cicero did too. So we know a lot about what he did. And the key to Cicero's whole enterprise about persuading an audience, let's say either with a speech to the people or in the courtroom, is Cicero believed that people are fundamentally ruled by emotion. So if you can touch their emotions, all sorts of other things become less important. If you can get a jury emotionally worked up and fear, anger are particularly powerful there, then the facts might not matter, the truth might not matter, evidence might not matter, reason might not matter. Emotion is the key to everything. So Cicero used what I would arguably call a lot of tricks to get his audiences emotionally riled up. And you can just go through these, all the stuff you were saying, name calling, mudslinging, us versus them arguments, ad hominem attacks. Incredibly sophisticated. All the stuff that we think of today is very sophisticated techniques for propaganda and persuasion. It's not new. People aren't coming up with that much that's new outside the realm of technology. Human nature is the same. Cicero understood human psychology. He knew how to play on people. He knew how to play on their emotions. And he would do just, I want to say hilarious, but they're sort of depressingly hilarious things. Like, he thought it's important to use props. So he said, people are visual. They will respond emotionally to visual things in a way that just words alone won't work. So he says, an orator is just like an actor. And like an actor, he has to prepare his stage and use props and things as visual cues to stir up the audience. So, for example, once he was defending a man in a court case who had just had a new baby born to him, and Cicero literally delivered the defense oration for this guy while cradling his newborn son in his arms. You can imagine, oh, cute little baby, jury, how could you find him guilty and leave this cute baby without a father to take care of him? Another time, he was defending a guy who had a photogenic son, kind of a young boy. And Cicero literally propped up the kid behind him while he was giving the speech, and again said, "Look at his eyes brimming with tears, thinking about his father, being punished. How could you leave this wonderful boy without, a father to care for him?" Another time, someone didn't have photogenic kid who propped up his old parents in the courtroom and said, "Look at this nice old couple. You won't want to take their son away." That kind of stuff. I mean, it's manipulative. Cicero, by the way, I should say, also had philosophical beliefs about defending the republic and such, but he wasn't above using these things. So even though he may have had altruistic or high notions of what he was doing, he also wasn't above using these kind of rhetorical tricks.
And also, you mentioned to me that you studied the gestures they used.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those on the theme of extremely interesting details of life.
This was actually my dissertation, and it was my first
That's amazing.
book.
That's amazing.
I like practical stuff, and this all started with I kept reading about people like Cicero giving speeches, okay, in ancient Rome, lots of speeches, and they would give a speech in the forum with 10, 20,000 people, and the thought occurred to me, well, in ancient Rome, you don't have microphones, you don't have loudspeakers, so how does someone give a speech outdoors in a windy place, not acoustically sound to 20,000 people? They just can't hear you. And part of the answer, it turns out, part of it's oratorical training, learn how to project your voice. But some of it, too, is that the Romans actually had this system of gestures that orators like Cicero would use to accompany their speeches. And what I ended up doing is combining two types of evidence again. So I looked at the rhetorical handbooks like Cicero's, and also there's this guy Quintilian who lived about 100 years after Cicero, who wrote this long thing called the Institutio Oratoria, which has a description of all types of oratorical stuff, including about 40 pages on gestures. So he actually says, when you put your fingers like this, it means such and such. And it turns out Roman orators had a system of sign language that they would use to augment their speeches. But here's the fun part. It wasn't like modern American Sign Language, where a gesture means the same thing as a word. Instead, and this goes back to Cicero, a certain gesture would indicate a certain emotion that you were meant to feel when you heard the words. So it's like your body is adding an emotional gloss to your speech. You're saying words, and then you're indicating how you think those words should make you feel. And even more fun, the Romans believed that if I make certain hand gestures, you will almost involuntarily feel certain emotions. So if you're skilled, you can manipulate your audience by playing on their emotions. And this might sound, kind of weird or improbable, but the metaphor that Cicero himself uses is he says, think about music. Everybody knows that certain musical tones will make you feel a certain way. So, think of movies today. In a horror movie, they're going to play strident, tense music. In a romantic scene, you're going to have strings, and it'll make you feel a certain way. When you hear the Jaws theme, you feel tense, right? Cicero said the orator's body is like a lyre. A lyre is a musical instrument, and you have to learn to play on your own body as a musical instrument to affect the emotions of your audience.
I think he might be onto something, especially given how central public speaking was.
Yeah, and a lot of the Roman oratorical gestures, like I could probably do some, and you could probably guess what emotion they're meant to be. So, for example, there's one where like you hold up your hand to the side and kind of push like this. So this is the gesture, and what that means is kind of mild aversion. I don't like something. Now, if I couple this with turning my face to the side, so pushing off to one side, turning my face away, it's a strong aversion. It's like fear or something. If I clench my fist and press it to my chest, that's anger or grief. If I slap my thigh, again, that's an indication of anger. So a lot of these make sense. I mean, they're kind of natural gestures. Now, some are really weird and artificial. One of my favorite of these is if you like hold your hand up open and then curl the fingers in one by one and then flip it out. So the sort of thing, that's the Romans meant wonder, which you sort of see. But again, if you've been raised in a societal context where you're used to the notion that this gesture means this emotion, when someone does it, you're probably going to feel that emotion.
It's like memes today. If
Yes.
it goes viral,
you know what it's supposed to be, and it has that effect.
It has power. I mean, And it's actually interesting that we don't use gestures as much in modern day.
Well, I mean, for me, I just love analyzing modern political figures in terms of their body language.
Yes, yeah.
Because how you deliver a speech is often more important than what you say. In fact, in the ancient world, the most famous Greek orator was a guy named Demosthenes. And once a guy came up to Demosthenes and said, Demosthenes, tell me, what are the three most important things in giving a speech? And Demosthenes said, well, they are delivery, delivery, and delivery. That even the most brilliant speech, if accompanied by a boring delivery, is going to be less effective than a terrible speech given in an engaging and exciting or funny way.
Speaking of modern day and gestures, what do you think of Donald Trump, who has these very unique kind of gestures? I think there's, I don't know to agree to it's true, but he kind of uses these handshakes where he pulls people in, that kind of stuff. What do you make of that?
I mean, Trump gesticulates a lot, but it's a fairly narrow set of gestures. I mean, if you watch him for a bit, he kind of has the same small set of gestures. And they're not, honestly, they're not natural in that they're not kind of illustrating what he's saying. It's more just punctuation points. I think of his as more kind of these punctuation points for just going off of what he's saying. There are speakers who truly can use their hands and arms and faces creatively, and you watch them and it's really enhancing the speech. I mean, just historically, Martin Luther King, he's famous for a lot of good speeches content. He was a good gesticulator too. He knew how to use his body. On the other hand, Adolf Hitler was a phenomenal gesticulator. If you watch some of his speeches, you can just like turn off the sound and watch them. He's doing all kinds of stuff and he's really emphasizing his points in a very creative way. And this is what's fascinating about oratory and public speaking is it's this two-edged sword. You can use these techniques for good, or you can absolutely use them for evil, you know?
Yeah.
So the very same techniques in the hands of, MLK, you say, this is wonderful, this is fantastic. In the hands of Hitler, you say, this is awful. Look, he's persuading a nation to commit atrocities.
I encourage people to watch the speeches of Hitler, the oratory skill there,
Yeah.
to be able to channel the resentment and the frustration of the people and control it and direct it to any direction he wants.
Yes.
Through speaking alone.
Yeah, it's the visual embodiment of the words where he's talking about, Weimar Germany being taken advantage of supposedly and all this stuff. You're right. He's channeling the resentment of the people and using that to his personal advantage and for cynical, evil, really, purposes. But oratory is like that. It's the question I always end up asking my students is, after studying Cicero and all these techniques, I say, okay, this is great oratory, but do you like this? Is this good that this works on human beings?
I remember Noam Chomsky once was asked, why do you speak in such a monotone way? And he said, well, I want the truth of my statement, the contents of my statements to speak, that I don't want you to get deluded by me because I'm such a charismatic and eloquent speaker. The more monotone I speak, the more you will listen to the content of the words.
Right, I want you just focusing on the content and not being distracted. I'll tell you also with Cicero, one of the things that he and other people who write our own oratory do is to say, and you can do this stuff badly, in which case it backfires horribly. So you can have people who attempt to gesticulate. Again, modern politicians, you'll see this sometimes where they feel like, I'm supposed to be making hand gestures, and they're terrible at it, and it undercuts it. And Cicero in Critique gives some very amusing examples from ancient Rome. So like he says, there was this one guy who, when he spoke, looked like he was trying to swat away flies, there were just these awkward gestures. Or another who looked like he was trying to balance in a boat, like in choppy seas. And my favorite is there was one orator who supposedly was prone to making, I guess, kind of languid, supple motions. And so they actually named a dance after this guy. And his name was Titius. And so Romans could do the Titius, which is this dance that was imitating this orator who had these, kind of comically bad gesticulation. So Not enough gesticulation is a problem. Too much gesticulation is a problem. You have to hit the sweet spot. It has to seem natural. It has to seem varied. It has to conform to the meaning of the words, not distract from it.
Yeah, natural to your, like authentic to
Yeah.
who you are.
Authentic.
Which is when people try to copy the gestures of another person, it usually doesn't go well.
Right.
You have to kind of, you have to interpret, integrate into your own personality and so on.
But gestures is really fun.
It's
So
fascinating.
I enjoyed my dissertation a lot doing that. Because what I was trying to do there was to literally reconstruct them. So to say, what were the actual gestures? And I did that by comparing the literary accounts, the handbooks, with, again, Roman art, looking at statues of Romans and things. And just trying to say, okay, what were some of the gestures they actually used here?
And in that way, the people from that time come to life in your mind and your work. Just it's
So
fascinating.
again, it's this pragmatic thing. I want to know, okay, how does this work?
Could we talk about the role of religion in the Roman Empire? What's the story there?
I mean, religion's interesting because, in my mind, the rise to dominance in a lot of the world of monotheistic religions is one of the huge sort of turning points. Because it's just such a different mentality. I mean, it's very, very different where you say, there's one God and it's my God, versus, okay, I believe in this God, but there's an infinite number of legitimate gods. And nowadays, particularly in the West, we tend to view the monotheistic perspective as the norm. But for more than half of human history, it was not. Um, it used to be the notion in a lot of Roman history up until about 300 AD. The idea was, well, there's just a ton of gods floating around. And, maybe you worship that one, and I worship these two that I like, and the guy across the street worships the oak tree in his backyard, and it's all good. They're all legitimate things. Versus, oh no, no, no. Now there's one God and only one God that's the correct answer. And as soon as you do that, religion becomes foregrounded in your decision making much more. I mean, the Romans had religion, but it wasn't really driving anything. It was auxiliary to things rather than a central force. So for a lot of Roman history, you had standard kind of, I guess, pagan polytheism, where there's a bunch of gods. There's certain gods who are associated with the Roman state, and there would be prayers sent to those gods on behalf of the Roman state. But it wasn't really, you weren't trying to execute the will of Zeus or something, or Jupiter, or Mars, or anybody else. And in your private life, it was the same thing. You might ask certain gods for help, but it wasn't as much of a dominant thing in your own existence. So I think that's a real transition point where religion started to become so foregrounded. And as soon as you get the monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam in particular, it really shifts how people start to think about themselves in relationship to the world around them.
So Jesus was born during the rule of Emperor Augustus.
Yep. Which is kind of neat that, really influential people in the realm of political events and religious events coexisted. What are the odds?
I mean, yeah, there's certain moments in history where just a lot of interesting, powerful people come together and make history. And he was crucified under Emperor Tiberius. Right?
Yep.
Why were the ideas of Jesus seen as a threat by the emperor?
The thing that causes conflicts between the Romans and Christians is a little bit strange. It's all with this, where the Romans had a tradition of, on the emperor's birthday, sort of saying a prayer, basically wishing him good luck. Okay, but technically it's in the form of sacrificing to that part of the emperor that might become divine after his death. So to the Romans, this is the equivalent of a patriotism act, saying, the Pledge of Allegiance or something to the country. But of course, to Christians, this is worshiping another god. And I think there's almost a failure of communication here. That the Romans just, at least initially, didn't quite understand this is really problematic for these people, because they're coming from a polytheistic perspective, where, yeah, everybody has different gods, so what? This isn't a religious problem, this is a political one. Why won't you wish, send good wishes to the emperor? If you're a loyal Roman, this is something you should want to do. And many of the early Christians, I think, would have been fine with that, but it took the form of what they were asked to do was to basically worship another god. And that was the sticking point. And this is where I think movies kind of warped some of our images of Roman history, that Hollywood loves to depict very early Christians, I'm talking like first 200 years here after the ministry of Christ, as a group that all the Romans were obsessed with, that they were constantly trying to persecute and all this. And honestly, I think the Romans at that point were more just sort of indifferent or didn't know what was going on. And if you look at some of the primary sources at that time, I mean, there's this very famous letter by a guy named Pliny, who was a Roman governor of a province in the east. And he has the habit of writing letters to the Roman emperor at the time, who was Trajan, every time he had a problem with being governor. And so this is great. This is the two highest governmental officials in the Roman world sort of hammering out policy between them, right? The emperor and one of his governors. And so this is about 100 years, 100 AD about. And Pliny says, hey, emperor, I had this issue. I had these people come before me called Christians. I don't quite know what to do with them. What should my policy be? And here's what I know about them. And what he knows is almost nothing. It's this almost comic, like garbling. And, they have this weird thing where they get together on some day of the week and they sort of swear oaths to one another not to do bad stuff, which is, of course, his garbled understanding of the Ten Commandments, And then they have breakfast together and they eat food, and this is communion, but he doesn't get that that's what's going on. And so he's really ignorant. But I think that the broader point is, okay, this is one of the best educated, best traveled Romans who has the most experience in the empire, has been all over the empire. And what does he know about Christianity? Basically nothing. So if one of the best educated, most widely traveled guys really doesn't know much about them, that kind of suggests that not many people did at this point in time.
At this time was a fringe movement that
they did. Very fringe. I mean, it was one of hundreds of little mystery religions the Romans sort of thought of as. And these are religions that have some sort of revealed knowledge and that appeal, make more personal appeals to people. Now, stepping back from this in a broad way, I think you could say that Christianity really was different in some ways and had some things that maybe the Romans should rightfully have viewed as a threat. I mean, the Romans are people very focused on this world, right? Citizenship, what you do. Christianity, in essence, has a focus on the next world. So this world isn't as important as what you're setting yourself up for. And even worse, from a Roman perspective, kind of saying, okay, if I were a Roman, Romans are all about making distinctions between people. Citizen, non-citizen, man, woman, free, slave. Christianity comes along and says, in God's eyes, you're all equal. Now, that's a pretty problematic idea if you're deeply invested in Roman hierarchy. And I think it is no surprise that among the earliest converts to Christianity are women and slaves, and in particular, female slaves. Now, who are they? They're the people at the rock bottom of the Roman hierarchy of status, right? Which the Romans are obsessed with status. But here's a religion that says that doesn't matter. And in that same letter to Pliny, Pliny says, okay, in this group of Christians I've heard about, their leaders are two female slaves they call deaconesses. Now, this is really early. This is before the church exists, right? There's no church structure yet. And who is leading the local congregation of Christians? Two slave women. So that's an interesting moment, and that's not necessarily the image we get of early Christianity, but you can see how for people in this social structure, that would be very appealing to them. And in some ways, yeah, it is sort of a threat to the Roman system because they're challenging it. Now, the irony is, of course, 300 years after the life of Christ, the emperor converts to Christianity, and another 100 years later, under Theodosius, it becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. So all of a sudden, you have this flip-flop where now the state itself is not just converted to Christianity, but actively promoting it, and now persecuting pagans. And the reason the emperors do that is one of the biggest problems for emperors at that point in time is legitimacy. That there's tons of civil wars where you have lots of different people saying, I'm emperor. So lots of generals declaring themselves emperor. Now, under a polytheistic religion, that's just, you're all just fighting. It doesn't matter. But if you say there is only one God, then if that God picks someone to be his emperor, they're the only legitimate emperor, right? So there is a real advantage to emperors now becoming Christian, because if they can say, we're now a Christian empire, and there's only one God, and I'm the guy that God picked to be emperor, that means all these other people claiming to be emperors are illegitimate.
Do you think that, or is there other factors that explain why Christianity was able to spread?
Well, I mean, that's why it's appealing to the emperors. And we're talking here, the religious answer is people see the light, right? It's a faith-based thing. I'm looking at this as a historian. So putting aside, religious feeling and saying, okay, if I'm doing an analysis of this as a social phenomenon, what would be appealing to people? And there is that very compelling reason for emperors to want to go to Christianity, because it helps them with their biggest problem, which is legitimacy. Now, if you're an ordinary person, what is the appeal of Christianity? Well, we already looked at a couple of them. One of them is that, it promises you a reward in the afterlife. The Roman and Greek notions of the afterlife aren't that appealing. Either you just sort of turn into dust, or at best you turn into this kind of ghost thing that floats around something that looks like a Greek gymnasium, which is like a bunch of grassy fields. It's not so hot. So here you're offered the idea of like, oh, you go to paradise forever. That sounds really good. And secondly, for a lot of people in Roman society, that notion of here's something that says I'm valuable as a human being. It doesn't matter whether I'm free or slave. It doesn't matter whether I'm Roman or non-Roman. It doesn't matter if I'm man or woman. Here's something that says I am equal value. That's enormously appealing. And finally, early Christians, they honestly, a lot of them do good works. They take care of the sick. They feed the poor. If you look at Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, that's the stuff he really hammers. If we look at, the words of Jesus when he says, what do you do to be a Christian? A lot of it is take care of the unfortunate. Take care of people who are sick. Take care of people who are starving. And a lot of the early Christians really take that seriously. So they are helping people out. So that's appealing.
They're the good kind of populist, and populist messages spread. Let me ask you about gladiators.
Switch of pace here.
What role did they play in Roman society?
Gladiator games obviously become a popular form of entertainment. And they're one of the ones that's captured people's imaginations for all sorts of reasons. It's dramatic, but also I think it's that apparent contradiction that in so many ways Roman society seems familiar to us. In so many ways it seems sophisticated and appealing. Law is wonderful, all this, but yet for fun, they watched people fight to the death. So how do you reconcile these things? Gladiators I find very interesting because they're an example of what historians call status dissonance. So it's someone who in society has high status in some ways and very low or despised status in others. So gladiators, most of them were slaves, the lowest of the low in Roman society, right? Also, they're fighting for other people's pleasure and dying sometimes for other people's pleasure. And the Romans had a real thing about this, like your body being used for others' pleasure. Even a humble working person who hired themselves out for labor, the Romans thought that was innately demeaning because you're using your body for someone else's benefit or pleasure. So that they didn't have this notion of, the dignity of hard labor or something. They thought the only noble profession was farming, okay, because there you generate something and you're producing it for yourself. But if you work for someone else, you're demeaning yourself. And gladiators are the worst of the worst, right? Performing for someone else's pleasure. So on the one hand, they're very low status. But on the other hand, successful gladiators get famous. People admire them. Women find them attractive. They're celebrities. And so this is the status dissonance, right? You have these people who on the one hand, formally are very low status in society, but yet are very popular on the other hand. Another kind of myth about gladiators is that they were just dying all the time. You watch, movies, and again, they'll always throw a bunch of gladiators and they all die. I think some scholar did a study of there's like 100 fights we know of, or we know some details. and I think 10% of those ended in the death of one of the people. So gladiators are a lot more like boxing matches, where you're watching a display of skill between two people who are more or less evenly matched in terms of their abilities, and probably they'll survive, though there's a chance one of them might get injured. In fact, one might die. Having said all that, in the end, you really are having people fight and potentially die for the pleasure of an audience. And anthropologists and Roman historians like to speculate, why did the Romans do this? The Romans address it. I mean, there's a famous thing where a Roman says, we Romans are a violent people, we're a warlike people, and so it's fitting that we should be accustomed to the sight of death and violence. Kind of works. There's a more symbolic interpretation that says the amphitheater is an expression of Roman dawn. It's a symbolic expression. Because what you have are all segments of Roman society gathered together to control the fate of others. So you have foreigners, you have wild animals, you have criminals, you have other people. And we are symbolically asserting our dominance over those groups by determining, do you live or do you die? And that kind of works too. And the cynical one is humans like violence. I mean, when people watch a hockey game, what gets them most excited? The fight. When people watch car racing, there's a crash. What's going to be shown on the news? It's the crash. So there's something dark in human nature sometimes that likes violence, and maybe the Romans are just being more honest about it than we are.
I think Dan Carlin has a really great episode called Painful Attainment. And I think in that episode, he suggests a hypothetical that if we did something like a gladiator games today to the death, that like the whole world would tune in. Yeah. Especially if it was anonymous, right? We have a kind of like thin veil of civility underneath which we probably would still be something deep within us would be attracted to that violence.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, is it human nature? Why do people slow down when there's a car wreck and try and see what's happening? On the other hand, to be fair, I mean, there were Romans at the time who morally objected to them and said this is morally degenerate to take pleasure in this, and that's wrong. So I think in all eras you have a diversity of opinions. There's no unanimous take on what this is or what this means.
So who usually were the gladiators? Was it slaves?
Well, the most common source again is prisoners of war. So if you conquer some people and they seem to be warlike, you might well consign some of them to fight. And the other thing about gladiators is they were highly trained professionals. So the gladiator schools who trained them were spending a lot of money to train these people. And it wasn't just we take some guy and throw him into the arena like you see in movies all the time. These were people that you'd invested a lot of money in. That's why you don't really want to see them killed. But yeah, mostly they're prisoners of war. I mean, in very rare instances, you might have a free person volunteering or selling himself to fight as gladiators, but much more common was that. And what's interesting is some people wouldn't do it. I mean, there's a lot of instances of gladiators refusing to fight and committing suicide, which you don't hear. So, like, there was one German who was supposed to fight as a gladiator, and instead he stuck his head between the spokes of a wagon that was spinning and snapped his own neck. There were a group of 29 Germans who all sort of said, we're not going to fight for the Romans' pleasure, and they strangled one another the night before they were supposed to fight. So, I mean, you have people sort of objecting to being complicit in this kind of performance as well.
And they also had interest in animals.
Yes.
So humans fought animals, exotic animals.
And animals fought animals. The Romans were a little weird with their animal thing. They loved exotic animals, but mostly they liked to see the exotic animals die. So, I mean, there was an enormous industry collecting wild beasts, transporting them to Rome, which is no easy matter to transport elephants and giraffes and rhinos, particularly in this era of technology. But they were like draining Africa and bringing lions, all these things, and sacrificing them.
And what about the different venues? I mean, there's the legendary Colosseum. What is the importance of this place?
Well, the Colosseum, real name is the Flavian Amphitheater. It's interesting because for a long time, Rome always had a chariot racing, the Circus Maximus, but it didn't have a permanent gladiatorial venue until relatively late, till about 80 AD, so during the reign of the Emperor Vespasian. And he built this thing. So he built the Flavian Amphitheater. He was from the Flavian family of emperors. And he did it as a deliberate act of propaganda. So before him had been Nero, who was sort of seen as a crazy or bad emperor. And one of Nero's indulgences is he had built this enormous palace for himself called the Golden House. So it was kind of this pleasure palace with 50 dining rooms, all this stuff. And it was basically wasting a ton of money on him, right? So right on the site where Nero had his Golden House, Vespasian says, I'm going to erect a new building on top of it that's going to be for the pleasure of the people. So it was very much a political statement that my dynasty is going to be about serving Romans, not serving ourselves. And so that's why he builds the Flavian Amphitheater. And the funds he uses from it is basically from looting Jerusalem, because the other thing he'd done just before this is he had sacked Jerusalem and destroyed the temple there, in fact, he and his son Titus. And so this is what he now builds in Rome as his gift to the people of Rome.
But it's interesting to think about that place, to think about that relationship with violence across centuries, for spectacle, watching people fight. And it's, like you said, not only like 10% of the time it led to the death, but I read that still a lot of people died. A lot of gladiators were killed.
Oh yeah,
There's numbers that are like it's crazy. I read 400,000 dead. This includes gladiators, slaves, convicts, prisoners, and so on. That's a lot of people.
The Flavian Amphitheater is really interesting too, just as a piece of technology and has influence on later world. I mean, almost every sporting arena today owes something to the Flavian Amphitheater Coliseum in terms of construction. And it was an amazingly sophisticated building. I mean, it had retractable awnings and elevators and ramps that things could just pop up into the arena from below. It had very well designed passages where everybody could file in and file out very efficiently, and they're all numbered. So I mean, it's one of, I think, the most influential buildings in history, just because of the way that all these buildings we go to today, they're all kind of variants on it and using some of the ideas from it.
And the Romans took their construction seriously.
Oh yeah, they were good at that. So they were excellent engineers. And the Romans were excellent engineers, especially when it came to what you might think of as humble stuff. I mean, today we tend to think of, a Roman building as shining white marble, right? Well, the core of that building was probably concrete, and the marble is just a superficial facade. And if you think about the Colosseum in Rome today, all the marble has been stripped off that building, and what you see is the concrete core, the structural core that's left. And the Romans, they didn't invent concrete, but they just used it more creatively than anyone had before. And if you look at buildings like the Greeks built, they're all rectilinear. They're all rectangles or squares, and they always have a lot of columns because you need to hold the roof up. The Romans, because of their use of concrete, could build wooden frames. They could have curves, they could have domes, they could have all kinds of stuff. And it just explodes the architectural possibilities. He also made a lot of use of the vault. So if you cut rocks and arrange them so they form a curve, you can have big vaulted spaces. And they were just brilliant with their mix of things. I mean, the Pantheon is the best preserved Roman building, and it's another brilliant building, incredibly influential. I mean, every Capitol building in the world or museum is an imitation of the Pantheon. The Capitol in Washington, D.C., the Capitol in Madison, where I'm from, Wisconsin, Austin, where we are now, they're all Pantheons. It's a big dome with a triangular pediment and some columns on the front. So it's just an amazingly influential building, but it's brilliant because the way it's constructed is, the concrete at the bottom of the dome is both thicker and has a denser formulation. So it's heavier where it needs to bear the weight. And then as you get further up the dome, it gets narrower and narrower, and they mix in different types of rock. So at the top, you're using pumice, that very light volcanic stone. So where you want it to be light, it's light. And it's here 2,000 years later. I mean, look around you. How many buildings that we're building now do you think are going to be here in 2,000 years? I suspect not many.
And it's not only that they lasted, but they were beautiful, or at least in our current conception of beauty.
Yeah, I mean, Vitruvius, his principles are things should be functional and they should be aesthetically pleasing. So that's a winning combination, I think.
They pulled that off pretty well. If we could talk about the long line of emperors that made up the Roman Empire, how were they selected?
This is we were talking about Augustus's great achievements and how clever he was with propaganda and all. This is his great failure. So his great failure is that he did not solve was the problem of succession. How do you ensure that the next person who follows you is not just the best person, but is qualified? And he fails to do it. So the principle he settles on is heredity. So the nearest blood relative. And he goes through all these people, all these young kids in his family die. He keeps trying to make the heir. And he ends up making his heir Tiberius, who he never liked. It was his stepson. He didn't like him. But he ends up inheriting it. And the next set of emperors, the Julio-Claudians, which is the family that Augustus starts, they all basically are who is the nearest male relative to the previous emperor. And that's how we get a lot of crazy emperors like Caligula or Nero. And then the next family, the Flavians, the first guy is kind of an Augustus. It's Vespasian, who builds the Flavian amphitheater. And then one of his sons takes over Titus, who's okay. And then the next son takes over Domitian, who's nuts again. So heredity just isn't working. And Rome fights a couple of civil wars. And in 98 AD, we're 100 years now into the empire. And they look back at this track record and say, okay, we've been picking our emperors by heredity, and we've got some real duds here, some real problematic people. Is there a way to fix this? And this is one of the few instances where the Romans, who I keep saying are very traditional and resist change, I think actually make a change and realize we got to do something different. And so the next guy looks around and says, okay, forget who's my nearest male relative. Who's the best qualified to be emperor after me? I'll pick that person, and then I'll adopt him as my son. So they kind of stick with their heredity, but now it's this fake adoption. And you end up with a lot of old guys adopting middle-aged adults as their son, which is a little strange, but it works. And so for the next 80 years, you have only 5 emperors, and they're often called the 5 good emperors. They're not related necessarily by blood. They sort of pick the best qualified guy, and they're all sound, competent, good emperors. And the 2nd century AD, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, is often regarded as the high point of the Roman Empire. And a lot of that comes from you have political stability. You have a succession of decent guys being emperor who rule relatively wisely, promote good policies. There's other things working to Rome's advantage, but that's good. And then where it falls apart is where the last guy, Marcus Aurelius, looks around and says, who's the best qualified guy to succeed me? What a coincidence. It's my own dear son, who turns out to be a psycho. And then it all goes downhill.
And some people place the collapse of the Roman Empire at the end of Marcus Aurelius.
Yep. Yeah, so 180 AD is one common date for an early date for the end of the Roman Empire. Because from then on, it's a mixed bag of good and bad emperors.
At the very least, this period is when the Roman Empire is at its height on all different kinds of perspectives.
Certainly geographically, at this point stretches from Britain to Mesopotamia, from Egypt up to Germany. Like I said, probably about 50 million people within its boundaries. Within those boundaries, there's relative peace. So sometimes people talk about the Pax Romana. The Romans are fighting lots of people, but within the boundaries, you have relative peace. There's relative economic prosperity. Nothing in the ancient world is that prosperous. It's just a different sort of economy. But it's pretty stable. There's no huge disasters happening yet. Some plagues start in Marcus Aurelius' reign. But yeah, this is pretty much seen as the high point of the Roman Empire, and I think it is. I think that there's truth to that.
Let me ask the ridiculously oversimplified question. But who do you think is the greatest Roman emperor? Maybe your top 3.
Emperor. I tell you what, I'll tell you my favorite Roman who wasn't an emperor, and that's Marcus Agrippa, who was Augustus's right-hand man. So Agrippa's this interesting guy who is extremely talented. He's a terrific general. He's a terrific admiral. He's a great builder. He is kind of like the troubleshooter for Augustus. He's the guy who wins the battle of Actium for Augustus. Literally, Augustus would not have become the first emperor without Agrippa. When Augustus rebuilds the city of Rome, it's Agrippa that he gives the job to. Agrippa rebuilds the Campus Martius. He builds the first version of the Pantheon. He personally goes through the sewers to clean them out. And he just has this great set of qualities that he's very self-effacing. I think he likes power. He wants real power, but he realizes I don't have that kind of clever politician's ability to be the front guy. So I'll just serve my friend Augustus loyally. They were childhood friends. I'll win the battles for Augustus. I'll let him take all the credit, but I'll be his number two guy, and that's what I'm good at. And he realizes his limitations. And so many people don't. So many people are like, "Oh, I just want to keep grabbing for more and more and more," when it's not something you're good at. And I think Agrippa says, "I'm good to this point, and I'll play that role and more, and that'll give me a lot of power, but I'm not going to press it." And he's just very hardworking. He's modest. He's self-effacing. He's highly competent.
I wonder how many people in history there are that are like the drivers, the COO of the whole operation that you don't really think about or don't talk about enough, where sort of they're really the mastermind.
Or the ones who make something possible. I mean, even in this conversation today, you would not have Alexander the Great without his father, Philip II, having built that army and handed it to him on a silver platter. Octavian would never have become emperor without Agrippa. So they play central roles sometimes. But if I had to pick an emperor, I'd probably pick Augustus, just because of his influence. And because I admire his the thing Agrippa didn't have, his political savvy, his manipulation of image, propaganda, all that I find very fascinating. Though I'm not sure he's a great human being, but he's a really interesting figure.
Whether he's good or bad, he was extremely influential on defining the entirety of human history. And probably one of the most influential humans ever. Nevertheless, if you ask in public who the most famous Roman emperor is, would that be Marcus Aurelius potentially?
I don't know.
But he's up question, right?
He's real famous because he was a Stoic philosopher and wrote this book, The Meditations.
I mean, it's just interesting. Stoicism had, as a philosophical ideology, had a role to play during that time. I mean, there's the tragic fact that did Nero murder something?
Yes. Well, he drove it to suicide, let's say.
There's a lot of interesting questions there. One is like the role, especially when it's hereditary, the role as a mentor, like who advises who with Aristotle and Alexander the Great, like that dance of who influences and guides the persons that gain power is really interesting.
Well, I mean, one of the big questions with the Roman emperors, talking about some of them, is why did so many seem to be either crazy or just kind of sadists? And that's, I don't know if there's a good answer to that. I mean, people have theories, Caligula got a brain fever and changed after that or something. But I think there's a lot of maybe truth in the notion that the ones who seem to go craziest quite often are the ones who become emperor at a young age. And there is something about that old cliche that absolute power corrupts absolutely, especially if your own personality isn't really fully formed yet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think take anybody when they're a teenager. If you all of a sudden said, you have unlimited power, what would that do to you? How would that warp your personality? I mean, look at all what they always say, like the Disney stars who sort of go wrong or something because they get rich and famous at this very young age.
Yeah, fame, power, and even money. If you get way too much of it at a young age. Yeah. I think we're egotistical, narcissistic, all that kind of stuff as babies. And then we clash with the world and we figure out the morality of the world, how to interact with others, that other people suffer in all kinds of ways. Understand like the cruelty, the beauty of the world, the fact that other people suffer in different ways, the fact that other people are also human and have different perspectives, all of that, in order to develop that, you shouldn't be blocked off from the world in which power and money and fame can do.
And conversely, a lot of the emperors we regard as quote good emperors are the ones who become emperor at a middle age or something. where their personalities are fully formed, where they're not going to really become different people. Um, and so that works in that theory too. I mean, I don't think it's absolute. And of course, the greatest exception is Octavian Augustus, who starts his rise to power as a teenager. Somehow doesn't seem to go nuts.
Yeah,
It's not an absolute, but it doesn't help to get that much power at a young age.
What does it take to be a successful emperor? You say.
So you say, well, what does it take to be a good Roman emperor? If you were going to draw up a job description, seek a Roman emperor. What are the qualities, qualifications you would put on? Obviously, you would put responsible, a good understanding of military, economics, whatever ability to delegate. But just to be fun, let's consider how much does it matter whether the emperor is good or bad? Because in the ancient world, what does it affect, really, if you're, say, a peasant in Spain, if the emperor is crazy Nero or good Vespasian? I mean, how does that affect your day-to-day life? How does it affect you if you're a peasant in Italy, which is the average inhabitant? I mean, the crazy emperors mostly affect the people within the sound of their voice. So yeah, they go crazy. They murder senators. They murder their members of their own family. They do wacky stuff. But a lot of that is constrained to the immediate surroundings around them. And meanwhile, the mechanism of the Roman Empire is just grinding along as it would anyway. I mean, the governors are running their provinces. Stuff's happening. I guess an emperor can start a war. He can maybe raise taxes. But that would be the ways that he's affecting the whole empire. And here we get to technology does matter. We're dealing with a world where, let's say you're in Rome and you're the emperor, and you want to send a message to a province far away, let's say Judea. That message might take 1 or 2 months to get there, and 1 or 2 months to get a reply. So how much influence as emperor are you really having over that province? I mean, those people pretty much have to make their own decisions and then kind of say to you, this is what we did, I hope that's okay. Because otherwise nothing gets done if they're waiting 4 months for a decision.
Even in the realm of ideas, they can't get on TV and on the radio.
Yeah,
and
communication
broadcasts
so slow and so uncertain ways that today, with the ability to instantaneously talk to people across the world, we can't even imagine. And the Roman Empire is huge. I mean, it is months to send a message and get an answer. So here you have the emperor in Rome. Yeah, he affects who's around him, and he can affect even common people. I mean, there's crazy emperors who are at the games and they're bored and they say, well, take that whole section of the crowd and throw them to the lions or something. There you're being affected by the emperor. But if you're outside the range of his sight and voice, do you care who the emperor is?
So the big one,
most of the time.
That's a really important idea to remember. Same with the U.S. president, frankly, in terms of the grand arc of history.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is the actual impact? But I would say the big one is probably starting wars.
Yep.
Major global wars, or ending them in both directions. And then taxation, too, as you said. What was the taxation? What was the economic system? What was the role of taxation?
The Romans are really weird with this. So in the Republic, once they started to acquire overseas provinces, right, they had to decide, what are we going to do with these provinces? And they in the end settled on this notion of, we'll put a Roman governor in charge, we'll collect some sort of taxes. But they often didn't collect the taxes directly. Instead, they would sell contracts to private businesses to collect taxes. Mm-hmm. So the private businesses would bid and say, all right, if you give us the contract to collect taxes in Sicily, we'll give you X number of money up front, and then we go out and try to collect enough to make back that money and make ourselves a profit. And this is a terrible system, because obviously they're going to go and try and squeeze as much as they can out of Sicily. And these companies were called publicans, publicani. And in the Bible, there's a phrase, publicans and sinners, and that should give you an idea how they're viewed. So everybody hated these tax collectors, and it was a really kind of dumb system, because the publicans were going out and squeezing way more than they should in an unhealthy way from the provinces, and the Roman state was doing this kind of weird thing that they should have been doing themselves. And over time, that shifts a bit, and it becomes more like your standard taxation. And a lot of the taxation ends up being in kind, too. So it's like, okay, we're taxing you, you pay it in wheat if you're a farmer or something, not necessarily in cash. So it was, in many ways, the Roman economy is underdeveloped. They didn't have a lot of the sophisticated systems that we have today, and it probably held them back in some ways. And again, they had that resistance to change. The Romans also had weird notions about just business and profit making. That at least originally there was this notion that shameful. Again, the only thing that's a worthwhile profession is farming. So, rich Romans would get involved in what we would call business, manufacturing, particularly long distance trade with ships. But they would often do it through sort of front companies or employees who did it on their behalf officially, and then they sort of funnel the profits to the guy funding it because they don't want to be soiled with, business which has been eaten. So the Romans had a lot of weird attitudes about the economy that I think in some ways didn't help.
But nevertheless, they had many of the elements of the modern economic system: the taxation, the record keeping.
They were good at record keeping. So the Romans, the census is a Roman word. They're the ones who came up with that. So
Obviously, the laws are good.
yes. So in certain ways, yes, they were extremely sophisticated. And of course, the biggest thing about people in the ancient world of today is that they weren't stupider than us. Sometimes you get this assumption, oh, well, in the ancient world, they just weren't as smart or something. No. They were fully as intelligent as we were. They didn't have access to the same technology as we do, but that doesn't mean they were any less smart.
We talk about the crisis of the 3rd century and the aforementioned Western and Eastern Roman empires, how it split.
Yeah, so, after Rome starts to go downhill, as you enter the 3rd century, so the 200s, so we're moving out of the Golden Era now. A famous Roman historian, Cassius Dio, who lived right at that moment, very famously wrote that of the transition of Marcus Aurelius to what follows, our kingdom now descends from one of gold to one of rust and iron. So even people who were alive at the time had a distinct sense something is going downhill here. And that's interesting because, usually great historical moments are retroactive. And here's a guy who said, oh, something's going wrong. Something's really going bad right now. And a lot of it becomes that the secret is out. That what makes an emperor is who commands the most swords. And so you start to get rebellions by various Roman generals, each declaring himself emperor. So you'd always had this to a certain degree. They had kept it in check during the 2nd century AD. But in the 3rd century, you sometimes get 3 or 4 generals in different parts of the empire all declaring themselves emperor, and then they all rush off to Rome to fight a multi-way civil war. And of course, while they're doing this, the borders are undefended, so barbarians start to see opportunity and come across and start raiding. They start burning and pillaging farms. The civil wars are destroying cities and farms, so the economy is kind of tanking. Then there's less money coming in as taxes, so when one guy finally wins, he jacks up the tax rate to try and make up for it, but now there's fewer people able to pay, and it's all just a vicious cycle. The Romans start to debase the coinage, which means you take in a gold coin, you melt it down, mix it in with 10% something less valuable, and then stamp it and say it's worth the same. Well, people aren't stupid. They're going to know that's only 90% of that gold coin.
Invented inflation.
And you get horrific inflation uncontrolled. So, the economy goes downhill, barbarians are raiding, you have internal instability. In 1 year, you have something like 8 or 9 different guys go through as emperor in 238. So it's a mess. And it looks like the Roman Empire is going to fall around the mid-3rd century. So this is the crisis. And then the kind of shocking development is late in that 3rd century, they actually stabilize the empire. So you have a series of these kind of army emperors who are just good generals who manage to push the barbarians out, reestablish the borders. It's actually a whole group of them, but often they get clumped under the most successful last guy, who's Diocletian, who comes in and he tries to stabilize the economy. One of the things he does is he issues a new solid gold coin that he guarantees is solid gold. He calls it a solidus, a solid coin. He famously issues a price edict where he says this is the maximum it's legal to charge for any good or service. So it's an attempt to curb inflation. And that's not going to work, but it helps. Kind of amusingly, on Diocletian's price edict, can you guess what the most expensive sort of item is? Hiring a lawyer. So some things never change, right?
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, in that system, there's probably a huge amount of lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, even lawyers, quite the right word. Romans didn't have true lawyers, but they had people you would hire to do legal stuff or give you legal advice. But anyway, no, the price edict is actually really fascinating because it's this long list of stuff, and you can see, you know, a good pair of shoes, a bad pair of shoes, how much each cost, and you can see the relative value of things. So, you know, what was food versus clothing? What was, you know, going to the barber versus hiring a doctor, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really fun document to just mess around with. But anyway, so Diocletian stabilizes basically the empire, these other guys as well, and gives it a new lease on life. So it seems by the end of the 3rd century that Rome is going to continue. And then as we go into the 4th century, you have the really dramatic thing where Constantine comes along and converts to Christianity. And at the time he converts, you know, the percentage of Christians in the empire is small, 10% of those, something like that. Who knows? But it's quite small. And all of a sudden you have this weird thing where now the emperor belongs to this new religion. What does this mean? You can debate a lot how sincere Constantine's conversion was. It's a little bit of a weird thing where he clearly is using it as a way to fire up the troops before a crucial battle to say, hey, I just had this dream. This god promised us victory if we put his magic symbol on our shields. And this would be okay, except that he had done this a couple times before. So one time it was Helios, the sun god, one time it was another god. Even after he converts, he continues to mint coins and stuff with other gods on them. He continues to worship other gods. But he also kind of seems sincere in his conversion, which is, I think the question is, how much does he understand this new religion? Maybe more than is it sincere? But that's a real turning point. So now as we go into the 4th century, we have this thing with Constantine, the new religion, and the other thing that happens is the empire is really just too big to govern effectively. It's a thing we're talking about. It's too large, the communication is too slow, and it starts to naturally fragment. And at times they try systems where they split it into 4. So under Diocletian, he tries the tetrarchy, where he splits the empire into 4, and you actually have sort of 4 emperors working together as a team. More commonly, it just splits east-west. So from that point on, you really start to have the history of the Western Empire going in one direction, the Eastern Empire in the other. You tend to have 2 emperors, though there are moments occasionally where they reunite. So that's a big development as well, and that's a turning point.
So the most common date, people say, maybe you can correct me on this, that the Roman Empire fell is 476 AD. They're referring to the fall, quote unquote, of the Western Roman Empire. So why did the Roman Empire fall?
Yeah, this is a real game. Pick your favorite date for the Roman Empire. 476 is a very common. What happens in that year is a barbarian king comes down into Italy and deposes a guy named Romulus Augustulus, which is an amazing name. It's combining the names of the founder of Rome, Romulus, with Augustus, the second founder of Rome. And so some people say that's the end of the Roman Empire. Sure. But others say it's 410 when Alaric sacks Rome for the first time. Others say it's 455 when the Vandals come and sack Rome and do a much more thorough job of it this time. Some say it's 180 when Marcus Aurelius picks poorly in succession. Some say it's 31 when Octavian wins the Battle of Actium and kills the Roman Republic. Or you can go past that date and say it's 1453 when the Eastern Roman Empire finally falls. And I mean, the Eastern Empire is legitimately the Roman Empire. If you would go and ask them, who are you? They wouldn't say, you know, we're the Byzantines, we're the Eastern Roman Empire. They would just say, we're the Romans. And they have a completely legitimate claim to do that. So this whole game of when does the empire fall is problematic. And the other thing is, all those dates about invasions that cluster around the 400s, so 410, 455, 476, you have to ask yourself, who counts as a real Roman by that point? Because for a while now, the Romans themselves are often coming from barbarians, are crossing that boundary. Roman generals, they might get raised as a Hun, then serve with the Roman army for a while, then not. Or Visigoths or not. That's been going on for a long time. So what makes someone a real Roman? How do you tell that the guy kicked out 476 was a, quote, real Roman, and the barbarian king who took his place wasn't? That's a very arbitrary decision.
There's so many interesting things there. So, of course, you described really eloquently the decline that started after Marcus Aurelius. And there's a lot of competing ideas there, and the tensions.
Just to interrupt you, I hate wishy-washy answers, which is what I kind of said. So I will give you this. I think by the end of the 5th century AD, the Western Roman Empire has transformed into something different. So I don't know what date I can pick for that, but I can say by around 500, I don't know that we can call whatever exists there the Roman Empire anymore.
And of course, the barbarians make everything complicated because they seem to be willing to fight on every side, and they're like fluid.
Yes.
Which as they integrate fast, and it just makes the whole thing really tricky to say, who's a Roman, who's not, and which point did it look.
And barbarians have been forming large parts of the Roman army for centuries. It's extremely fluid and not at all just clear sides here. So it's a mess.
From a military perspective, perhaps, what are some things that stand out to you on the pressure from the barbarians, the conflicts, whether it's the Huns or the Visigoths?
There was a military strategist named Edward Luttwak who wrote this book, The Grand Strategy of the Roman Empire, which was basically about frontiers and how did the Romans define their frontier. And everybody's jumped on this and argued about it, so it's wrong and all, but started this debate among Roman historians about, what does frontier mean to the Romans? Did they conceive of their empires having a border, or was it always expanding, or what? And did they have a grand strategy? I mean, today, militaries have a strategy. We want to achieve this, we want to exert force here, we want to protect these areas. Did the Romans even visualize their empire in that sort of grand strategic way? And it's a real debate. And there's some things that suggest, here they tried to rationalize the border and shorten it by taking this territory. Other people see it as just kind of random. So that's an interesting take, is how did the Romans conceive of empire? I mean, if you look back at someone like Virgil at the time of Augustus, he said, well, the gods granted Rome empire without end. So it's that open-ended thing. But even under Augustus, he seems to be pulling back and saying, well, I'm going to kind of stop at the Rhine. I'm going to kind of stop at the Danube. We don't need to keep expanding forever the way we've been doing. So, I mean, that's an interesting concept of how do the Romans see their empire? Does it have a boundary? What are those boundaries? What does that mean?
And then barbarians were very much making that boundary even more difficult to kind of define it, even if you wanted to.
Right. And again, the other fun debate is, were these invasions, when the Visigoths cross the Danube and come into the Roman Empire, is this an invasion as it was originally described, or is it a migration, as some scholars have started calling it? Because the Visigoths were fleeing pressure from another Gothic group, and they were fleeing pressure from the Huns. And, I mean, a lot of the early Gothic peoples who come into the Roman Empire are basically seeking asylum. They're saying, will you give us a piece of territory to live on within the boundaries of the empire, and in return we will fight for you against external enemies. And the Romans make these deals with some of the Goths. In fact, they made a pretty good deal with the Goths. One group of Goths do exactly that. Like, you can settle within the boundaries, we'll feed you, we'll give you a certain amount of stuff, and you fight for us. And then the Romans treated them really bad. They kind of didn't supply what they had promised, and so they turned against the Romans for good reason. So the Romans blundered in these things too.
So is it correct that the Visigoths fought on the side of the Romans against the Huns?
Somewhat. So again, there were various groups on both sides of the battles. So Attila is the famous one, and he comes into the Roman Empire and seems to be heading right for Rome to knock it off. And everybody is so scared of the Huns that this weird coalition comes together of the Romans plus various barbarian groups against Attila, and league with some other barbarian groups. They fight a huge battle, and it's more or less a stalemate. So Attila gets stopped. And he says, all right, we're going to just rest up for a year. Next year, we're going to finish off the Romans. Next year comes, heads down into Italy, is heading straight for Rome, and the Pope goes and meets Attila, and they have lunch together at this river. And at the end of the lunch, Attila goes back and says, I changed my mind. We're going to go back up to France, hang around for another year. We'll finish off the Romans later. And, Christian sources say saints appeared in the sky with flaming swords, and, scared away Attila. Some other sources say, well, the Pope gave Attila a huge bribe to go away for a while, leave whichever you like. But then Attila ends up dying on his wedding night before he comes back under mysterious circumstances. And so that never materializes. And the Huns kind of fragment after his death.
So what was the definitive blow by the barbarians, by the Visigoths?
The barbarians are so many different groups. And weirdly, I think an important one that sometimes people tend to focus on the Huns and the Goths. The Vandals end up going to Spain, conquering Spain, and then crossing over into North Africa and kind of conquering North Africa as well. And Spain and North Africa were some of the main areas that food surpluses were collected from and sent to Rome to feed the city of Rome. And it's after those Vandal invasions and the takeover of those areas that the population of Rome plummets. So I think that's an interesting moment where, the city of Rome had always been the symbol, and already it was no longer the capital. The emperors had moved to Ravenna, a little bit north, because it was surrounded by swamps, so it was more defensible. But there is something important about that old symbolic capital now just collapsing in terms of population, numbers, really no longer having importance because literally its food supply is cut off by losing those areas of the empire. And of course, the capital, Constantine had founded a new second capital at what used to be Byzantium, a Greek city on the Bosphorus, which becomes Constantinople. He names it very modestly after himself. And that now is really the dominant city for any of the Roman empires, Eastern or Western.
So if you're actually living in that century, the 5th century, it's kind of like the Western Roman Empire dies with an emperor. It's not like a bunch of structures.
There's a lot of moments. There's an earlier one in the 300s when the Roman Empire, the Romans lose a big battle to, some barbarians that symbolically is important. But yeah, I don't think there's one clear-cut moment. And again, I don't know that it is the barbarians that cause, quote, the fall of the Roman Empire. And this is the other game, is people like to say, when did the Roman Empire fall? The other big question is why? Why did the Roman Empire fall? If you define it as falling. And I mean, barbarian invasions was the traditional answer. So there's a French historian who said the Roman Empire didn't fall, it was murdered. It was killed by barbarians. But I mean, there's other explanations. Some people say it was Christianity. Some say it was climate. That the Roman Empire flourished during this moment of luck when just the climate was good, and then you get this sort of late Roman little ice age, and everything goes downhill, and that's what caused it. There's some that say things like disease. There were a whole series of waves of plague that started to hit under Marcus Aurelius and continued after him, which seemed to have caused real serious death and economic disruption. I mean, that's a decent explanation. Another popular one is moral decline, which I don't think really works well. You would get people saying, lead poisoning, but that's not true because they were drinking out the same pipes when the empire was expanding, right?
Yeah, that's fascinating. But often we kind of agree that's something that you've talked about quite a bit, is the military perspective is the one that defines the rise and fall of empires. You have a really great lecture series called the Decisive Battles of World History, which is another fascinating perspective to look at world history.
Yeah.
What makes a battle decisive?
The easiest definition is it causes an immediate change in political structures, or who's in charge. So the classic decisive political battle is Alexander beats King Darius III at the Battle of Gaugamela, and in that moment we switch from the ruler of the entire huge Persian Empire being Darius to now being Alexander, from it being Persian to being controlled by the Macedonians. So there is a one afternoon has this dramatic switch over an enormous geographic area, right? So that's a decisive battle that you see that immediate change. Other types of decisive battles are ones that might have more unforeseen long-term effects. You may not realize this is decisive at the time, but from a longer perspective, it is. And often those are ones that either allow some new people or idea or institution to either grow or have its growth curbed. So at various points, we have empires that were expanding and basically were stopped in some battle. And so you say, well, if they had been stopped there, they might have gone on to dominate this whole area. Or conversely, you could say Rome wasn't. They were one place before the Second Punic War. After the Second Punic War, they were this dominant force. So you could pick one of those battles, and that was decisive in setting them on this new path.
It's also an opportunity to demonstrate a new technology, and if that technology is effective,
Yes,
it changes history because that was done either tactical or literally the technology used. So how important is technology, that technological advantage in war?
huge. I mean, the history of warfare is basically the history of technological change. So, I mean, there's all the great moments of transition. For a long time, we fought with, hand-to-hand, with metal weapons. Then you start to have the gunpowder revolution, which causes all sorts of shifts there. There's big changes. Planes, when they become a huge force. I mean, World War II is this crazy time where planes go from literally biplanes, string and wood, to jets 4 years later. So that's this moment of incredibly fast technological change. Going into World War II, everybody thinks it's all about battleships. Who's got the biggest battleships? 4 years later, battleships are just junk. Let's just scrap them. It's all about aircraft carriers, and that's everything in war at sea. So you have these moments of particularly in warfare, that almost accelerated technological change where things happen very rapidly, and the civilization or the nation or the army that adapts more quickly to the new technology will often be the one that wins. And we've seen that story over and over and over again in history.
It's also interesting how much geography that you mentioned a few times affects wars. The result of wars, the rise and fall of empires, all of it. As silly as it is, it's not the people or the technology. It's literally there's rivers.
I think there's a real geographic determinism to civilization itself. I mean, if you look at where civilization arose, it's in Mesopotamia, sort of a swampy land between two rivers. It's in the Nile River Delta, where the same situation. It's in the Indus River, where you have the same thing, and it's along the Yellow Rivers and the Yangtze Rivers, where it's the same thing. So, I mean, that is geographically determined where those great civilizations of, Asia, or Europe are going to rise, because it's very much determined by that. And often the course of history has that strong geographical determination. I mean, you can argue that all of ancient Egyptian society is kind of based around the cycle of the Nile flood, because it was so predictable and everything depended on it, and their whole religion actually develops around that. And in Mesopotamia, the same thing. The way their religion develops is a reaction to the particular geographic environment that those people grew up in. So that's a very profound influence on civilization. One of my professors once said to me, the best map of the Roman Empire isn't any of these maps with political borders. It would be a map that shows the zone in which it's possible to cultivate olives. So if you simply get a map and map onto it where you could grow olives during this time, let's say 1st century AD, it corresponds exactly, I mean really closely, to the areas that are most heavily Romanized. Now, I'm not going to say that, but there is something to that. Where Roman culture spread successfully is where people grow the same crops. And that's just one of those fundamental things.
Yeah, I mean, you so beautifully put that the perspective can change dramatically how you see history. I mean, you could probably tell world history through what? Through olives, cinnamon, and gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's become really trendy, is to look at history through objects. And I mean, for the Romans, the diet is huge. I mean, probably 80% of the people around the world ate basically a diet of olive oil, wine, um, and wheat, right? That those three crops are the basic crops that they subsisted on. And just the way you have to grow those crops, where you grow them, that dictates so much, about culture. And the Romans saw it that way. One of my favorite documents from the ancient world, and they defined civilization that way. So the Romans, civilized people ate those crops, and non-civilized people ate different food. So there's this letter from a Greek who was serving as an administrator in the Roman government, and he gets posted to Germany, okay, to the far north. And he writes these pathetic letters back home to his family saying, the inhabitants here lead the most wretched existence of all mankind, for they cultivate no olives and they grow no grapes. So to him, that was hell, being posted to an area where they eat these terrible foreign foods. And of course, the cliche for the Romans of what barbarians eat is red meat. They're herders, so they're not farmers, but they follow herds of cow around, which is a totally different lifestyle. They eat dairy products and they drink beer. And I tell my students sometimes that, if you were to stick a Roman in a time machine, send him to where we live, which I teach in Wisconsin, Green Bay, Wisconsin, that Roman would step out, look around, see all the beer, the brats, and the cheese, and say, I know who you guys are. You're barbarians.
Barbarians. That's another way to draw the boundary between olive oil, wine, and wheat, and meat, dairy, and beer.
But it's more fundamental because it's different forms of life.
Yeah.
Because if you're a farmer, you grow certain crops. And if you're a farmer, you tend to stay in one place. You tend to build cities. If you're following herds of cows around, you don't build cities. You have a totally different lifestyle. So it's diet, but it's more fundamental underlying things about your entire culture.
And many of the barbarians were nomadic tribes.
Something there, yeah, definitely.
Fascinating. I mean, this is just yet another fascinating way to
dietary determinism, geographic determinism. Yeah, these things are big.
On the topic of war, it may be a ridiculous span of time and scale, but how do you think the world wars of the 20th century compare to the wars that we've been talking about, of the Roman Empire, Greece, and so on?
I mean, what's interesting about some of the Roman civil wars, particularly, is that they are world wars at the time. So let's take the war after the assassination of Julius Caesar. We've talked about that one a lot. That was fought, there were battles there fought in Spain, in North Africa, in Greece, in Egypt, in Italy. I mean, truly across the entire breadth of the Mediterranean, involving at least 7 or 8 different factions of Romans. And that was the world to them. I mean, that's very similar in a way to our modern world wars, where this was a global conflict, at least as they envisioned the world they knew of. And if we sort of, somehow factor for, transportation time, I mean, I think you can argue that that was a bigger war than World War II. I mean, in World War II, if you hopped on a plane, you could get from the U.S. to China in a week or something, right? In little hops. I mean, in the ancient world, if you wanted to go from Spain to Egypt, it would take you a month. So they were fighting across a larger space-time zone in terms of their technology to move than World War II took place.
So in some sense, World War II was
smaller. I mean, if we adjust for that sort of factor. So that was a global war, and I think that would be very familiar.
How do you think the atomic bomb, nuclear weapons change?
Yeah, I mean, now we can destroy the world and truly kind of destroy civilizations wholesale. And that does seem to be a new thing. I mean, no matter what the Romans did, they didn't have that choice, that ability to think, I can do something that will end, life as we know it, at least, on the planet. And that's a very different perspective. And it's, I think we're at an interesting moment right now. I mean, I'm getting way beyond ancient history here, but for a long time we had this sort of stasis with the nuclear standoff, with mutually assured destruction between the U.S. sort of bloc of nations, the Soviet ones, and it worked. Now we're entering this kind of time when a lot more countries are going to start becoming nuclear capable. We might have a resurgence of just building new weapons platforms with China. It seems very eager to expand their nuclear arsenal in all sorts of ways. So it's a unnerving time, let's say, right now.
And it's a terrifying experiment to find out if nuclear weapons, when a lot of nations have nuclear weapons, is that going to enforce civility and peace,
Yeah.
or is it actually going to be destabilizing and ultimately civilization destroying?
Right. I mean, it was weirdly stable when it was a bipolar world where you had just sort of those two blocks. Now with a multipolar world with access to these weapons, I don't know. I mean, we're kind of jumping out of the ancient world, but I'll tell you one thing that's always fascinated me in this sort of comparison of ancient and modern is how people don't learn the lessons of the past in military history. And the very specific example that in my lifetime I've seen play out twice is just certain places people make the same mistakes over and over again. So a nice example is Afghanistan, or roughly that sort of northern Pakistan slash into what is Afghanistan. I mean, that is a geographic region that over and over again, the best, most sophisticated armies in the world have invaded and have met horrible failure. And that goes all the way back to, Alexander the Great tried to conquer that area. The Mongols tried to do it. The Huns tried to do it. The Mughals tried to do it. Victorian Britain tried to do it. The Russians tried to do it. The Americans tried to do it. And they made the very same mistakes over and over and over again. And the two mistakes are not understanding the terrain, that it's a rocky, mountainous area that people can always hide in caves, and it's not understanding the fundamentally tribal nature of that area, that's where the real allegiance is in these tribes. It's not in a centralized government. And that's the same error Alexander made, as the British made in the 19th century, as the Russians, as the Americans. And it's so depressing as a historian who studies history to see these things being repeated over and over again, and you know exactly what's going to happen.
For leaders not to be learning lessons of history. You co-wrote a book precisely on this topic, The Long Shadow of Antiquity. What have the Greeks and Romans done for us? What are some key elements of antiquity that are reflected in the modern world?
It's a book that my wife and I wrote together, and it is trying to make people understand how deeply rooted our current actions in almost every way, even things that we think are just in truly unique parts of our culture, or things that we think are just innate to human nature, are actually rooted in the past. So this is another power of the past thing. And this is just a long, specific list of examples, really. So I can go through government and education and intellectual stuff and art and architecture, and a lot of the things we were talking about today. Language, culture, medicine, but even things like habits, the way we celebrate things, the way we get married. Our marriage rituals have all sorts of things in common with Roman weddings. The calendar, the words. We're using Julius Caesar's calendar. Pope Gregory's one tiny little twist, but Caesar's the one who basically came up with our current calendar with 365 days, 12 months, leap year. There's all that. So we're living in law. There's just no way to escape the power of the past. And what I believe very ardently is that you can't make good decisions in the present, and you can't make good decisions about the future without understanding the past. And that's not just true with your own life, but it's in understanding others. So it's not only your own past you have to understand, you have to understand other people, what's influencing them. So you can't interact with others unless you understand where they're coming from. And the answer to where they're coming from is where they came from, and what shaped them and what forces affect them. So I think it's absolutely vital to have some understanding of the past in order to make competent decisions in the present.
What are some of the problems when we try to gain lessons from history, look back? We've spoken about them a bit, the bias of the historian. Maybe what are the problems in studying history and how do we avoid them?
Probably the biggest problems are the sources themselves, the incompleteness of them. And this gets more intense the farther back we go in time. So if you say, I want to write a book about the 19th century, there is more material available for almost any topic you want to pick than you could possibly go through in your lifetime. If you say, I want to write a book about the Roman world, this is a very different thing. In my office, I have a bookshelf that's, I don't know, 8 feet high, 10 feet wide, and it contains pretty much all the main surviving Greek and Roman literary texts. Okay, one bookshelf.
Wow.
It's a big bookshelf.
Yeah.
But that's what we use to interpret this world. Now, there's a lot of other types of text. There's, papyri, there's all sorts of things, there's inscriptions, there's archaeological evidence, so there's other stuff. But honestly, 99% of things about the world I study are lost. So then you get into all the issues is what we have surviving a representative example? We know it's not. For example, all the literary texts are written by one tiny group, elite males. So that's a problem there. There's the problem of bias. We know that they're not necessarily telling us the truth. They have an agenda. They're representing history in a certain way to achieve certain things. Then there's the problem of transmission. I mean, all those texts are copies of copies of copies of copies. And everybody knows that game where you whisper a sentence to someone and then go around the room. Are you going to get that same sentence back? Well, every ancient text we have has gone through that process. So this is a real problem, and that's just with the sources, right? And this is the historic era. When you move back just a little earlier to the prehistoric era or to civilizations that don't have written sources surviving, and some of these are ancient Mediterranean ones, I mean, anything goes. One of the jokes is that museums, archaeological museums, are full of objects which are labeled cult object, some religious object. And I think the honest label that should be on that thing is, we have no idea what the hell this is, but I want to believe it's something important, so I'm going to say it's a religious object. But in reality, it's an ancient toilet paper roll holder or something. And it's a huge problem when you try to interpret a civilization without written text. And my favorite little story that kind of illustrates this is in the 19th century, this German who had gone to school in England, one of the best educated guys of his time, goes to North Africa and is poking around in the desert. And he finds this site with these huge stone monoliths, 10 feet tall in pairs. And there's a lintel stone across the top, so sort of like big, 2 posts with a stone across the top, and there's a big stone in front of them too. And so he looks at this stuff and he says, well, what does this remind me of? It reminds me of Stonehenge, right? And there's even a site where there's multiple of these kind of in a square. So he goes back and talks about this, and an Englishman goes and studies them, and he finds a ton of these sites. And he finds some of them where there's 17 with these pairs. And so he goes back and he writes a whole book about how clearly the Celtic peoples who once lived in Britain came originally from North Africa, because he's found this site, and he reconstructs the religion where obviously they practice religious rituals here, and they had rites of passage they squeeze between the things, and the altar stones have this basin, so they have blood sacrifice and all this. And it seemed reasonable. And then, you ask some locals, well, what's that stuff out in the desert there? And they're like, the old Roman olive oil factory? And those are the remains of an olive press. And we're back to olives. I keep dwelling on olives. Olives don't grow in England or Germany. So this is cultural bias. If all you have is physical evidence, you're going to interpret that evidence through your own cultural biases. So if you're an Englishman and you see big stone uprights like this, you're going to think Stonehenge. If you're from the Mediterranean, you're going to think olive press. So that's a salutary example, I think, of the dangers of interpreting physical evidence when you don't have written evidence to go along with it. And think today, like if our civilization were to blow up or and archaeologists were to dig this up, how might they misinterpret things? I mean, if they were to, dig up a college dorm, like where I work, and that's what you had for the civilization. You'd probably go in the dorm rooms and find all these little rooms, and maybe in every room you'd find this mysterious plastic disc. And so everybody has these, so it must be a cult object. And it's round, so obviously they're sun worshippers. And if you can decipher the inscription, you'll see that obviously they all worship the great sun god Whammo. You know, it's like, what do you find in every dorm? A frisbee.
Yeah.
So that's the level of interpretation you have to be aware of. And there's examples where we've done exactly this.
But we have to have intellectual humility when we look back at the past. But hopefully, if you have that without coming up with really strong narratives, if you look at a large variety of evidence, you can start to construct a picture that somewhat rhymes with the truth.
Yes, I mean, that's, as a professional historian, that's what you do. You attempt to reconstruct an image of the past that is faithful to the evidence you have, as filtered through what you can perceive of both the biases and the problems of the source material and your own biases. And it's a interpretation, it's a reconstruction. But it's a lot like science, where you're in a process of constantly reevaluating and saying, okay, here's some new evidence. How do I work this into the picture? How do I now adjust it? And that's what's fun. I mean, it's a mystery. You know, it's you're being a detective and trying to reconstruct and to understand the society. That's even more fun where you have to try to empathize. Empathy is a great human thing. To empathize with people who are not yourself. And we should do this all the time with just the people we encounter, but this is what we're doing with ancient civilizations. And as I talked about earlier, sometimes you'll feel great sympathy there, sometimes you'll feel incomprehension. But by being aware of both of those, you can maybe begin to get some grasp, however tentative, on the truth as you might perceive it.
To ask a ridiculous question, when our time, you and I, we together, become ancient history, when historians, let's say, 2, 3, 4,000 years from now, look back at our time and, like you, try to look at the details and reconstruct from that the big picture, what was going on. What do you think they'll say?
I would guess it'll be something that's actually more of a commentary on whatever's going on at that point than on the reality of us, because that's what we tend to do. I'll tell you what I'd like to have them say, is to say, in this civilization, I can detect progress, that they have advanced in some way, whether kind of in moral terms or in self-awareness, or have learned from what's come before. And that's all you can try and do, is do a little bit better than whatever came before you, to look back at what happened and try to do something. Livy, I mean, one of the great Roman historians, at the beginning of his work, A History of Rome, which is this massive thing, he says, the utility and the purpose of history is this: it provides you an infinite variety of experiences and models, noble things to imitate and shameful things to avoid. And I think he's right.
And they would perhaps be better at highlighting which shameful things we started avoiding and which noble things we started imitating. With a perspective of history, they'll be able to identify, or maybe with the bias of the historians of the time. Well, in that grand perspective, what gives you hope about our future as a humanity, as a civilization?
We have curiosity. I think curiosity is a great thing, that you want to learn something new. I think the human impulse to want to learn new stuff is one of our best characteristics. And at least up to this point, what makes us special is the ability to store up an accumulation of knowledge and to pass that knowledge on to the next generation. I mean, that's really all we are. We're the accumulation of the knowledge of infinite generations that have come before us. And everything we do is based on that. Otherwise, we'd all just be starting, at ground zero, kind of just from the beginning. So our ability to store up knowledge and pass it on, I think, is our special power as human beings. And I think our curiosity is what keeps us going forward.
I agree, and for that, I thank you for being one of the most wonderful examples of that, of you yourself being a curious being and emanating that throughout, and inspiring a lot of other people to be curious by being out there in the world and teaching. So thank you for that, and thank you for talking.
No, enjoyed it. It's fun. I obviously like talking about this.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gregory Aldrete. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I leave you with some words from Julius Caesar. I came, I saw, I conquered. Thank you for listening. and hope to see you next time. I don't know if you know this, but some people call you a fascist.
Yeah, they do. So I figure it's all right to call. Well, then the communist, they call me a lot worse than I call them.
A lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist.
I believe you have to fight fire with fire.
Politics is a dirty game.
It is a dirty game. It's certainly true.
How do you win at that?
They suffer from massive Trump derangement syndrome, PDS, and I don't know if it's curable from their standpoint.
I think we'll probably have a better world if everybody at Congress took some mushrooms, perhaps.
First of all, medical marijuana has been amazing. It's been, I've had friends and I've had others and doctors telling me that it's been absolutely amazing.
The list of clients that went to the island has not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it?
The following is a conversation with Donald Trump on this Lex Friedman podcast.
They're getting smaller and smaller.
They're getting smaller.
Right?
I mean, people do respect you more when you have a big camera.
So now it's cool. There are about 20 guys that could pay a fortune to it.
All right. You said that you love women. You have one a lot, in real estate, in business, in TV, in politics. So let me start with a mindset, a psychology question. What drives you more, the love of winning or the hate of losing?
Maybe equally, maybe both. I don't like losing, and I do like winning. I've never thought of it as to which is more of a driving force.
You've been close to a lot of the greats in the sport. You think about Tiger Woods, Muhammad Ali. You have people like Michael Jordan, who I think hate losing more than anybody. So, what do you learn from those guys?
Well, they do have something different. You know, the great champions have something very different, like the sports champions. And, you know, you have champions in other fields, but you see it more readily in sports. You see it over a weekend, but you see it during the game. And you see that certain people stand out, and they keep standing out. But it's there for you. It doesn't take a lifetime to find out that somebody was a winner or a loser. And so the sports thing is very interesting. But, you know, I play golf with different people, and there's a different mindset among champions. There's really a very different mindset. There's a different thought process. You know, talent-wise, sometimes you can't tell the difference in talent, but at the end of a weekend, they seem to win. And it's very interesting. Like as an example, Tiger or Jack Nicklaus, he was a phenomenal winner. And he does have a different way about him. Tiger has a different way about him. Michael Jordan. And there's never one, you would think that there'd be one way. Arnold Palmer's the nicest guy you'd ever meet. And then you have some champions that aren't really nice. They're just focused on doing their job. And so you have, there's not one type of person. But the one thing I would say that everybody seems to have in common is they're very driven. They're driven like beyond.
They don't seem to give up easily.
They don't give up. They don't give up, but they do seem to be, they have a passion that's maybe more than people that don't do as well.
You've said that politics is a dirty game.
Yeah, it is a dirty game. It's certainly true.
So if it is a game, how do you win at that game?
Well, you win at that game by getting the word out and by using sense. You have to have a feeling where it's going. You also have to have a feeling of what's right. You can't necessarily just go what's popular. You have to do what's good for a country if you're talking about countries or but you have to get the word out, and you have to just continuously, like for instance, you have a great show, you have a great podcast, it's very well watched, and I'm sitting here and I do this, a lot of people see it, and I do other things, and a lot of people see that, and I go traditional also. You have traditional television, which is getting a little bit older and maybe less significant, could be less significant, I don't know, but it's changing a lot. The whole plane of platform is changing a lot. It's changed a lot in the last 2, 3 years. But from a political standpoint, you have to find out what people are doing, what they're watching, and you have to get it. You have to get on. I just see that these platforms are starting to dominate. They're getting very big numbers. I did Spaces with Elon, and they got numbers like nobody's ever heard before. So this is you wouldn't do that on like radio. You wouldn't do that those numbers, no matter how good a show. You wouldn't do those numbers on radio. You wouldn't do them on television.
You've been successful in business. You've been successful in politics. What do you think is the difference between gaining success between the two different disparate worlds?
Yeah, and they're different. Very different. I have a lot of people that are in business that are successful, and they'd like to go over to politics, and then you realize they can't speak. They choke. It's hard to make a speech in front of that. And let's say you're talking about a big audience, but I get very big audiences, and for many people, it's virtually impossible to get up and speak for an hour and a half and have nobody leave. It's not an easy thing to do, and it's an ability. But I have many people that are very, very successful in business would love to do what I did, and yet they can't pull the trigger. And in many cases, I don't think it would work almost for everybody. It's definitely work. It's a very tough thing to do. It's a big transition. And now, if you talked about people in the business and politics going into business, likewise, that wouldn't generally work out so well. It's different talents. It's different skills. I have somebody who wants to go into politics at me, but he's got a little problem. He's got stage fright. Now, he's a total killer. But if he gets up into a stage in front of people, he doesn't do well. To put it mildly, actually. I mean, he does bad.
So you have to be able to make hard decisions like you do in business, but also be able to captivate an audience.
Look, if you're a politician, you have to be able to speak in front of large crowds. There are a lot of people who can't do it. I've seen it. They can't even think about doing it. And they don't. There are many people in business right now, I can name them, but I don't want to embarrass anybody. They've been talking about running for president for 15 years. And they're very big in business, very well known, actually. But it takes guts to run. Like for president, I can tell you it takes guts. But it's also a very dangerous profession, you want to know the truth, but dangerous in a different sense, too. But it takes a lot of courage to run for president. It's not easy, but you have, and same people as I do, there are a lot of people that would like to run for president that are very, very successful in business, but they don't have the guts to do it. And they have to give up.
One of the great things about people from the business world is they're often great deal makers. And you're a great deal maker. You've talked about the war in Ukraine, and that you will be able to find a deal that both Putin and Zelensky will accept. What do you think that deal looks like?
I think the deal, and I wouldn't talk about it too much because I think I can make a deal. If I win as president-elect, I'll have a deal made, guaranteed. That's a war that shouldn't have happened. It's terrible. Look, Biden is the worst president in the history of our country, and she's probably worse than him. That's something that should have never happened, but it did happen. And now it's a much tougher deal to make than it would have been before it started. Millions of people. I think the number's going to be a lot higher when you see this all at some point iron out. I think the death numbers are going to be a lot higher than people think. When you take a look at the destruction and the buildings coming down all over the place in Ukraine, I think those numbers are going to be a lot higher. They lie about the numbers. They try and keep them low. they knocked down a building that's 2 blocks long. These are big buildings, and they say one person was mildly injured. No, a lot of people were killed. And there are people in those buildings, and they have no chance once they start coming down. There's no chance. So that's a war that absolutely has to get done. And then you have Israel, and then you have a lot of other places that are talking war. The world is a rough place right now. And a lot of it's because of the fact that America has no leadership. And I believe that she'll be probably worse than, I don't know, watched the interview the other night. I mean, it was just a softball interview.
So you would like to see her do more interviews, challenge? Yeah.
I don't know. I can't believe the whole thing is happening. We had a man in there that should have never been in there. He kept them in a basement. They used COVID. They cheated, but they used COVID to cheat. They cheated without COVID too. But you have somebody in there, and now we have a woman that is not. I mean, she couldn't do an interview. This was a really soft interview. This is an interview where they give her the multiple choice questions, multiple guests. I call it multiple guests. And I don't think she did well. I think she did very poorly.
How do you think you'll do in the debate coming up in a few days?
So I've done a lot of debating, only as a politician. I never debated. The first debate was the Rosie O'Donnell debate, the famous Rosie O'Donnell debate. The answer. But I've done well with debates. I mean, I became president. And then the second time, I got millions more votes than I got the first time. I was told if I got 63 million, which is what I got the first time, you would win. You can't not win. And I got millions of more votes on that, and lost by a whisper. But and look what happened to the world with all of the wars and all the problems. And look what happened with inflation, because inflation is just eating up our country, eating it up. So it's too bad. But there are a lot of things that could happen. We have to get those wars settled. We have to get. I tell you have to get Ukraine done. That could end up in a third world war. So could the Middle East. So could the Middle East.
So maybe let's talk about what it takes to negotiate with somebody like Putin or Zelensky. Do you think Putin would be willing to give up any of the regions already captured?
I don't know. I can tell you that all of this would have never happened, and it would have been very easy because you don't have, like, that question would be asked. That's a tougher question. Once that starts happening, because he has taken over a lot of territory. I guess they're insurgents now too, right? So it's a little bit interesting that that's happening, and that it can happen. And it's interesting that Putin has allowed that to happen. Look, that's one that should have never started. We have to get it stopped. Ukraine is being demolished. They're destroying a great culture. It's largely destroyed.
What do you think works better in those kinds of negotiations? Leverage of, let's say, friendship, the carrot or the stick? Friendship, or sort of the threat of using the economic and military power?
So it depends on who the person is. Everyone's different. Negotiation's interesting because it depends on who the person is. And then you have to guess or know through certain knowledge, which is, more important, the carrot or the stick. And with some people it's the stick, and with some people it's the carrot. I think the stick probably is generally more successful, and that, we're talking about war. But the kind of destruction that we're witnessing now, nobody's ever seen that, and it's a terrible thing. And we're witnessing it all over. We're witnessing it in all parts of the world. And a lot of things are going to get started. Look what's going on with China. Look at Japan. They're starting to rearm now. They're starting to rearm because China's getting, taking over certain islands. And there's a lot of danger in the world right now. In the world, there's a great possibility of World War III. And we better get this thing done fast, because 5 months with people like her and him, he's checked out. He just goes to the beach and thinks he looks good in a bathing suit, which he doesn't. He's sort of checked out. Hey, look, you can't blame him. That was a coup. They took it over. They took over the presidential, yeah, the whole presidential thing was taken over in a coup. He had 14 million votes. She had no votes, not one. And nobody thought it was going to be her. Nobody wanted it to be her. She was a joke until 6 weeks ago when they said we're going to have to, politically, they felt they had to pick her. And if they didn't pick her, they thought they'd be a problem. I don't know if that's right. I actually don't think it's right, but they thought it was right. And now immediately the press comes to their aid.
If we can go back to China on negotiation, how do we avoid war with China in the 21st century?
Well, there are ways now. Here's the problem. If I tell you how, and I'd love to do it, but if I give you a plan, like I have a very exacting plan how to stop Ukraine and Russia, and I have a certain idea, maybe not a plan, but an idea for China, because we're in a lot of trouble. They'll be in a lot of trouble too, but we're in a lot of trouble. But I can't give you those plans because if I give you those plans, I'm not going to be able to use them. They'll be very unsuccessful. Part of it's surprise,
Right.
but they won't be able to help us much.
So you have a plan on what to say to
Yeah, I know.
take office.
No, I had a very good relationship with him. I had a good relationship with Zelensky too, but I had a very good relationship with him.
Tough topic, but important. You said lost by a whisker. I'm an independent. I have a lot of friends who are independent, many of whom like your policies, like the fact that you're a deal maker, like the fact that you can end wars. But they are troubled by what happened in the 2020 election and statements about widespread fraud and this kind of stuff. Fake electoral scheme. What can you say to those independent voters to help them decide for the vote?
I think the frauders are the others. I think the election was a fraud, and many people felt it was that, and they wanted answers. And when you can't challenge an election, you have to be able to challenge it. Otherwise, it's going to get worse, not better. And there are lots of ways to solve those problems. Go to paper ballots, do it the easy way, and paper ballots, and you have voter ID, and you have same-day voting, and you have proof of citizenship, which is very important because we have people voting that are not citizens. They just came in, and they're loading up the payrolls. They're loading up everything. They're putting students in schools that don't speak a word of English, and they're taking the seats of people that are citizens of our country. So, look, we have the worst border in the history of the world. We have coming into our country right now millions and millions of people at levels that nobody's ever seen. I don't believe any country's ever seen it. And they would use sticks and stones not to make it happen, not to let it happen. We don't do anything. And we have a person who was the border czar, who now said she wasn't really the border czar, but she was. She was the border czar, but she was in charge of the border. And we have her, and she's saying very strongly, "Oh, I just said she could get. She was harmed. The harm she's done." We have people coming in from other countries all over the world, not just South America, and they're coming in from prisons and jails. They're coming in from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're street criminals. Right off the street, they take it, and they're being given to our country. Drug dealers, human traffickers, who are destroying our country. This is a sin, what's been allowed to take place over the last 4 years. We're destroying our country. And we'll see how that all works out. But it's not even believable. And now you saw Aurora, Colorado, a group of very tough young thugs from Venezuela taking over big areas, including buildings. They're taking over buildings. They have their big rifles, but they're taking over buildings. We're not going to let this happen. We're not going to let them destroy our country. And in those countries, crime is way down. They're taking them out of their prisons, which is good because good for them. I do the same thing. By the way, if I ran one of those countries, any country in the world, I would make sure that America has every one of our prisoners. Every one of our criminals would be here. I can't believe they're going so slowly, but some are. But they all are doing it. And we can't let that happen. They're emptying out their prisons and their mental institutions into the United States of America. We can't let that happen.
So a lot of people believe that there was some shady stuff that went on with the election, whether it's media bias or big tech, but still the claim of widespread fraud is a thing that bothers people.
Well, I don't focus on the past, I focus on the future. I mean, I talk about how bad the economy is, how bad inflation is, how bad things like, which is important. Afghanistan was, in my opinion, the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to our country. And because of that, I think Putin went in. When he saw how stupid we were, Putin went in. But it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. I really believe that. But, we left 13 dead soldiers. Think of it, 13 dead soldiers. Many soldiers horrifically hurt with arms and legs and everything else gone. We left hostages behind. We left Americans behind. We left military equipment, the likes of which nobody's ever left behind before. Billions and billions of dollars of equipment. They're now selling the equipment. They're one of the largest arms dealers in the world. And very sad, very sad. And we were there for a long time. I was going to get out. We were getting ready to get out. Then we got interrupted by the election. But we would have been out with dignity and strength. We were having very little problem with the Taliban when I was there because they knew it was going to be tough. I dealt with Abdul. Abdul was the leader. And we got along fine. Understood. But, they were shooting. They were killing a lot of our people before I came down. And when I got there, I spoke to them. I said, can't do it. Don't do it anymore. We went 18 months before this happened. This horrible day happened. We went 18 months and nobody was shot or anything killed.
What do you think that was, the carrot or the stick in that case, Afghanistan?
The stick. Definitely
So
the stick.
threat of military.
That was the stick. It doesn't have to be, but that was the stick.
Well, let me just linger on the election a little bit more. For this election, it might be a close one. What can we do to avoid the insanity and division of the previous election, whether you win or lose?
Well, I hope it's not a close one. I don't know how people can vote for somebody that has destroyed our country. The inflation, the bad economy. But to me, in a way, the worst is what they've allowed to happen at our border, where they've allowed millions of people to come in here from places that you don't want to know about. And I can't believe that there's going to be a close election. We're leading in the polls, and it looks close, but I think in the end it's not going to be a close election.
What do you think is the right way to solve the immigration crisis? Is mass deportation one of the solutions you would think about?
Well, you've got to get the criminals out of here fast, right? The people from mental institutions, you got to get them back into their mental institutions. No country can afford this. It's just too much money. You look at what's happening in New York and Chicago and LA and lots of places, and you take a look at what's happening. There's no country can afford this. We can't afford it. And we've got to get the bad ones out immediately, and the rest have to be worked on. It's happened before. Dwight Eisenhower was sort of a moderate president, moderate type person, but he hated when he saw people pouring into the country. We were nothing like that. I probably got elected in 2016 because of the border. And I told people what was happening, and they understood it. And I won the election. And I won the election, I think, because of the border. Our border is 25 times worse right now than it was in 2016. I had it fixed. I had it the last week of the famous chart that I put up was exactly that. The chart. When I looked to the right, I said, there's the chart. That was not a pleasant experience. But the chart that I put up said, that was done by Border Patrol, that was the lowest number that we've ever had come into our country in recorded history. And we have to get it back to that again. We will.
Let me ask you about Project 2025. So you've publicly said that you don't have any direct connection.
Nothing. I know nothing. And they know that. Democrats know that. And I purposely haven't read it because I want to say to you, I have no idea what it's all about. It's easier than saying I read it and, all of the things. So I purposely haven't read it. And I've heard about it. I've heard about things that are in there that I don't like. And there's some things in there that everybody would like. But there are things that I don't like at all. And I think it's unfortunate that they put it out. But it doesn't mean anything because it has nothing to do with me. Project 25 has absolutely nothing to do with me.
You posted recently about marijuana and that you're okay with it being legalized, but it has to be done safely. Can you explain the policy?
I just put out a paper. And first of all, medical marijuana is amazing. I've had friends and I've had others and doctors telling me that it's been absolutely amazing, medical marijuana. And we put out a statement that we can live with the marijuana. It's got to be a certain age. Got to be a certain age to buy it. It's got to be done in a very concerted, lawful way. And the way they're doing it in Florida, I think, is going to be actually good. It's going to be very good. But it's got to be done in a good way. It's got to be done in a clean way. You go into some of these places, like in New York, it smells all marijuana. You can't. You've got to have a system where there's control. And I think the way they've done it in Florida is good.
You know anything about psychedelics? I'm not a drug guy, but I recently did ayahuasca.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that speak to sort of the health benefits and the spiritual benefits of these different psychedelics. I think we would probably have a better world if everybody in Congress took some mushrooms, perhaps. Now I know you stay away from all of that stuff. I know also veterans use it for dealing with PTSD and all that kind of stuff. So it's great, and it's interesting that you're thinking about being more accepting of some of these drugs, which don't just have a recreational purpose, but a medical purpose, a treatment purpose.
So we put out a statement today. We'll put out another one probably next week. Be more specific. I think it's pretty specific, and we'll see how that goes. That's a referendum coming up in some states, but it's coming up, and we'll see how it does. I will say it's been very hard to beat it. If you take a look at the numbers, it's been very hard to beat. So I think it'll generally pass, but you want to do it in a safe way.
Speaking of marijuana, let me ask you about my good friend Joe Rogan. You had a bit of tension with him. So when he said nice things about RFK Jr., I think you've said some not so nice things about Joe. I think that was a bit unfair. And as a fan of Joe, I would love to see you do his podcast because he is legit the greatest conversationalist in the world. So what's the story behind the tension?
I don't think there was any tension. And I've always liked him, but I don't know. I only see him when I walk into the arena with Dana and I shake his hand. I see him there, and I think he's good at what he does, but I don't know about doing his podcast. I mean, I guess I'll do it, but I haven't been asked, and I'm not asking them. I'm not asking anybody.
Sounds like a challenging negotiation situation.
No, it's not really a negotiation. And he's sort of a liberal guy, I guess, from what I understand. But he likes Kennedy. This was before I found this out, before Kennedy came in with us. He's going to be great. He's going to be great. But I like that he likes Kennedy. I do too. He's a different kind of a guy. He's got some great things going. And I think he's going to be beyond politics. I think he could be quite influential in taking care of some situations that you probably would agree should be taken care of.
The Joe Rogan post is an example. I'd love to get your psychology about behind the tweets and the post on truth. Are you sometimes being intentionally provocative? Or are you just speaking your mind? And are there times where you regret some of the truths you posted?
I do. I mean, but not that often. Honestly, I do a lot of reposting. The ones you get in trouble with are the reposts because you find down deep they're into some group that you're not supposed to be reposting. You don't even know if those groups are good, bad, or indifferent. But the reposts are the ones that really get you in trouble. When you do your own words, it's sort of easier. But the reposts go very quickly. And if you're going to check every single little symbol, and I don't know, it's worked out pretty well for me. I tell you, it's truth is very powerful. Truth, and it's my platform, and it's been very powerful, very very powerful. Goes everywhere. I call it my typewriter. It's actually my typewriter.
What are you doing usually when you're composing a truth? Are you chilling back on the couch?
Couches, beds, a lot of different things. I mean,
Like late at night? Just
I'd like to do something like that. I'm not a huge sleeper, right? But whenever I do them, past like 3 o'clock, they criticize you the next day. Trump was that true thing. Okay, Trump was true thing at 3 o'clock in the morning, and there should be no problem with that. And then when you think about time zones, how do they know that you're like, in a time zone like an Eastern zone? So, but every time I do it after like 2 or 3 o'clock, it's like, why is he doing that? But it's gotten, I mean, the truth has become a very successful platform, and I like doing it. And it goes everywhere. As soon as I do it, it goes everywhere.
the country seems more divided than ever.
Yeah.
What can you do to help alleviate some of that division?
Well, you can get rid of these two people that you don't want to have them running this country. They're not equipped to run it. Joe, a disaster. Okay? And Kamala, I think she'll end up being worse than you. We'll see. I think a lot's now, the convention's over with. I see I'm leading in just about all the polls. They had their little honeymoon period, as they call it. And we'll see how that all goes.
In my personal opinion, I think you are at your best when you're talking about a positive vision of the future versus criticizing the other side.
Yeah, I think you have to criticize them. I think they're nasty. They came up with a story that I looked down and I called soldiers that died in World War One suckers and losers. Okay. Now, number one, who would say that? Number two, who would say it's a military people? No. It's a made-up story. It's just a made-up story. And they like to repeat it over again. They know it was made up. I have 26 witnesses that nothing was said. They don't want to hear about that. Like she lied on McDonald's. She said that that she worked at McDonald's. It's not a big lie, but it's a big lie. It's so they just went and they checked. And unless you can show something, they don't talk about the presses are going to follow up with it, but I'll keep hammering it. But she never worked at McDonald's. It was just a sort of a cool thing to say, hey, I worked at McDonald's. But one of the worst was 2 days ago, I went to Arlington at the request of people that lost their children. There'll always be children to those people. You understand that. That's not politically incorrect thing to say. The mother comes up, I lost my child. But, the child is just... And lost the child because of Biden and because of Kamala. It's just as though they had the gun in their hand because it was so badly handled. It should have been done at Bagram, which is the big air base. It shouldn't have been done at a small, old little airport right in the middle of town where people stormed it. It was a true disaster. And they asked me if I'd come celebrate with them 3 years. 3 years. They died 3 years ago. And I said, I'm going to try. I got to know them because I brought them here, actually. One night, they almost all came here. And they said, I wonder if Trump will actually come and see us. I heard them here. I came, so we sat for like 4 hours listening to music up on the deck, right upstairs. Beautiful. And they were great people. So they called me over the last couple of weeks and they said, we're going to have a reunion, our 3-year reunion. Would you be able to come? It was very hard for me to do it logistically, but I said I'd get it done. And I got there, and we had a beautiful time. I didn't run away. I didn't just walk in, shake hands, like people do. And I wasn't looking at my watch like Joe Biden does. And it was amazing. So I did it for them. I didn't do it for me. I don't need the publicity. I mean, I get more publicity probably than anybody. You would know that better than me, but I think maybe more than anybody. Maybe more than anybody that's ever lived. I don't know. But I don't think anyone could have any more. Every time you turn on television, there's like 9 different stories, all on different topics, and they're all different. As an example, you interview a lot of people, good people, successful people. Let's see how you do with this interview versus them. Okay, I mean, I can tell you right now, you're going to get the highest numbers you've ever had by sometimes a factor of 10. But when a gold star family asks me to come in and spend time with them, and then they said, "Sir," we did a ceremony, and then we went down to the graves, which was quite a distance away. They said, "Sir, would you come to the grave?" And then they said, when we were there, it's very sad actually, because these people shouldn't have died. They shouldn't have died. They died because of Biden and because of Kamala. They died because it's just like if they pulled the trigger. Okay. Now I don't know if that's controversial to say, but I don't think it is. Afghanistan was the most incompetently run operation I think I've ever seen, military or otherwise. They were competent. But the families asked me if I'd go. I did go. Then the family said, could we have a picture at the tombstone of my son? And we did. Son or daughter. There was a daughter too. And I took numerous pictures with the families. I don't know if anybody else who was in the pictures, but they were mostly families in those. That was it. And then I left. I spent a lot of time with it. Then I left. And I get home that night and I get a call that the Biden administration with Kamala is accusing me of using Arlington for publicity. Just the opposite. Just the opposite. And actually, did you see? It just came in. The families actually put out a very strong statement defending her. They said, we asked them to be there.
The politicians and the media can play those games. And you're right. Your name gets a lot of views. You're probably legit the most famous person in the world. But on the previous thing, in the spirit of unity, you used to be a Democrat. Setting the politicians aside, what do you respect most about people who lean left, or Democrats themselves, or of that persuasion, progressives, liberals, and so on?
Well, look, I respect the fact that everybody's in there. And, to a certain extent, life is what you do while you're waiting to die, so you might as well do a good job. I think in terms of what's happening now, I think, we have a chance to save the country. This country's going down. And I called it with Venezuela. I called it with a lot of different countries. And this country's going down. If we don't win this election, the election coming up on November 5th is the most important election this country's ever had. Because if we don't win it, I don't know that there'll be another election. And it's going to be a communist country.
There's a lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist.
Well, she's a Marxist.
Her father's a Marxist,
right.
And she's
It's a little unusual. Yeah.
She's advocating for some policies that are towards the direction of democratic socialism, let's say. There's a lot of people that kind of know the way government works, and you say, well, none of those policies are going to actually come to reality. It's just being used during the campaign to, groceries are too expensive, we need them cheaper, so let's talk about price controls, and that's never going to come to reality.
It could come to reality. Look, she came out with price control. It's been tried like 121 different times at different places over the years, and it's never worked once. It leads to communism. It leads to socialism. It leads to having no food on the shelves, and it leads to tremendous inflation.
It's just
Bad idea.
whenever we use terms like communism for her, and I don't know if you know this, but some people call you a fascist.
Yeah, they do. So I figured it's all right to call them a communist. Yeah, they call me a lot worse than I call them.
They do indeed. It's just sometimes
It's interesting though. They'll call me something that's terrible, and I'll hit them back. And they'll say, "Isn't it terrible what Trump said?" I said, "Well, wait a minute. They just called me." So I believe you have to fight fire with fire. I believe they're very evil people. These are evil people. You know, we have an enemy from the outside, and we have an enemy from within. And in my opinion, the enemy from within are radical left lunatics. And I think you have to fight back.
whenever there's a lot of fighting fire with fire, it's too easy to forget that there is a middle of America that is it's moderate and kind of sees the good in both sides and just likes one side more than the other in terms of policies. Like I said, there's a lot of people that like your policies, that like your skill in being able to negotiate and end wars, and they don't see the impending destruction of America.
You know, we had no wars when I was president. It's a big thing. Not since 78 years has that happened. But we had no wars when I was president. We defeated ISIS, but that was the war that was started that we weren't anywhere near defeated. But think of it, I had no wars. And Viktor Orban, the prime minister of Hungary, said the world has to have Trump back. Because everybody was afraid of Trump. Now, that's what he said. And so I'm not using that term, but I think they respected me. But he said China was afraid, Russia was afraid, everybody was afraid. And I don't care what word they use. He probably gets even a better word if you want to know the truth. But let's use the word respect. They had respect for me, they had respect for the country. I mean, I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, the Russian pipeline. Nobody else could have done that. I ended it. It was done. Then Biden comes in and he approved it. So we're defending Germany and these other countries for peanuts compared to what it's worth. And they're paying the person we're defending them against billions and billions of dollars for energy. I said, how does that work? And we had it out with them, and it worked out good. And they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. Or you wouldn't even have a NATO right now. You wouldn't have NATO if it wasn't for them.
As the leader of the United States, you were the most powerful man in the world. As you mentioned, not only the most famous, but the most powerful. And if you become leader again, you will have unprecedented power. Just on your own personal psychology, what does that power do to you? Is there any threat of it corrupting how you see the world?
No, I don't think. Look, I've been there for 4 years. I could have done a big number on Hillary Clinton. I thought it looked terrible to take the president's wife and put her in prison. She's so lucky. I didn't do anything. She's so lucky. Hillary is a lucky woman because I had a lot of people pushing me. They wanted to see something, but I could have done something very big. I thought it looked so big. Think of it. You have the president of the United States, and you also had Secretary of State, right? She was. But you're going to put the president's wife in prison, and yet when I got out, they have all these hoaxes. They're all hoaxes, but they have all these dishonest hoaxes, just like they did in the past with Russia. That's a hoax, and the 51 different agencies or agents. That was a hoax. The whole thing was a hoax. There were so many hoaxes and scams, but I didn't want to put her in jail, and I didn't. And I explained it to people. They say lock her up, lock her up. It doesn't. We won. I said we don't want to put her in jail. We want to bring the country together. I want to bring the country together. You don't bring the country together by putting her in jail. But then when I got out, they went to work on me. It's amazing, and they suffer from massive Trump derangement syndrome, DDS, and I don't know if it's curable from their standpoint.
A lot of people are very interested in footage of UFOs. The Pentagon has released a few videos, and there's been anecdotal reports from fighter pilots. A lot of people want to know, will you help push the Pentagon to release more footage, which a lot of people claim is available?
Oh yeah, sure, I would do that. I'd love to do that. I have to do that. But they also are pushing me on Kennedy. And I did release a lot. People come to me and beg me not to do it. But I'll be doing that very early on. Yeah, no, but I would do.
There was a moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein releasing some of the documents at Epstein. Why the hesitation?
I don't think I mean, I'm not involved. I never went to his island, um, fortunately. But a lot of people did.
Why do you think so many smart, powerful people allowed him to get so close?
Uh, he was a good salesman. He was hale and hearty type of guy. He had some nice assets that he'd throw around, like islands. But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them.
It's just very strange for a lot of people that the list of clients that went to the island is not been made public.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Probably will be.
So if you're able to, you would be.
Yeah, I'd certainly take a look at it. Now, Kennedy's interesting because it's so many years ago. You know, they do that for danger too, because endangers certain people, etc., etc. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I don't know.
That's great to hear. What gives you strength when you're getting attacked? You're one of the most attacked people in the world.
I think you can't care that much. I know people that care so much about everything, like what people say. You can't care too much because you end up
What's in your
joking.
neck of the woods?
One of the
What's in your neck of the woods? Amazing. Good enough. Absolutely. Did you get paid by that other guy? Who is? Okay, yeah. That's the Goswami guy? Man, you got another prime minister after that Indian billionaire? Yeah, that guy. Okay, so all right, so he is Stalin, and then what other laws go? God, that is incredible that they're so strict on that. Who's your favorite prime minister? They're up, they're up. That's true. To do it in the picture. Hit the, they hit the 13th pole or the 13th pillar in that tunnel. And that tunnel, if you know anything about it, it has all kinds of like esoteric meaning. It's on the site of like an old, um, oh, let me find the exact information for you. It's like it was a place where they used to do sacrifices, where that tunnel is in Paris, just like what is the significance of the tunnel where Princess Diana died? It was like an ancient site where it was like an altar or their sacrifice or something. Tell me everything you know about it. My friend, when this goes viral, yeah, we can like we'll have condos there. The tunnel where Princess Diana died is Pont de Tunnel in Paris, which has become an infamous and tragic location. Um, let's see here. The tunnel is a major roadside. She died on this 31st, 35 LA. All right, so um, let's see. The Lady Diana statue. Inside the portal, the Roman tunnel, there's a bronze replica of Liberty, a statue that's become a memorial. I think it's also interesting that it didn't happen in the United Kingdom. It happened in a foreign country. Uh, and, well, there's all the questions like, was she pregnant or doted by a child? Would it have been a Muslim child? I mean, look, this is a question that the United States people have as British people. Have you ever seen a man with whom Diana had an affair? And his so everybody says that Harry is Charles's friend. It's pretty obvious that it's not. If you look at the person with whom with Diana's bodyguard, have you never seen this? Okay, just one moment. Okay, like William looks like Charles. Okay, but Harry does not look like Charles. He looks like exactly like Princess Diana's bodyguard. So his name, I think, is Henry. Let me make sure this is right. Which has, yeah. So I'm gonna find a picture of them when they were. Uh, okay, Harry's. Princess Diana's former bodyguard, 100% of Prince Harry, and let's see. It's so hard. It used to be you would Google it's the first thing that showed. It would show a picture of them both side by side. Now, because of how SEO works, search engine optimization, it's so difficult to find this stuff anymore. Okay, so how many times? Diana bodyguard. Okay, let me just because it was proof. I mean, it was like an open secret. Like, there. Oh, James Hugh, this guy. All right, now this guy and oh yeah, yeah. Just a minute. You put a picture of this guy. James Hewitt. No, and he didn't do it within the United States. Because that's my last name. All right. Oh, interesting. I mean, not perfect, but like, okay, here's Charles. So, Charles. Okay. Just know that there's some weird shit. least we would hear about it in the United States a little bit. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the United States and the United Kingdom should not be friends. We declare our independence from you. You burn down our White House. It's only after World War II that we have the special arrangement that we have. And so now in the United States, the royal family are treated like celebrities, when before it wasn't like that. It was very different. They would be seen as like somewhat essentially. Oh, hey, do you know about even I was talking about it earlier. There is a Royal Air Force base in Australia. Um, I know, but this is a special one because it's. Um, do you know what Area 51 is in the United States? Okay, so the United Kingdom has its own. It's known as Woomera, and it's in Australia. Have you ever heard of Royal Air Force Base Woomera? What's Area 52? Hold on, that's not entirely true. If you're talking about another area of that area, it's known as S4. It's known as Site 4, and that's where it is. That's where allegedly they have hangars and they keep going. That's all. Sure, absolutely. I think as well. This comes from a book on reverse engineering of every technology by uh, Colonel Philip Corso, and what he talks about. In fact, I looked this up for a friend the other day, but it's really fascinating. All the stuff that was allegedly recovered at Roswell. No, Doug, can you please provide me with a list of all the technology that Colonel Philip Corso allegedly stated was removed from Roswell? I knew I talked to it about it. Um, okay, so what he says is we got integrated circuits, which are microchips, lasers, fiber optics, night vision goggles. According to course of the military developed night vision technology by studying the Rothschild wreckage, which included materials that could enhance vision and all that. I've also heard that there was some kind of study of how alien eyes work. We allegedly got superconductors, memory metal, which is known as nitinol. We got Kevlar, Teflon, miniaturization of technology, and just a few. Can we talk about that? So the things that no big deal. What do you plan on Xbox? You good? What do you plan on Xbox? Is that Call of Duty? Which one is it? Okay, it's the new one, right? That they're advertising everywhere. So, in my opinion, it's all about the translation. The UK's laws are compared to the United States. At least in the United States, we can say, look, I have a constitutional amendment against whatever, so I can say what I want. But you don't. The best you have is the Magna Carta. Right, exactly. And it's between like feudal landowners and the king. It's like it's basically it's insignificant because of its age. And so essentially what happens is whatever the king says, you have to do. No, you don't, especially for that. I mean, people laugh at the UK for threatening if you're in another country and you say something that they'll come arrest you, but it's not so funny when they're knocking down your door. Yeah, I mean, there are some benefits of it. There used to be a lot more. Really, before 9/11, it was a much different country, and I would say people's interactions with police, while not perfect, because really in the 90s it got pretty bad, but they really began to militarize post 9/11, and everything became terrorism, and everything became, you know, really serious. And it's like, I'm sorry, you're charging people with terrorism who aren't terrorists. They're like some guy living in his house, and you're basically making up laws to take his freedom. Is that the ones with the checkers on their hat? Are you um, are you aware of this? This they're calling it a drone incident at Manchester Airport that that happened recently. Well, this happened this week allegedly at Manchester Airport, and it's like there are a bunch of pictures of it and a bunch of videos of a ball, like a beach ball sized blue object that is just hovering maybe inches over the tarmac, and when the airport security approaches it, it flies into the ground. Like here, absolutely. so that's probably a more accurate way to put it. Is a droid as opposed to a drone.
It's
Droid. Right. So here's what people are saying. A video was taken at Manchester Airport proclaiming to be a UFO sighting inside a cockpit. What appears to be a spherical object of some kind, possibly a drone, seems to have also landed and then took off from the security vehicle. But I mean, I think that's really interesting about this and it happened in Manchester. But all of the people who are basically, like a lot of people have posted this on YouTube, lose their YouTube account. Yeah, definitely. You do, you do great. That's what I mean. Engineering. Absolutely. R is one of the most impressive sounds in English language. Rock, rock, rock. Yeah, and she is wonderful. You know what? And another thing as well. And another thing as well. Shoot can mean like when you make a mistake, that's a shoot, and that can be confusing. Nobody says, you know what I mean? No one says round when they drop something, but if somebody drops something, they might say shit, or they might say shoot, and that can sound similar, and that can be like that. Speaking of minds, um, that's that's really why I have a lot of respect for Princess Diana. Not only because of her with the AIDS case, but especially because she was fighting against landmines and removing them. And I feel as if we have all these companies, these defense contractors making drones that kill people. They can make robots that find all of the landmines in the world using ground penetrating radar and remove them safely. No longer should we have people who get their appendages blown off because somebody put a landmine there 45 years ago. That's cool, and I do too. I do too, and I think that that's exactly what it should be. History. We should study and do everything that we can to not have it. But studying it is amazing. Studying the battles and like overhead views of the battlefield, especially from ancient and even modern battles, it's fascinating. It's a great question. We're gonna find. Is that? I mean, I've known the gunpowder argument, but let's find out. I want to know the actual person's name. I don't know if we'll find out, but maybe we'll find under what name it was. Just a moment. Yo, dog. What is the name of the person who invented the cannonball? Tell me all about it, please. The term cannonball can refer to a few different things. What is the name of the person who invented the cannonball? Like the thing that shoots out of a cannon. All right. I see you're asking about the invention of actual cannon. The cannonball is a military weapon. While we don't have a single inventor of the cannonball, a key early figure in gunpowder weaponry was Zhu Lang, a military strategist, the inventor from the 3rd century, who was often associated with the early development of gunpowder-based weapons, including cannon-like devices. Dog, can you imagine if you were Zhu Lang and you took like a time machine to see what your invention would end up doing for the world? You bet. I'll be right back.
One of the tragic things about life is that it ends. How often do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
You have a friend who's very, very successful, and he's in his 80s, mid 80s, and he asked me the exact same question. I said, I turned it around. I said, well, what about you? He said, I think about it every minute of every day. And then a week later, he called me and said, tell me something. And he starts off the conversation by going, tick, tock, tick, tock.
Yeah.
It's just dark. It's a dark person, in a sense. It is what it is. I mean, if you're religious, you have, I think, a better feeling. You're supposed to go to heaven, ideally not hell, but you're supposed to go to heaven if you're good. I think our country's missing a lot of religion. I think it really was a much better place with religion. It was almost a guide, to a certain extent, it was a guide. You want to be good to people. Without religion, there are no guardrails. I'd love to see us get back to religion, more religion in this country.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for putting yourself out there. Thank you for
Look, I love the country. I want to see the country be great. And we have a real chance of doing it, but it's our last chance. And I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Donald Trump. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, as I've started doing here at the end of some episodes, let me make a few comments and answer a few questions. If you would like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to letsfreedom.com/AMA or get in touch with me for whatever other reason, at lexfreeman.com/contact. I usually do this in a t-shirt, but I figured for this episode I'll keep my suit and tie on. So first, this might be a good moment to look back a bit. I've been doing this podcast for over 6 years, and I first and foremost have to say thank you. I'm truly grateful for the support and the love I've gotten along the way. It's been, I would say, the most unlikely journey, and on most days, I barely feel like I know what I'm doing. But I wanted to talk a bit about how I approach these conversations. Now, each conversation is its own unique puzzle, so I can't speak generally to how I approach these. But here, it may be useful to describe how I approach conversations with world leaders, of which I hope to have many more and do a better job every time. I read a lot of history, and I admire the historian perspective. As an example, I admire William Shire, the author of many books on Hitler, including The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. He was there and lived through it and covered it objectively to the degree that one could. Academic historians, by the way, criticize him for being a poor historian because he editorialized a little too much. I think those same folks criticize Dan Carlin and his Hardcore History podcast. I respect their criticism, but I fundamentally disagree. So, in these conversations with world leaders, I try to put on my historian hat. I think in the realm of truth and public discourse, there's a spectrum between the ephemeral and the eternal. The outrage mob and clickbait journalists are often focused on the ephemeral, current thing, the current viral shitstorm of mockery and derision. But when the battle of the day is done, most of it will be forgotten. A few true ideas will remain, and those the historian hopes to capture. Now, this is much easier said than done. It's not just about having the right ideals and the integrity to stick by them. It's not even just about having the actual skill of talking, which I still think I suck at. But let's say it's a work in progress. You also have to make the scheduling work and set up the entirety of the environment in a way that is conducive to such a conversation. This is hard, really hard, with political and business leaders. They are usually super busy, and in some cases super nervous because, well, they've been screwed over so many times with clickbait, gotcha journalism. But to convince them and their team to talk for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours is hard. And I do think a good conversation requires that kind of duration. And I've been thinking a lot about why. I don't think it's just about needing the actual time of 3 hours to cover all the content. I think the longer form with a hypothetical skilled conversationalist relaxes things and allows people to go on tangents and to banter about the details. Because I think it's in the details that the beautiful complexity of the person is brought to light. Anyway, I look forward to talking to more world leaders and doing a better job every time, as I said. I would love to do interviews with Kamala Harris and some other political figures on the left and right, including Tim Walz, AOC, Bernie, Barack Obama, Bill and Hillary, and on the right, J.D. Vance, Vivek, George W., and so on. And on the topic of politics, let me say as an immigrant, I love this country, the United States of America. I do believe it is the greatest nation on earth. And I'm grateful for the people on the left and the right who step into the arena of politics to fight for this country that I do believe they all love as well. I have reached out to Kamala Harris, but not many of the others. Probably should do a better job. But I've been doing most of this myself, all the reach out, scheduling, research, prep, recording, and so on. And on top of that, I very much have been suffering from imposter syndrome. The voice in my head constantly pointing out when I'm doing a shitty job. Plus, a few folks graciously remind me on the internet the very same sentiment of this aforementioned voice. All of this, while I have the option of just hiding away at MIT, programming robots and doing some cool AI research with a few grad students, or maybe joining an AI company, or maybe starting my own. All these options make me truly happy. But like I said, on most days, I barely know what I'm doing, so who knows what the future holds. Most importantly, I'm forever grateful for all of you, for your patience and your support. throughout this roller coaster of a life I've been on. I love you all. Okay, now let me go on to some of the questions that people had. I was asked by a few people to comment on Pablo Duran's arrest and on X being banned in Brazil. Let me first briefly comment on the Duran arrest. So, basic facts. Pablo Duran is CEO of Telegram, which is a messenger app that has end-to-end encryption mode. It's not on by default, and most people don't use the end-to-end encryption, but some do. Pablo was arrested in France on a long list of charges related to quote-unquote criminal activity carried out on the Telegram platform and for quote-unquote providing unlicensed cryptology services. I think Telegram is indeed used for criminal activity by a small minority of its users. For example, by terrorist groups to communicate. And I think we all agree that terrorism is bad. Here's the problem. As the old saying goes, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. And there are many cases in which the world unilaterally agrees who the terrorists are. But there are other cases when governments, especially authoritarian inclined governments, tend to propagandize and just call whoever's in the opposition, whoever opposes them, terrorists. There is some room for nuance here. To me, at this time, it seems to obviously be a power grab by government wanting to have backdoor access into every platform so they can have censorship power against the opposition. I think generally government should stay out of censoring or even pressuring social media platforms. And I think arresting a CEO of a tech company for the things said on the platform he built is just nuts. It has a chilling effect on him, on people working at Telegram, and on people working at every social media company, and also people thinking of launching a new social media company. Same is the case of X being banned in Brazil. It's, I think, a power grab by Alexandre de Moraes, a Supreme Court justice in Brazil. He ordered X to block certain accounts that are spreading quote-unquote misinformation. Elon and X denied the request. Then de Moraes threatened to arrest X representatives in Brazil. And in response to that, X pulled the representatives out of Brazil, obviously, to protect them. And now, X having no representatives in Brazil apparently violates the law. Based on this, de Moraes banned X in Brazil. Once again, it's an authoritarian figure seeking censorship power over the channels of communication. I understand that this is complicated, because there are evil people, and part of the role of government is to protect us from those evil people. But, as Benjamin Franklin said, those who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. So it's a trade-off. But I think in many places in the world, many governments have leaned too far away at this time from liberty. Okay, next up, I got a question on AI, which I emotionally connected with. I'll condense it as follows. Rolex, I'm a programmer, and I have a deep fear of slipping into irrelevance because I am worried that AI will soon exceed my programming skills. Let me first say that I relate to your fear. It's scary to have a thing that gives you a career and gives you meaning to be taken away. For me, programming is a passion, and not for this podcast, it will probably, at least in part, be my profession. So I get an uncomfortable feeling every time Claude, the LLM I use for coding at this time, just writes a lot of excellent, approximately correct code. I think you can make a good case that it already sees the skill of many programmers, at least in the same way that the collective intelligence of Stack Overflow sees the skill of many programmers, many individual programmers, but in many ways it still does not. But I think eventually, more and more, the task, the profession of programming will be one of writing natural language prompts. I think the right thing to do, and what I'm at least doing, is to ride the wave of the ever-improving code-generating LLMs and keep transforming myself into a big-picture designer versus low-level tinkerer. What I'm doing and what I recommend you do is continually switch to whatever state-of-the-art tool is for generating code. So for me currently, I recently switched from VS Code to Cursor, and for that it was Emacs, the VS Code switch. So Cursor is this editor that's based on VS Code that leans heavily on LLMs and integrates the code generation really nicely into the editing process. So it makes it super easy to continually use the LLMs. So what I would advise and what I'm trying to do myself is to learn how to use it and to master its code generation capabilities. I personally try to now allocate a significant amount of time to designing with natural language first versus writing code from scratch. So using my understanding of programming to edit the code that's generated by the LLM versus writing it from scratch and then using the LLM to generate small parts of the code. I see it as a skill that I should develop in parallel to my programming skill. I think this applies to many other careers too. Don't compete with AI for your job. Learn to use the AI to do that job better. But yes, it is scary on some deep human level, the threat of being replaced. But at least I think we'll be okay. All right, next up, I got a very nice audio message and question from a gentleman who is 27 and feeling a lot of anxiety about the future. Just recently, he graduated with a bachelor's degree and he's thinking about going to grad school for biomedical engineering. But there is a lot of anxiety. He mentioned anxiety many times in the message. It took him an extra while to get his degree, so he mentioned he would be 32 by the time he's done with his PhD. So it's a big investment. But he said in his heart, he feels like he's a scientist. I think that's the most important part of this message, of your message. By the way, I'll figure out how to best include audio and video messages in future episodes. Now, on to the question. But thank you for telling me your story and for submitting the question. My own life story is similar to yours. I went to Drexel University for my bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees. And it took a while, just as you're doing. I did a lot of non-standard things that weren't any good for some hypothetical career I'm supposed to have. I trained and competed in judo and jiu-jitsu for my entire 20s. Got a black belt for it. I wrote a lot, including a lot of really crappy poetry. I read a large amount of non-technical books, history, philosophy, and literature. I took courses on literature and philosophy that weren't at all required for my computer science and electrical engineering degrees, like a course on James Joyce. I played guitar in bars around town. I took a lot of technical classes, many, for example, on theoretical computer science, that were way more than were needed for the degree. I did a lot of research and I coded up a bunch of projects that didn't directly contribute to my dissertation. It was pure curiosity and the joy of exploring. So, like you, I took the long way home, as they say, and I regret none of it. Throughout that, people around me and even people who loved me wanted me to hurry up and to focus, especially because I had very little money, and so I had a sense like time was running out for me to take the needed steps towards a reasonable career. Just like you, I was filled with anxiety, and I still am filled with anxiety to this day. But I think the right thing to do is not to run away from the anxiety, but to lean into it and channel it into pursuing with everything you've got, the things you're passionate about. As you said, very importantly, in your heart, you know you're a scientist. And that's it. You know exactly what to do. Pursue the desire to be a scientist with everything you got. Get to a good grad school, find a good advisor, and do epic shit with them. And it may turn out in the end that your life will have unexpected chapters. But as long as you're chasing dreams and goals with absolute, unwavering dedication, good stuff will come. And also, try your best to be a good person. This might be a good place to read the words "If" by Rudyard Kipling that I often return to when I feel lost and I'm looking for guidance on how to be a better man. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs, blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good or talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aid, if you can meet the triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth is spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap with all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart to nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings and lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Thank you for listening. I'll see you next time.
Communism makes no sense at all. Totally opposed to human nature. It never works. It always evolves into dictatorship. It creates a power vacuum when you say, hey, there's no structure of power here, right? We're all equal. It's a flat line. One guy usually gets up because that's human nature and goes, I don't think so. I think if you're going to leave a power vacuum, I'm going to take that power vacuum. Corporatism hates competition. It wants monopoly and oligopoly power. Whereas capitalism loves competition and wants the free market. When mainstream media has you hooked, you've got no hope because you don't have the right information. You have propaganda, you have marketing, you don't have real news. When you're in the online world, it's chaotic. And don't get me wrong, it's got plenty of downsides, right? But within that chaos, the truth begins to emerge. Trump is a massive risk because of all the things we talked about earlier. But there is a percentage chance that he's such a wild card that he overturns the whole system. And that is why the establishment is a little scared of him.
The following is a conversation with Cenk Uygur, a progressive political commentator and host of the Young Turks. As I've said before, I will speak with everyone, including on the left and the right of the political spectrum, always with faith, with empathy, rigor, and backbone. Sometimes I fail. Sometimes I say stupid, inaccurate, ineloquent things, and I frequently change my mind as I'm learning and thinking about the world. For all this, I often get attacked, sometimes fairly, sometimes not. But just know that I'm aware when I fall short, and I will keep trying to do better. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Cenk Uygur. You wrote a book, a manifesto that outlines the progressive vision for America. So, the big question, what are some defining ideas of progressivism?
Yes. So in order to do that, Lex, we got to talk about where we are in the political spectrum. And in fact, there's two different spectrums now. People often think of left, right, and that's true. That exists. But layered on top of that is now populist versus establishment. So I'm center left on the left-right spectrum, but I'm all the way on the populist end of the second spectrum. So where does progressivism lie within that? Well, I would argue that it's exactly in those places. It's populist, and it's on the left, but it is not far left. So far left is a different animal, and we could talk about that in a little bit. So in terms of what makes a progressive, so expand the circle of liberty and justice for all and equality of opportunity. Now people will say, well, that seems pretty broad and all-American, but is it? Think about it.
So expand the circle of living. Everybody's okay with that, right? No, absolutely not. So certainly the King of England was not in favor of expanding the circle of liberty, and the founding fathers said we're going to expand it, and they expanded it to propertied white men. And then progressives have been, they're progressives because they expanded the circle of liberty. They then from then on, as we were perfecting the union, progressives always say expand it further, include women, include people without property, include all races, and at every turn, conservatives fight against it. So that doesn't mean if you're a conservative today, you don't want to include women or minorities, etc. But today you would say, for example, well, I don't want to expand the circle of liberty to, for example, undocumented immigrants. And maybe you're right about that, and we could have that discussion in terms of a specific philosophy. And I don't believe that undocumented immigrants should immediately be citizens or anything along those lines. But I do believe in expanding liberty overall. And the contours of that are what's interesting. And then you see justice for all. Everybody's for justice. No, right now, marijuana possession is still illegal in a lot of parts of the country. Now, a lot of right-wingers and left-wingers agree that it should be legal. But for my entire lifetime, black people have been arrested at about 3.7 times the rate of white people, and the entire country has been fine with it. So is that justice? No, they smoke. White people, black people smoke marijuana at the same rate. Black people get arrested about 4 times the rate. That is an injustice that an enormous percentage of the country was comfortable with. Well, progressives aren't comfortable with it. We want justice for all. So the equality of opportunity is an interesting one because the far left will say, so at least some portions of them will say equality of results, right? So progressives just want a fair chance. So free college education, but afterwards you don't get to have exact same results as either the wealthiest person, or we're not all going to be equal. We don't have equal talent, skills, abilities, etc.
There's a lot of questions I can ask there. So on the circle of liberty, yes, so expanding the number of people whose freedoms are protected. But what about the magnitude of freedom for each individual person? So expanding the freedom of the individual and protecting the freedoms of the individual. It seems like progressives are more willing to expand the size of government, where government can do all kinds of regulation, all kinds of controls on the individual.
So, Lex, what we're probably going to talk about a lot today is balance. And so a lot of people think, oh, I'm on the right, I'm on the left. And that comes with a certain preset ideology. So the right is always correct, the left is always correct. So there's 2 problems. Number one, how could you possibly believe in a preset ideology if you're an independent thinker? It's literally, by definition, not possible. If you say, I lent my brain to an ideology that was created 80 years ago, or 8 years ago, or 800 years ago, and I'm not going to change it, you're saying, I don't think for myself. I bought into a culture, and by the way, there's a lot of different forms of culture you can buy into: religion, politics, sometimes racial, etc. So that's why you need actually balance. The same reason you need balance, other than independent thought, is because the answer is almost never black and white. And that gets into a really interesting nuance because mainstream media, in my opinion, is the matrix. And its job is to delude you into thinking corporate rule is great for you and we should never change it, and the status quo is wonderful. So they have created a false spin. What mainstream media calls moderate is actually, in my opinion, extremist corporate ideology. So, for example, they'll say Joe Manchin is a moderate. None of his positions are moderate other than potentially gun control in West Virginia. He's not for gun control. The people of West Virginia are not for gun control, generally speaking. So, and he uses that, and they usually have these shiny objects where they're like, you see this? I'm a moderate because of guns. Or I'm a moderate because I'm a Democrat from West Virginia. But wait, let's look at your positions. You're against paid family leave. That pulls at 84%. So you're a radical corporatist who say that women should be forced back into work the day after they have birth. You're against the higher minimum wage. You're for every corporate position, and they all poll at 33% or less. So Joe Manchin is not at all a moderate, and this applies to almost every corporate Republican and every corporate Democrat. They're all extremists in supporting what I call corporatism. So you have to get to a balance in order to get to the right.
So that's an interesting distinction here. So you're actually far as I understand, pro-capitalism,
Yes.
which is an interesting place to be. That's the thing that probably makes you center left and then still populist. You're full of beautiful contradictions, which would be great to untangle. But what's the difference between corporatism and capitalism?
Yeah. So I really believe in capitalism. I don't think that there's really a second choice. Where it gets super interesting is the distinction between capitalism and socialism, because that's not at all as clear as people think it is. And people often say socialism and communism as synonyms when they're not synonyms, right? And so I view it as there's basically four distinct areas. It's obviously a spectrum. Everything is a spectrum, right? On one end, you have communism on the left, and on the other end, you have corporatism on the right, okay? And I would argue that capitalism is in the middle. And so communism, we know, state owns all property. You're not allowed to have private property. So I will piss off a lot of people in this show. And so I'm asking for their patience. Please hear me out. And because don't worry, I'm going to piss off the other side too. Okay? So communism makes no sense at all. Totally opposed to human nature. It never works. It always evolves into dictatorship because it is not built for human nature. We're never going to act like that. It's not in our DNA. You can try to wish it into existence, and they have, and it never works. And it's because once you have almost no rules in terms of, we're all equal, and even though communism eventually winds up having an enormous amount of rules, right? It creates a power vacuum when you say, hey, there's no structure of power here, right? We're all equal. It's a flat line. One guy usually gets up because that's human nature and goes, I don't think so. I think if you're going to leave a power vacuum, I'm going to take that power vacuum.
That's actually a really interesting way to put it. Because when everyone is equal, nobody is in power. And human nature is such that there's a will to power. So when you create a power vacuum, somebody's going to fill it. And the alternative is to have people in power, but there's a balance of power. And then there's like a democratic system that elects the people in power and keeps churning and rotating.
That is exactly it. You got it exactly right. Okay, so that's why communism never works and can never work. So it's an idea of like we're all going to work as hard as we possibly can and take only what we need. Where, when has that ever happened in the history of humanity? Right? We're just not built that way. So, okay, we can get into that debate with my friends on the left and center. Now, corporatism is just as extreme and just as dangerous, and that is basically what we have in America now. What we have in America now, and it's another giant trick that the Matrix played on everybody, that they did a shell game, and all of a sudden, extreme corporatists like Manchin and almost every Republican in the Senate are moderates. Oh my God, Mitch McConnell all of a sudden is a moderate, and etc. As long as you're not a populist. Populists are never moderate, okay? But if you love corporations and corporate tax cuts and everything in favor of corporations, you're magically called a moderate when you actually, according to the polling, have super extreme positions that the American people hate. And by the way, that's part of the reason for the rise of Trump. We'll come back to that, okay? But the second shell game is taking out capitalism, putting in corporatism, but still calling it capitalist. Okay, so what is corporate? It is when corporations slowly take over the system and create monopoly and oligopoly power. So that snuffs out equality of opportunity. So how do they do that? And when people say the system is rigged, they oftentimes can't explain it that well. And then mainstream media goes, oh, you sound conspiratorial. Yeah, I wonder how. Yeah, super easy to explain it. Here's one of dozens of examples, carried interest loophole. So that is for hedge funds, private equity, the top people on Wall Street. That's part of their income. They get 2 and 20, right? So 2% is a flat fee no matter what happens to the fund, and 20% of the profits of the fund goes back to the people who invested. It's not their money. It's not their investment. What they're getting is actually just income. It should be taxed at the highest rate. But it's because of this loophole, it's taxed at a much lower rate, at around 20%. So do you know at what income level you go above 20% if you're a regular Joe? It's at $84,000 a year. So these billionaires are getting the same tax rate as people making $84,000 a year. It's unbelievably unfair. And that's corporatism taking over and starting to rig the rules. I'm going to pay less taxes. You're going to pay more taxes. Okay. So again, I can give you dozens of those examples. So, and mergers so that they get to oligopoly power. That's how you rig a system, lowering the corporate tax rates, making sure that there is no real minimum wage, making sure there's no universal health care. We all become indentured servants of corporations. They take away power from the average guy, give it to the most powerful people in the world. So, but the most important distinction, Lex, is that corporatism hates competition. It wants monopoly and oligopoly power, whereas capitalism loves competition and wants the free markets. And I remember, we started Young Turks back in 2002, so we've been around for 22 years, longest running daily show on the internet ever, and so we were pre-Iraq War. And the Iraq War starts, and Dick Cheney starts handing out no-bid contracts. Like, what part of capitalism is a no-bid contract? You can't negotiate drug prices. That's the most anti-free market thing I have ever heard. It's almost like communism for corporations. They get everything, you get nothing, right? So it's preposterous. It's awful. And it kills the free markets, and it's killing this country. And it is the main ideology and religion of the establishment.
Are all companies built the same here? So when you say corporatism, it seems like just looking here at the list of by industry lobbyists, it seems like there are certain industries that are worse offenders than others, like pharmaceuticals, like insurance, oil and gas.
Yeah.
But it seems to me, it feels wrong to just throw all companies into the same bucket of like they're all guilty.
No, they're not all guilty. So let's make a bunch of distinctions. So first of all, are they quote unquote guilty? No, they're doing something that is logical and natural, right? So if you're a company, do you want to pay higher taxes or lower taxes? Of course you want to pay lower taxes, right? Do you want to have higher employee costs or lower employee costs? Of course you want lower employee costs, right? So, but the government needs to understand that and protect us from that power that they are going to exercise to get to those results. And if you think free markets is there is no government, you read it wrong. Go back and reread Adam Smith. He says you must protect against monopoly power. If you do not protect against monopoly power, you will have no free markets. And he's absolutely right. So second distinction is between small business and big business. That's why Republicans will always be like, oh, we're doing this for small business. That's why we got the biggest oil companies in the world, $30 billion in subsidies. What happened to small business, right? So I run a small business. And so if people were to say like, hey, maybe there should be exemptions for some of the regulations if your company has less than 5 employees, 10 employees, 50 employees, etc. There's some logic in it. Because businesses have different stages of growth, and they have different interests and different needs in those stages of growth. And we want to facilitate small business growth because that's great for the economy, that's great for markets, freedom, etc. But the bigger corporations, even there's a third distinction. It isn't that there are certain industries that are worse. There's just that there are industries that are better at lobbying. So anyone who, like right now, number one donor in Washington, a lot of people make a mistake. They think it's APAC or they think it's the oil companies or the banks. No, it's Big Pharma. Okay. And who has the most power in this country? Big Pharma. So we can't even negotiate the drug prices. I mean, look, guys, think about it this way. That's like saying, okay, here's a bottle of water. And normally in the free market, that would cost about $1, right? And in the for Medicare, the drug companies come in and go, no, I'm not charging $1 for that water. I'm charging $100. And the government has to say, yes, sir, thank you, sir. Of course, sir, we'll pay $100. That's why it's compared to communism, because I can't imagine anything more diametrically opposed to the free market than you, the consumer, have to pay whatever the hell a corporation charges. That's insanity, let alone the patents, let alone the fact that the American people pay for the research and then they make billions of dollars off of it and we get nothing but robbed by them. So it's about lobby power. Oil companies have huge lobby power, defense contractors have huge lobby power. It's not that they're more evil, it's just that they have figured out the game better and they have basically taken the influence they need to capture the market, capture the government, and snuff out all competition.
Well,
Or
okay. Figure out the game better. So I think a lot of companies are good at winning the right way by building better products, by making people happier with the work that they're doing, and winning at the game of capitalism. And there's other companies that win at the game of lobbying. And I just want to sort of draw that distinction because I think it's a small subset of companies that are playing the game of lobbying. The big pharma.
So, like, first of all, you have to set rules for what makes sense, not, oh, I don't like this industry, or I don't like this company. Or, hey, this company is not doing that much lobbying at this point. They will later when they realize what's going on. So, for example, in my opinion, APAC was totally bought almost all of Congress. And so now other countries are going to wake up and go, wait, you could just buy the American government? So APAC is going to spend about $100 million in this cycle, and then they're getting 26 billion back. So every country in the world is soon going to realize, oh, take American citizens that live there, give them a tremendous amount of money, and just buy the U.S. government, right? But for corporations, they've already realized that on a massive scale, right? So, for example, in the two industries you get, automotive. So in New Jersey, about a decade ago or so, one of the most powerful lobbies is car dealerships. So at the national level, you got pharma and you've got defense contractors, et cetera. At the local level, guys who have huge power, number one is utilities, number two is real estate, and then car dealerships are hilariously among the top, right? Because it's local businesses that are, financing the politicians at the local level. So they passed a law saying that you have to sell through dealerships, but Tesla doesn't sell through dealerships, and it was intended to bully, intimidate, and push out Tesla out of the market. They then did that in a number of different states throughout the country. So does that make any sense in a democracy? Of course not. Why do you have to sell your product through a specific vehicle or medium? You can sell it any way you like. That's the most anti-free market thing possible. Why? It was just total, utter corruption. But it's perfectly legal. The Supreme Court legalized bribery. So then what happened in that case? So then Elon came in and gave campaign contributions and reversed it. So now we're in a battle where it's an open auction, right? Different companies are buying different politicians, and then they're pretending to have debates about principles and ideas, etc. So now let's look at tech. In the beginning, Facebook was not spending any money in politics, almost any money in politics. So what happens? They're getting hammered. They get pulled into congressional hearings, and Facebook's got fake news, and oh my God, all this trouble from Facebook. Then Facebook does the logical thing. Oh, it turns out I need to grease these sons of bitches. Okay, so then they hire a whole bunch of Republican consultants. They go grease all the Republicans and most of the corporate Democrats. And then all of a sudden, we're no longer talking about Facebook at all, and Facebook are angels. And now we've turned our attention to who? Facebook's top competitor, TikTok. Funny how that works. Okay. And by the way, then Donald Trump goes, oh, TikTok's a big dangerous company. We're working with China. Okay. And then Jeff Yass comes in on this cycle, part owner of TikTok, and he doesn't want TikTok banished, of course, right? So he gives Trump a couple of $1 million. Trump turns around the next day and goes, we love TikTok. TikTok's a good company, right?
So that's a big contributor to influencing what politicians say and what they think. That's not the entire thing.
No, it is. It's 98%. I'll go on mainstream media and they'll be like, oh, I see what you're saying. I can see how that influences politicians about 10%. I'm like, no, it's 98%. So, and even a lot of good people think it's 50-50. They have principles and they have money. No, they have money and this smidge of principles. That's why I wanted to clarify 98.
Okay, so how do we fix it? It's really interesting and nice that you're pro-capitalism and anti-corporatism. So how do we create a system where the free market can rule, where capitalism can rule. We can have these vibrant flourishing of all these companies competing against each other and creating awesome stuff.
Yeah. So in the book, I call it democratic capitalism as opposed to Bernie's democratic socialism. Right? We can get into that distinction in a minute, but so as Adam Smith said, and anyone who studies capitalism knows, you need the government to protect the market as well as the people. Because like, why do we have cops? Because if we don't have cops, somebody's going to go, well, I like Lex's equipment. Why don't I just go into his house and take it, right? So you need the cops to protect you, and that's the government. So people say, oh, I hate big government. Yeah, right? It depends, right? If your house is getting robbed, all of a sudden you like the government. But you also need cops on Wall Street. Because if you allow insider trading, the powerful are going to rob you blind, and the little guy's going to get screwed. So that's this easy example. And so if you don't have those cops, the bad guys are going to take over. They're going to set the rules, break the rules in their favor. So that's why you need regulation. And so the Republicans on purpose made regulation a dirty word. They're like, oh, all regulation is bad. And then sometimes on the left, people fall for the trap of all regulation is good. A guy I like him has a great analogy on this, Matt Stoller. He's one of the original, I would argue, progressives. And there's about 4 of us. I'm sure there's more, but that have stayed true to the original meaning of progressivism and populism. Me, Matt Stoller, David Sirota, Ryan Gray. Okay. And they used to be in that original blogger group. There was guys like Glenn Greenwald and other interesting cats, right? But they went in different directions. So Matt has a great line. He says, if somebody comes up to you and says, how big a pipe do you want? There is no answer for that. It depends on the job, doesn't it? Right? What are we doing? What are we building? I'm going to tell you the size of the pipe depending on the project. So when people say, are you in favor of regulation or against it? That's an absurd question. Of course you need regulation. It just means laws, right? So don't kill your neighbor is a regulation, right? So my idea is a simple one, and one we're going to keep going back to, balance. So when my dad was a small business owner in New Jersey, and they inspected the elevators 6 times a year, that was over-regulation. And I said to my dad, so should they not inspect it at all? I'm a young kid growing up. And he said, no, you got to inspect it at least twice. I said, why? He said, because in Turkey, sometimes they don't inspect it, and then the elevator falls. Okay. So bounds of reason, correct regulation to protect the markets and to protect the Americans.
Yeah, but finding the right level of regulation, especially in, for example, in tech, something I'm much more familiar with, is very difficult because people in Congress are living in the 20th century before the internet was invented. So, like, how are they supposed to come up with regulations?
Yeah.
Well, that's the idea of the free market, is you should be able to sort of compete. The market regulates. And then the government can step in and protect the market from forming monopolies, which is easier.
Yeah, but that's a form of regulation.
Right. But then there's like more checking the elevator twice a year. That's a more sort of specific watching, micromanaging.
So, Lex, there's no way around the laws are made by politicians. Okay. So you can't give up that and go, oh, it's a bunch of schmucks. I think most politicians are just servants for the donor. All right. The media makes it sound like they're the best of us. Oh, they deserve a lot of honor and respect. And they kiss their ass, etc. I think generally speaking, they're usually the worst of us, especially in this corporatist structure, right? Because they're the guys who their number one talent is, yes, sir, no, sir. What would you like me to do with your donor money, sir? Absolutely, I'll serve you completely, or 98%, right? So in this structure, the politicians are the worst of us. But at some point, you need somebody elected to be your representative to do democratic capitalism so that you have capitalism, but it's checked by the government on behalf of the people. It's the people that are saying, these are the rules of the land, and you have to abide by them. So how do you get to the best possible answer, and which is related to an earlier question you asked, Lex, which is the number one thing you have to do is get big money out of politics. Everything else is near impossible as long as we are drowned in money. And whoever has more money wins. And by the way, when it comes to legislation, again, that's true about 98% of the time. Like we predict things ahead of time. People are like, "Wow, how did you know that that bill wasn't going to pass or was going to pass?" It's the easiest thing in the world, and we like literally like teach our audience on the young curves. Watch, you'll be able to see for yourself. And now, like our members comment in, they do these predictions. They're almost always right? Because it's so simple. Follow the money. So if you get big money out of politics, and I can explain how to do that in a sec, then you're at a place where you've got your best shot at honest representatives that are going to try their best to get to the right answer. Are they going to get to the right answer out of the gate? Usually not. So they pass a law. There's something wrong with the law. They then fix that part. It's a pendulum. You know, you don't want it to swing too wildly, but you do need a little bit of oscillation in that pendulum to get to the right balance.
By the way, I was listening to Joe Biden from when he was like 30 years old. The speeches, it was eloquent as hell. It's fun to listen to, actually. And he has a speech he gives, or just maybe a conversation in Congress, I'm not sure where he talks about how corrupt the whole system is. And he's really honest and like, fun. That Joe Biden is great, by the way. That guy, I mean, age sucks when people get older. But he was talking quite honestly about like having to suck up to all these rich people, and that he couldn't really suck up to the really rich people. They said, "Come back to us 10 years later." And we're like more integrated into the system. And he was really honest about it. He's saying that's how it is. That's what we have to do, and that really sucks. That that's what we have to do.
Yeah. So we did a video on our TikTok channel, then and now Joe Biden. This is when I was trying to push Biden out.
We should say you're one of the people early on saying Biden needs to step down.
Yeah, I started about a year ago because I was positive that Biden had a 0% chance of winning, and it turned out. By the way, 2 days before he dropped out, his inside advisors inside the White House said, "Yeah, near 0% chance of winning." So we were right all along.
You got a lot of criticism for that. But yeah.
Yeah, we can come back to that. Yes, I do. And which makes it Tuesday for me. I get a lot of criticism for everything. And by the way, Democratic Party, you're welcome. But Biden's a really interesting example. I'm really glad you brought it up. So the video on TikTok was just showing Biden then, Biden now. And you're right, Biden was so dynamic. When you see how dynamic he was, we did like side by side, right? And then you see him now going, you can barely miss you. Anyways, right? You're like, oh, that's not the same guy again, right? So, and I got like 5 million views because it resonates. They're like, yeah, of course, right? But when he first started, to the point you were making, in fact, I know because I talked to him about this, his very first bill was anti-corruption. Why? Because at that point, everything changes in 1976-78. The Supreme Court decisions that basically legalized bribery. Remember, Biden is ancient, so he's coming into politics at a time when money has not yet drowned politics. And in fact, the American population is super pissed about the fact that it's begun. They don't like corruption. So early Biden, because he's reading the room, is very anti-corruption. And the first bill he proposes to get money out of politics. Okay? But as Biden goes on for his epic 200-year career in Washington, he starts to get not more conservative, more corporate, because he's just taking more and more money. By the middle of his career, he has a nickname, the senator from MBNA. Okay, MBNA was a credit card company based in Delaware. And the reason he had that nickname is because there isn't anything Joe Biden wouldn't have done for credit card companies and corporations based in Delaware, which are almost all corporations. Okay, so he became the most corporate senator in the country, and hence the most beloved by corporate media. And corporate media has protected him his entire career until about a month ago. So, for example, in the primaries, both in 2020 and 2024, if you said the senator from MBNA, I guarantee you almost no one in the audience has heard of it. If you heard of it, good job. You know politics really well, okay? But the reason you didn't hear of it is because the mainstream media wouldn't say that's outrageous of Joe Biden to be such a corporate stooge. They'd say, that's outrageous of you to point out something that's true and something we reported on earlier, okay? And so they protected him at all costs. Now, finally, when you get to this version of Joe Biden, he can't talk, he can't walk, he's he bears no resemblance to the young guy who came in saying that money in politics is a problem. Now he's saying money in politics is the solution. And in 2020, he said, well, I can raise more money than Bernie. I can kiss corporate ass better than Bernie. I'm the biggest corporate ass kisser in the world, so I'm going to raise $1 billion, and you need to support me. Now, of course, he doesn't say it in those words, but that was the message to the establishment. Buttigieg, Klobuchar, Obama, Clyburn, everybody goes, but that's right. Biden, 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 not Bernie. I don't know that there's anybody in the country who instinctually dislikes Bernie more than Barack Obama.
That's an interesting. I'm not taking that tangent at this moment. Because you mentioned mainstream media. What's the motivation for mainstream media to be corporatist also?
So first of all, they're giant corporations. So they're all multi-billion-dollar corporations. In the old days, we had an incredible number of media outlets. So you go to San Francisco, there'd be at least 2 papers, and there'd be a paper boy, and I'm going all the way back, paper boy on each corner, and they're competing with one another. Literally, they'd be catty corner, right? And one guy's going, oh, I hear all this details. They're trying to get an audience. They're trying to get people interested. So they're populist, they're interesting, they're muckrakers, they're challenging the government. Fast forward to now, or not now, but about a decade ago, 5 years ago, in that ballpark. Now there's only 6 giant media corporations left, and it's an oligopoly, right? And they're all multi-billion-dollar corporations. They all want tax cuts. Half of them are also, especially about 20 years ago during the Iraq War, half of them are defense contractors. So they're just using the news as marketing to start wars like the Iraq War, and then GE, which owned MSNBC, makes a tremendous amount of money. So much more money from war than it does from media, that media is a good marketing spend for these corporations. Now, that's part of it, that they themselves want the same exact thing as the rest of corporations do for corporate rule, lower tax cuts, deregulation so they can merge, etc. But the second part of it is arguably even more important. So where does all that money in politics go? So, for example, in 2022, this is the midterm election, no presidential, should be lower spending. A ridiculous $17 billion was spent, okay, on the election side. Where does $17 billion go? Almost all of it goes into corporate media, mainstream media, television, newspapers, radio. They're buying ads like nuts. So we have a reporter at TYT, David Schuster. He used to work at MSNBC, Fox News, etc. And David once did a piece about money in politics at a local NBC news station. And his editor or GM spiked the story. And David goes into his office and asks him, why? The story is true. It's a huge part of politics. If we're going to report on this issue, we got to tell you what's actually happening. So he says, David, come here. He puts his arm around his shoulders, takes him to the big newsroom. He goes, you see all this? Money in politics paid for that.
That's really fascinating. So big corporations are giving money to politicians in different channels, and then the politicians are spending that money on mainstream media. And so there's a vicious cycle where it's in the interest of the mainstream media not to criticize the bigger corporations that are feeding that cycle. It's not actually direct, not like corporations. Because I was thinking one of the ways is direct advertisement. Like pharmaceuticals obviously advertise a lot on mainstream media, but there's also indirect, which is like giving the politicians money, or super PACs and the super PACs that spend money on the.
That's why mainstream media never talks about the number one factor in politics, which is money. Like we all know, I mean, as we talked about earlier, we see it with our own eyes, open auction, any country, any company, anybody that has money, the politicians will now literally say, I am now working for this guy, as Trump says, because he gave me a strong endorsement, which means a lot of money, right? And the press never covers it, almost never, right? So you're telling me you're doing an article on the infrastructure bill or Build Back Better, etc. And you're not going to mention the enormous amount of money that every lobbyist spent on that bill? That's absurd. That's absurd. That's 98% of the ballgame. The reason they hide the ball is because they don't want you to know this whole thing is based on the money that they are receiving. And by the way, one more thing about that, Lex. it's that the ads themselves actually they work, and they work pretty well, but that's not the main reason you spend money on ads. You spend the money in ads to get friendly coverage from the content, from the free media that you're getting from that same outlet. And so, since every newspaper and every television station and network knows that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are their top clients, they're going to get billions of dollars from them. They never really criticize the Republican and Democratic Party. On the other hand, if you're an outsider, they'll rip your face off.
That's also really interesting. So if you're an advertiser, if you're a big pharma and you're advertising, it's not that the advertisement works. It's that the hosts are too afraid, not like explicitly, just even implicitly. They're self-censoring. They're not going to have any guests that are like controversial anti-big pharma, or they're not going to make any jokes about big pharma. They're not going to make, and that continues and expands. That's really interesting.
Sometimes it's super direct. When I was a host on MSNBC, I had a company that I was criticizing in my script, and management looked at it. By the way, I used to go off prompter a lot, and it drove me crazy. Not because I wasn't good at it. I think my ratings went up whenever I went off prompter, but because they couldn't pre-approve the script. And what do they want to pre-approve? Hey, are you going to criticize one of our sponsors, one of our advertisers, etc.? So we had a giant fight over it, and the compromise was I moved them lower in the script, but kept them in the store, right? So sometimes it's super direct like that, but way more often, it's implicit, it's indirect. You don't have to say it, right? So I give you a spectacular example of it so that you get a sense of how it works implicitly. So since GE is a giant defense contractor, they own MSNBC at the time of the Iraq War. They fired everyone who was against the Iraq War on it. So Phil Donahue, Jesse Ventura, Ashley Banfield. But Ashley Banfield, they did something different. Okay, she was a rising star at the time. She goes and gives a speech in Kansas, not really even having a policy position, but just talking about the actual cost of this Iraq War and how we should be really careful. They hate them, so they take their rising star and they take her off it. Okay, and she goes, "Okay, good. Let me out of my contract. It's okay. I'll go," because she was such a star at that time. Could have easily gotten somewhere else. They go, "No, we're not going to let you out of the contract." Why not? You're going to pay me to do nothing? Yeah. Not only that, we're moving your office. Where are you moving it to? They literally moved it into a closet. Okay. And they made sure that everybody in the building saw her getting taken off the air and moved into a closet. The closet is the memo, right? That's the memo to the whole building. You better shut up and do as you're told. Okay. So that way I don't have to tell you and get myself in trouble. It's super obvious. There are guardrails here, and you are not allowed to go beyond acceptable thought. And acceptable thought is our sponsors are great, politicians are great, the powerful are great.
So how do we begin to fix that? What exactly do we fix this? The influence of the lobbyists, the influence of it feels like there's